Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10:08. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the June 20th, 2024 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I want to quickly provide guidance to those who want to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. A few of you may have already submitted forms electronically, but for anyone else who may wish to testify before the Plan Commission, please fill out sheets located on the table where you enter the room. Please include your name, address, and if you're for or against the proposal, and if you're here representing yourself or an organization, please hand your sheets to one of the staff members. People who have completed forms will be called on after each item is presented. Thank you. Out of respect for other speakers, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please line up at the microphone behind me, to my left, in the order I call your name, and please do not repeat comments that have already been made by previous speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of the staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be asked to leave the council chambers, or if necessary, may be escorted out by security. This month, we are pleased to welcome 2 newly appointed members to the Chicago Plan Commission, Ms. Kamina Brooks and Ms. Tanya Kadakia. We are very grateful for their choice to accept these appointments and to offer their service to the city of Chicago. Please join me in welcoming them aboard and offering them a round of applause. We will now call the roll. Commissioner Barclay? Not here. Commissioner Boatwright? Thank you. Commissioner Brooks? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Not here yet. Commissioner Carney? Not here yet. Commissioner Castañeda? Here. Thank you. Commissioner Dowell? Not here yet. Commissioner Escareño? Not here yet. Commissioner Flores? Here. Commissioner Johnson? Not here. Commissioner Kadakia? Thank you. Commissioner La Spata? Here. Thank you. Commissioner Lyons? Not here. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro? Here. Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez Rosa? Not here. Commissioner Reyes? Here. Yep, oh, Escareño. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Escareño is in attendance. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Sicho Lopez? Not here. Commissioner Esposato? Not here. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. And Commissioner Villegas? Not here. Okay. We will now approve the minutes from the May 16, 2024 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on May 16, 2024? So moved. Thank you. Motion by Commissioner La Spata, second by Commissioner Boatwright. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatwright? Thank you. Commissioner Brooks? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda? Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Escareño? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Kadakia? Thank you. Commissioner La Spata? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro? Yes. Commissioner Reyes? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes. We have 2 items for which the applicants have requested deferrals. The items to be deferred are listed on the agenda today as D1 and D4. The first item seeking a deferral listed as D1 is a proposed industrial plan development within the Roosevelt Cicero Industrial Corridor submitted by IDIL Ogden LLC for the property generally located at 4041, 4115, and 4147 West Ogden Avenue and 2309 South Keeler Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from M1-2 and C2-2 first to a unified M1-2 designation and then to an industrial plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 48-foot tall industrial building containing 246,200 square feet of space and 271 accessory parking spaces, 47 tractor trailer parking, and 26 loading spaces. The overall FAR of the plan development will be 0.38, and this is in the 22nd ward. Do I have a motion to defer this item?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Piñeiro. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Boatright. Any discussion by the commissioners of this motion? No? Okay. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright? Thank you. Commissioner Brooks? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Cadaquia? Thank you. Commissioner Laspata?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes. The second item seeking a deferral listed as D4 is a proposed amendment to business plan development number 834 submitted by LPC Chicago LLC for the property generally located at 749-757 West North Avenue, 1551-1557 North Halsted Street, 1555-1569 North Clybourne Avenue, and 732-754 West Wheat Street. The applicant requests to rezone a rezoning of the subject property from business plan development number 834 to first B3-5 Community Shopping District, and then to a residential business plan development number 834 as amended to permit the construction of a 37-story building with up to 396 residential dwelling units and approximately 2,500 square feet of retail space. The existing vacant bank building would be demolished and the new building constructed in its place. The other existing two-story concrete and brick retail building containing approximately 46,000 square feet of retail space and the existing four-story parking garage containing 158 parking spaces would remain and provide accessory parking for the PD. The overall FAR will be 5.0, and this is in the second ward. Do I have a motion to defer this item to a date certain of July 18, 2024?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Laspata. Do I have a second motion? Thank you, Commissioner Escareño. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright? Commissioner Brooks? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Escareño. Thank you, Commissioner Flores. Yes. Commissioner Cadaquia? Thank you. Commissioner Laspata?
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Recusal for Commissioner Tillman. Motion passes. Thank you. Just a reminder, as we have returned to in-person hearings, we will take public comments for the items on the agenda after each item has been presented. If you have not already done so and you wish to speak on an item, please complete a testimony slip available at the back of the chamber. Staff members are available to assist if needed and will collect the forms from you. Also, as a reminder, items D1, D5, D4. No, this says D5. That's not right. Yeah. Only items D1 and D4 on the agenda were just deferred and will not be heard for vote today. Next on the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve item C1 listed under ANL AP heading. Items number C2 listed under the acquisition heading, and C3 through C9 listed under the disposition heading. Motion? Motion by Commissioner Boatright. Do I have a second?
Second, Commissioner Estrada.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Brooks? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Cadaquia? Thank you. Commissioner Laspata?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and/or the Chicago zoning ordinance, with the reminder that items D1 and D4 were previously deferred. The first item today is listed as D2, a proposed amendment to Waterway Residential Business Plan Development number 1399, submitted by Ani 700 West Chicago LLC, for the property generally located at 700 West Chicago Avenue. The applicant requests an amendment to the existing plan development to permit the construction of a multi-building plan development across multiple sub-areas with a maximum height of 650 feet and consisting of 2,451 dwelling units, 1,950 parking spaces, 280 hotel keys, commercial and retail uses with accessory and incidental uses. A 3.1 FAR bonus will be taken, and a maximum overall FAR of the plan development will be 8.1. This is item 222229, and this is in the 27th Ward. Max Lyon will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Max Lyon. I'm the Central Region Planner for the Department of Planning and Development and the lead planner for this proposal. Today, I'm joined by representatives of the project team for the proposed amendment to Plan Development number 1399, which is located at 700 West Chicago Avenue. The proposal would amend the previously approved PD to allow a multi-phase, multi-building, mixed-use development with a maximum height of 650 feet, totaling 2,451 dwelling units, 280 hotel keys, 1,950 auto parking spaces, and ground level retail space. The applicant will be using the neighborhood opportunity bonus to increase the allowable floor area from 5.0 to a total of 8.1. The proposal is located northwest of the downtown core, bounded by West Chicago Avenue, North Halsted Street, and the North Branch of the Chicago River. Currently, this site is occupied by the former Chicago Tribune printing plant and a parking lot, which would be demolished as part of the amendment's construction. Nearby to the north is Halsted Point, a recently approved PD also by Ani, and to the south is the future Bally's Casino. The proposal is also located within TSL minimums for several CTA Blue Line stations. The subject site is located in the Westtown community area of the 27th Ward. As of 2020, this neighborhood has over 87,000 people, with almost half of the residents below the age of 34 and a median age of 32. Median household income for the area is about $118,000 annually. Because of its location, the proposal is subject to several planning documents adopted by City Council and the Plan Commission, including the North Branch Framework Plan and the Chicago River Design Guidelines. The North Branch Framework Plan prioritizes maintaining the industrial corridor as an economic engine while allowing it to enhance transportation access and the area's environments. The River Design Guidelines encourage public use, public open space, recreation, environmental awareness, waterway setbacks, and a responsible use of our water resources. The development site consists of 309,000 square feet of property located along the North Branch within Subdistrict C of the North Branch Corridor Overlay. To the west of the site lies PMD 2 zoned land, which includes the Prairie Materials Riverside Loading Yard. Because of this, the proposal was also subject to a buffer zone along Halsted, which requires that any residential units be set back from Halsted by about 131 feet. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to the applicant's attorney, Katie Jenke Dale, and the rest of the design team for future details.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Katie Jenke Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, and along with my colleagues, Rich Clowder and Emily Becker, we represent the applicant in this matter, which is an affiliate of Ani Group. I'm joined today by members of the development team, our architects, and the traffic consultant. As shown on this slide, we are engaged in a robust community process as part of this PD amendment, led by Alderman Burnett and neighbors of River West. This included many working sessions with DPD, presentations to the River Ecology and Governance Task Force, and the community groups, and a community-wide meeting. You should have letters of support from neighbors of River West in your packet. That robust process resulted in several project improvements outlined on this slide, and which we'll go through in more detail in the next portion of our presentation. I'll now turn the presentation over to Paul DeSantis from Getch Partners to go through the project details. Paul.
Thank you, Katie. Good morning, everybody. Okay. So I think it's helpful for us to start by just looking at the existing conditions of the site, bordered by Halsted and Chicago and the Chicago River. It's a very multi-tiered development that has a great amount of topography from street to riverscape. Thank you. The proposal that we have today breaks down the 310,000 square feet into 3 sub-districts. These districts are then what we would entail as the phasing of the project. So overall, 3 phases for it. Phase 1 would be located on the northwest portion of the parcel, so along Halsted and the river. This would include 1 tower and 1 podium. Phase 2 would then anchor the Halsted and Chicago Avenue corridor. This would include two buildings as well as an additional podium, and then extend Jefferson to the north. And then phase 3, which would be the furthest east, which would be at the Chicago Avenue Bridge. This would include two more towers as well as 1 podium. So in total, what we would be looking to develop on the 310,000 square foot site is basically 5 buildings and 3 podiums. And a lot of the dialogue that's been going on for the past 16 months is about rationally organizing these buildings in a very urban method, minimizing view overlaps, making sure that we have street activation, making sure that we don't have parking expressions that are along those areas, kind of mitigating the scale, but really enhancing the public realm through landscape and architecture combined. This is the existing photo of the site today, obviously to be cleared. The river wrap is actually in extremely good shape, and we want to actually activate that and enhance that as we move forward. This would be the full solution for the building, where we can see the multiple towers that surround over 2 acres of a public park that then has very active and interesting landscape features to mitigate that height difference going from the streets of Chicago and Halsted down to the river walk, and creating a public amenity that extends the river walk from Bally's to the south up to the north. This is the overall kind of master plan, as you can see. So all the road work is really internalized. Buildings are primarily being accessed within the sites, allowing for us to have perimeter street frontage with retail activation. This just shows where those main entries to the buildings are, as well as to the ramps. So the first 3 floors of the development that are below the streets would be primarily where the parking would be located. Those are really accessed. Those ramps are accessed internally, not necessarily from the perimeter along Chicago and Halsted. And then all of our amenities, lobbies, are internal so that we can have active retail frontage along the city streets. And then this just shows the kind of network of bus stations, divvy locations, proposed boat docking area that are around the perimeter. So it still is a bustling and active area, but it's being coordinated to try to keep our traffic internal, to keep the city traffic on the perimeter. A lot of solar studies have been done on the project, not only to minimize view overlaps for the buildings, but also to ensure that, in particular for the summer months, that we're able to get a mixture of shade and natural light onto the public park space that's along the river. And now I'm going to introduce Matt Strange to talk about some of the landscape concepts associated with the project.
Thanks, Paul. So the landscape for this site is really about a few simple ideas here. It's about reconnecting the public to the water, which has really been cut off for a long time. There's a significant grade separation from Chicago and Halsted down to the site. And so the design really brings up the streetscape and plaza level so that it can be accessed off of those main streets and reconnect the public, and then have also convenient access down to the Riverwalk from both Chicago, Halsted, as well as the center of the site that allows accessible connections, including wheelchairs and bikes. It's also about kind of reintegrating into the urban fabric. As Paul mentioned, we've got this connection from the Valley site to the south, which is Jefferson Street, through the middle to create a really kind of urban, simple fabric with the vehicular connections. And then it's also about reconnecting the public to nature. We wanted to have a site that didn't feel like a very kind of commercial sort of Bally's type space, but something that really was more in keeping with sort of the wild mile. A lot of native plantings, a lot of kind of immersive landscapes that as you walk through, you're within an urban environment, but it's very clear that you're also sort of immersed within nature. Here is an aerial kind of looking overhead from northeast. So a couple things you'll notice in here, we were really kind of deliberate in how we're transitioning that pretty significant grade down from say +30 down to like +7 where the Riverwalk is. So we wanted to have as much active retail as we could along the Riverwalk, but also transition that grade with a sloped landscape, with kind of terrace plantings, and then tucking in programming throughout. So you'll see a playground tucked within there. There's restaurant terraces, there's overlooks along the Riverwalk. So really a wide variety of different kind of spatial and social experiences. Here is an aerial from the northeast. So this is where you're kind of seeing the connection to Chicago. So you wrap around here with a switchback ramp. We'd like to integrate some kind of public art on those taller walls where where that condition becomes unavoidable. We also, you can see in here the Riverwalk along the edge. Per the North Branch guidelines, this is a 16-foot shared bike and pedestrian Riverwalk, but we've deliberately undulated the edge of it and created different planting pockets along the edge. So again, it feels like a very kind of gentle, meandering, natural type landscape. This is one of those kind of niches that I talked about along the Riverwalk there. We're creating these moments along the edge where there's lots of planting that you're immersed in, but moments where you can get right out to that Riverwalk edge or right to the water's edge and look over. As we mentioned, the existing river wall is in pretty good condition, but to kind of mitigate visually kind of the height of that wall, we're actually proposing some plantings along the edge that would trail over that river wall to bring some greenery down, even trailing in towards the water. Here's kind of a section that begins to describe some of that relationship. I talked about how we're terracing grades. This is at the Riverwalk showing that switchback ramp, transitioning down with some plantings, and then we're proposing a water taxi stop towards the northwest corner of the site. So this would be kind of where that connects. This is an aerial view towards the center of the site. So as mentioned, Ani Group also owns the Goose Island property just north of this. And so the idea is we're creating these kind of cantilevered overlook conditions at the center of the site to sort of visually create a gateway for boats that would be coming through the river, sort of a gateway into the loop. And so you can sort of see that there on the right-hand side of the image, as well as that sloped lawn with some terracing. The idea is that this becomes a very sort of passive seating space versus like a highly populated amphitheater type experience. This is a section of that condition we were just looking at, so you can see how that slope begins to transition that grade. So again, we're trying to create a variety of moments from upper level to mid-level to lower level experiences so that you can see the water from all sorts of different vantage points to make a more interesting public realm. I'm going to pass this back over to Paul.
So just one more time, I'm Paul DeSantis, design partner with Getch Partners here in Chicago. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the architecture of Phase 1. So this is a perspective that is looking from the Halsted Bridge back to the site. And as we mentioned, Phase 1 would have kind of one tower with a podium element that's separated. You can see it along the Riverwalk. You can see a lot of the ramping and grade changing and landscaping that mitigates how you get from Halsted down to the Riverwalk. We envision a material palette that is a Corten or bronze tone that is referential to the historical past of the area, the industrial nature of it. And we've also broken down the building so that we're able to create outdoor spaces for every one of the units, but also an activity belt that is elevated up above so that you can enjoy the city all around. And then as we move to that Halsted intersection, what you can see here is that we do have retail activation for the first 20 feet that's coming out onto a plaza. And then there's 3 floors of parking that are above that. So there's parking below grade and parking above. We want to make sure that that parking in this situation is extremely detailed. We want to have it be naturally ventilated through perforations in it, but we want a multi-layered experience so it feels almost like an artistic type of expression. And then we want the tower to kind of emerge. No large-scale plantings would be proposed above the ground floor. The ground floor would be all bird-friendly glass, and then that would mitigate any of our problems that we would have with the roof surfaces, which we want to put amenity decks on above. This is the kind of the footprint of that. So in Phase 1, we would only be accessing the drop-off area for the building from Halsted. It'd be a right in, right out kind of condition. And in there would also be the access to the ramps. But overall, you're getting one tower and one podium associated with this. This just starts to show how we would build up the site. So the lowest level is along the Riverwalk. That's where we would start to have our access. That's the first level of parking that we would have as we work here. This is in particular to note that any time that we are putting Riverwalk against the building development, we would be filling it in with commercial space. So we want to activate that. We want to make sure that you're never interacting with a parking facade of any sorts. But it is a 3-story tall element. So as we start to rise up, the parking can start to become a little bit, gets a little bit wider until we get to ultimately that ground floor where we're using retail to wrap around the parking podium, and then the tower itself would come to the ground. This is kind of the latest visualization of how the lobby for the apartment building would be, over 20 feet tall. We would like to do high transparency glass to promote kind of visual in and out and access, and then separating the volumes of the retail and the parking to create a kind of an interlocking quality for us at the base of the building. You can see here that the units do come all the way down to above the lobby, so you would have your balconies and activation. There's no kind of dead facade, if you will, for that standpoint. And then this just shows how the tower plans start to work their way up. Wherever you are in the tower, the units would always come to the ground, right? Above that, we do have a linear tail that has some kind of unique residential components that can look out onto the river, as well as our amenity deck would be above that podium element for access for all. And then the tower would rise in a more of a pinwheel or square shape as it emerged from the lower levels of the building. These are a series of elevations. I think some of the key components here is that we were trying to continue the classic rhythm of a base, body, and crown for the building. and start to get a certain sense of scale using the balcony geometry as a sense of detail for the tower, and then the materiality change from the podium and bringing that up into the tower proper. And then you can see the north facade, which has a much more of an elaborate groundscape as it starts to go from the Riverwalk up to Halsted, and it giving it much more of a multi-leveled experience in that situation. These are the overall sections that show some of the usage. So the salmon color is the ground floor retail. The orange colors are the amenities that are for both the residents of the tower, and then it is primarily green, which is the residential units themselves. And then these are just some small vignettes of the intent for the podium. So the first 20 feet would be the retail portals, bird-friendly glass that then is open and transparent. And then the 3 levels above would be the parking with the multi-level or layered facade, again, trying to use that Corten or bronze toned materials as the distinguishing feature for the podium. Here is the lobby space, again, high transparency glass held back from the columns to create a covered colonnade as you're walking around and shielding the residents coming in and out of the building. And then the typical tower or low E glass starts on level 3 as we work our way up. And this will then show kind of a variety. We have a variety of balcony types on the building. Sometimes they're inset, sometimes they're extended out beyond. And then, of course, we have this kind of amenity belt that gives the architectural language a holistic nature to it. And then this is an elevation, if you will, of phase 1, looking west. So where you can see some of the landscape elements and Riverwalk elements that Matthew was talking about, and then how the architecture of the building kind of rises as it gets towards Halsted Street. So there's a lot of activity in this area, and we wanted to let you know that Ani has commissioned KLOA to do the analysis for that. They are here if there's any questions associated with that. And as we've gone through, I'm not going to go through this, but we've constantly been working through enhancing the public realm, making sure segregation of pedestrian and vehicular traffic is well understood, and that parking is minimized, and trying to activate the usage through bicycle and other transit methods on this site, as well as articulating park and open space with well over 2 acres kind of dedicated to that kind of public amenity that's associated with it. And just kind of while following through with the urban design guidelines, making sure that we will comply with all signage standards and the like, but also creating a great pedestrian-friendly environment. And then using building materials that are not only environmentally sound, but that also have a character and a tradition that is befitting of the site for the project. Sustainability-wise, we are in full compliance with the requirements that we have, and we would be able to be compliant as it evolves, as it moves forward. And I think I will turn it over to Katie for some final thoughts.
Again, for the record, Katie Jinkey-Dale. The project has just under 2,500 units, and the applicant is providing all 20% of the required affordable units, or 490 units on site. The unit mix for phase 1, which consists of 688 overall units and 139 affordable units, is shown. The mix for that is shown on the screen, but overall the units will be at a weighted average of 60% AMI. The applicant will also comply with the mayoral executive order and has already sent the letters out to the DPS assist agencies. The project also has significant open space benefits outlined by Matt, including almost 2 acres of open space, 1,000 feet of riverwalk, and significantly improved pedestrian experience. At final build-out, the project is estimated to be over $1 billion in investment by Ani, and it will include over $26 million in contributions through the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund bonus and the industrial conversion fees. With that, I'll turn the presentation back over to DPD. We're available for any questions, but thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Katie. For the record, again, Max Lyon with the Department of Planning and Development. DPD has reviewed this project and the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded the proposal is appropriate for the following reasons. I should probably change that page, huh? There we go. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns in the existing community. It complies with the FAR standards and allowed uses for the zoning district and generally adheres to the goals and uses of the North Branch Framework Plan. And it promotes pedestrian interest, safety, and comfort, and reinforces desirable urban features such as site layout, staggered massings, and green spaces. Additionally, the proposal has received a letter of support from the Neighbors of River West Community Group. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development that this application for an amendment to Plan Development Number 1399 be approved, and the recommendation to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passage recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. We do have 4 speakers signed up to speak on this item. I'll call their names. Mr. Butler Adams, who's for the proposal. Mr. Michael Goldwater, who doesn't say if he's for or against. Mr. Steve Simmons, who's for the proposal. And last, we have John Bosca, who's for the proposal.
Yes, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I am in favor of this proposal, but I've been waiting on it for like 4 months to talk about it. I give architecture tours on the river and I have been doing so for 20 years, so this is right in my zone. So I'm gonna have a lot of fun in this whole area for the next 20 years. Over the past 3 or 4 years, I've had a chance to speak for Halstead Point, this Halstead Landing, the Salvation Noma project, and PD 1426. So for all those combined, if everything gets built out, you're talking more than 13,000 apartments, over 1,500 hotel rooms. So out of that, 20% was going to be affordable for everything. So you're talking more than 2,600 affordable units. And just for this project alone, if everything gets built out, you're talking about 900 affordable units for this whole project. And I think that's a benefit. I do hope that Ani looks at a few other architects to do these projects as well. I know you have Getch and HPA for these 2 projects, but we're talking just for these 10 buildings. And I would like to see some things broken up in terms of architecture. Perhaps maybe look at shop architects as well as from New York City. I like the landscaping. I hope you also add maybe, this is just for me, some weeping willow trees because they're very, very pretty. Again, I give tours on the river, so I've seen how they have enhanced Ping Tom Park and South Bank, just south of, can't even think of the street right now, but that project as well. Yeah. I do wish we can get rid of that 650-foot height limit. For me, that's kind of boring and restricting. It's not that tall. You're talking the height of Lake Point Towers. That's not that big of a building. I want a gateway to the North Branch, something big, something bold, something beautiful. For this project right here, you have that like 11-story bump out building. Get rid of that, tuck it under the tower and have that whole top deck be green landscaping. I'm just saying. Let's see. For the tower itself, get rid of that horizontal brick because it totally messes up the vertical flow of that tower. Again, I'm just saying. Also for your parking, I do wish you all would think about wrapping some of the parking garage with linear units so you don't have vents at all. Just have active space. Right now, that's all I can think of until the next project. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Next, we have Mr. Goldwater.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michael Goldwater. I'm a longtime resident of Chicago, actually born in Chicago, and have lived for the last 18 years in the River North neighborhood at the Montgomery Ward and Montgomery Ward Administration Building on the south side of Chicago Avenue, the east bank of the river, right in the heart of all of this. And I appreciate, like I said, the chance to speak to you all today. I'm not here in support of or opposition to this project, but really to bring highlight to and express my concern for a lot of the development that's happening in what I estimate to be about a half square mile area to Grand Avenue, or maybe just a little bit south to 900 North Halstead, where the other property is, and then from Halstead east to the river. In that area, there's right now 4 buildings already approved and several others coming that are going to add a tremendous amount. I estimate 4 hotels, over 1,000 hotel keys, 25 or more buildings, residential, over 10,000 apartments or condos, as well as a casino and tremendous amount of commercial space. I mean, this spot alone is 5 buildings and 2,500 units, The casino is 14 buildings, the casino area and the primary Tribune area, and 4,800 approved apartment buildings. What's being called the Halsted Point up north of you, the other Ani development which is gonna be happening first, is 4 buildings and 2,650 apartments, and then what's being called Noma on the land of the former Salvation Army properties on both sides of Grand Avenue. That's gonna be another hotel and multiple buildings. So this area, and then there's several other projects that are not yet approved that are in the planning stage. We know that what's gonna happen where the Blommer Chocolate Factory is. The property in the 600 block of Union Street, which Shapack Partners just, I believe, sold, is going to be developed. There's a lot of other property that is going to be developed, and I'm concerned that in this relatively small area, bounded roughly by Chicago and Grand Avenue, Halsted to the river, is already at critical mass. I will invite any of you to come out one night this week, next week at 5 p.m. and see the critical mass that already exists. And I know that there's infrastructure work that's being planned and it's going to occur. The Chicago Avenue Bridge is being replaced, but I don't believe it's sufficient to really handle all the density that's going to be happening with these 10,000 plus apartments, a full casino, 1,000 hotel rooms, and more that's going to be approved. So I'm asking the Plan Commission to really contemplate the infrastructure in all of these projects that are approved and are going to be asked for approval in the near future, and the infrastructure that is in our area right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldwater. Very good points. Next, Mr. Simmons.
Good morning, Chair Flores and members of the Plan Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about Halsted Landing. My name is Steve Simmons. I'm the Director of Business and Economic Development at North Branch Works. We are a membership-based nonprofit that serves small industrial and manufacturing businesses. We are also a City of Chicago delegate agency for the Neighborhood Business Development Center and the Local Industrial Retention Initiative programs. Ultimately, we support Halsted Landing. ONI Group has a long history of owning and managing its buildings successfully. ONI staff met with us and several of our industrial businesses. We are confident that ONI Group will work with any of the surrounding industrial businesses and find solutions to any problems that come up from having residential located so close to industrial. While we support the Halsted Landing project, we'd also like to point out the urgent need for public transportation upgrades in this area. Halsted Point, Bally's Casino, and Halsted Landing will all attract more people to this area. In addition, the Chicago Avenue Bridge and the Halsted Viaduct project is scheduled to start later this year. These developments provide an opportunity to be really thoughtful about adding affordable public transportation options. We'd like to see buses added to the number 8 Halsted line, the number 66 Chicago Avenue bus, and the 70 Division Street bus. Along with buses, we fully support ensuring there are protected bike lanes connecting the North Branch to the rest of the city. We have to be proactive in making sure there are affordable ways of getting around with all the development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Last, we have Mr. Bosca.
Good morning. My name is John Bosca. I'm here on behalf of 3 entities. The first one would be the Casino Advisory Council, which I'm chair. The second would be Neighbors of River West. And third is just as a Chicagoan and a citizen. First of all, on behalf of some of the comments that I've been hearing about in regards to the casino, first of all, appreciate that Ani has taken full advantage of the site and driven up the FAR to 8.1, which would be the max on the site. Appreciate that, as well as connecting the site when it gets developed to the casino site, which is directly across the street via the Riverwalk. So we appreciate that. I'm put on a different hat, Neighbors of River West. This is the second time that we have gone through this development and PD process. This is an amendment. This amendment is to what was originally done back in 2017, 2018, before and while the North Branch Framework report was being put together. This is in response to some of the Amazon and some of the corporate work that was being done. So we worked with Riverside and the Tribune to do that first PD here. In response, the market has changed. The world has changed since that time, and we all are aware of it. The committee has a letter from Neighbors of River West as support, as it fits all the different things that have been mentioned here in regards to North Branch Framework and the design guidelines. One other report, though, I do want to make mention of, and I do make mention of it in the support letter, and that's of the report from 2015, which is the waterway study. It talks about utilizing the river in commercial capacity. That's barges. In River West, we have a lot of barge activity, which we greatly support. Prairie Materials, which is a critical service to the city along with Begain, they have opportunity to get aggregates, stone, sand via barge. Looking at these sites that are adjacent to the river is a good way to access the river, use barge accesses where it's appropriate to get aggregate out of the area on the river. And so we've asked that, that Ani take a look at that. Again, the casino, we've asked, Gilbane and Bally's to take a look at getting that construction debris out of there. As a footnote to this, I'm done. As a footnote to this, we hope that you'll take advantage of the river. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bosca. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Barclay is in attendance. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant for this item? Commissioner Piñeiro, followed by Commissioner La Spata.
Thank you for the presentation. Pretty impressive project, but as we've heard from the comments here, I don't disagree that it's a transformative project for the area, or part of really what's going to be transformational for the whole corridor sector around there. So just to start getting a little bit of bearings on the project. So what do you expect to be the timing of the development, the different phases? Phase 1 especially, and then phases 2 and 3?
For the record, Katie Jinkydale. On the right-hand side of this slide, we have the timing kind of mapped out. As was referred to, there is the Chicago Avenue Bridge project, so we've been coordinating with CDOT to make sure that we can accommodate that. So phase 1 wouldn't launch until 2029, and then the future phases are mapped out as well.
Oh, I see in the top. Okay, phase 2, 31, 34, okay, through 37, the whole completion, okay. Thank you. And then what about in terms of the green area, the green space, which I thought was impressive, very well done. Is all that going to be accessible to the public? It's very much needed in the area.
Yes, absolutely. The green space will come online with each phase, and we'll record a DEMA development easement and maintenance agreement against it, against title, to confirm that or to ensure that in perpetuity it's accessible to the public.
Okay, great, perfect. And then what about, I heard a few mentions of the Riverwalk, and I saw it in one of the slides. Is there going to be connectivity, assuming that, of course, the entertainment district and casino and so forth is part of the project, part of the scope of the project, just connecting to the other side of under the Chicago Bridge?
Yes, so as Matt mentioned, Ani owns the former Greyhound site to the north, but obviously not the casino site to the south. But we have designed the plan to be able to accommodate that and would work with them to be able to connect the Riverwalk both north and south.
Okay, great, great. And then another question related to, I 100% agree, and I very familiar with the Chicago Avenue traffic on that bridge. The situation right now is dire, and I think it's just the rerouting related to what's happened in the construction in the Kennedy. It's just impacting all of that neighborhood. And that's a huge bottleneck. Is that, and maybe this is for DPD, is that part of the scope of?
I'll just add one thing and then I'm going to ask my colleague from CDOT to chime in, but just wanted to go back to the Riverwalk. So as I had brought the Bally's Casino project here before. So there are underwalk connections for both sides of these development. They'll go to the halfway point. And CDOT, as part of their bridge construction documents, have allowed for an underpass connection as well. So there will definitely be continuous Riverwalk. That's something we do for all projects.
Okay.
And then I'll turn it over to Kevin McGinnis from CDOT.
Yeah, Kevin McGinnis with CDOT. Can you repeat the question specific to traffic?
It's around the expansion of the Chicago Avenue Bridge.
Yeah, so I think one thing that is happening is we are working with CTA, our Complete Streets team, to implement new bus facilities and bike facilities along Halsted and Chicago. Something that has been desired by the community. And we think that implementing these will kind of help with the traffic, give alternate modes of transportation. We have evaluated the traffic study for this project, and we found that no additional improvements were necessary at this time since we are doing the traffic signal work at Chicago and Halsted.
But what's the timing for the Chicago Avenue Bridge expansion, though?
So right now it's a temporary bridge and the permanent one is in the works. I'd have to check with our colleagues to see when exactly the timing is on that.
Okay, my thought that's a problem area, and with all the development that's going to be taking place in that area, that's going to get even worse. So I think we have to address that. That's it for me.
Just to follow up your question, we have a rough estimate. The last estimate that I heard for the construction of that bridge is Q2 of 2025. So it is
Okay.
coming up.
That would be great. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lasplata?
Thank you so much. I was almost going to say the exact same point, although with the winter being what it is, we'll see how that holds. But that's a remarkable thing, number one, I want to say about the development that we're facing today. Sometimes we talk about getting the infrastructure down the line to match the development. And in this case, we're doing the reverse. We're building the infrastructure to meet the development that we want to see in this area. And I think that's remarkable. And I think the work that CDOT and DPD were willing to do to create genuine complete streets infrastructure in this space is fantastic. And to be clear, unless as Chicagoans, we start making different transportation decisions than we have for the last 40 years, no development is viable. Density isn't viable unless we start making different choices. And thankfully, if you're following what CDOT is talking about, being a city where since 2019, cycling has increased by 119%, people are doing it. They're doing what we hope to see them do, whether the infrastructure is there or not. And thankfully, the infrastructure is going to be there. I think that's fantastic. I think the green space is great. To see a development that has such a substantial number of family-sized units, deeply income-graded, affordable units is a really great choice to be making. I did have two questions. I did want to ask if you can talk a little bit more. I saw the phasing, and I'm curious to see how the phasing relates to the financing. This is like a monumental undertaking. Is the phasing related to the anticipated length of permitting? Our hopes and beliefs that interest rates will be down at that point? Can you talk about how this goes from a beautiful vision to cranes and buildings?
I'm going to turn this over to the developer.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Paul Purewall, the VP of Development for the Ani Group. So when we typically build out a master plan, we have an in-house construction arm, which is Ani Contracting Chicago. So we like to go from phase to phase. Each tower typically takes us about 24 to 30 months, and then that's how we've phased out the project accordingly. Some of the areas that are shown when we go from phase to phase are essentially construction, laydown, and other staging activities throughout.
And can you also talk a little bit about the $1.1 billion is a big number. If this was in Finance Committee, we'd be looking at sources and uses. This is not Finance Committee, but can you give us a general sense of what the financing of this we expect it to look
Sure.
like?
So initially, when we acquire a property, we actually use our own capital. Right now, we're going through a large refi in terms of our portfolio across North America, single asset, single buyer, with a couple different groups. I can't really disclose who they are at this moment because some things aren't finalized in terms of those agreements. But essentially, when we do recapitalize, we would be able to funnel some of those funds over from other cities that we develop in also to subsidize the funding for this project.
I appreciate that. I'm sure we'll hear more at length at some point. My second question was related to, we talked about this briefly up there, the executive order from 2017, the 26%, 6%, 50% requirements on, I think it's MBE, WBE, and Chicago resident participation respectively. Ani has completed, thankfully, like a number of really beautiful planned developments, a number in Fulton Market. I don't need this information today, but I'm hoping you can provide through the chair by the time this comes to zoning committee, how Ani has met these stated goals by the point of occupancy, so we can see what that success rate has looked like.
Sure, I think two projects that we've developed thus far were in compliance with the MWBE sort of ordinance, then those percentages. Here we have 48% MBE with our soft costs. Right now, we're only in a soft cost portion of the project, especially for the master planning, which is great. Thank you to Getch Partners for being MBE. And we'll continue to track that accordingly as we do for all of our projects that are subject to this ordinance.
I completely believe that, and I'm just asking, say PDs from like the last 5 years, if there's examples that you can give through the chair, not today, but through the chair,
Sure.
prior to this coming before the zoning committee, that would be helpful. Is that a clear request?
You just want examples for.
I would like to see for prior planned developments that have made it to the point of occupancy stage of the development, how the stated goals at the point of being at the plan commission align with the successful meeting of those goals by point of occupancy. No, I think I'm being clear. Am I being clear?
Yeah, I understand the question, and we can definitely get those percentages and the dollar amounts that we've committed to for the projects that were subject to the ordinance.
Okay, thank you very much. My last question was just related, because my computer is being glitchy. Could you go back to the Sustainable Development Policy page and talk a little bit more about how you're meeting the goals of that? Because we know we're making some shifts in the policy right now. And I could not.
I'm going to hand it back to Paul from Getch Partners.
I
to
appreciate it.
elaborate.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so this chart is really it analyzing the existing situation, and we would be in full compliance. We are extremely knowledgeable about what the next evolution of the sustainability requirements are, and it really it's a commitment to more of an enhanced commissioning and verification and certification throughout the process. And Ani in particular has been extremely willing to embrace that additional evolution. It's not necessarily an architectural challenge. I think it's more of a verification on the performance. But we're completely knowledgeable about the next evolution and very, very willing to achieve it.
I appreciate that, sir. I think the green space looks great. I would encourage, as I think I continue to do, but everybody needs a point, to think, I know you're doing bird-friendly design, bird-friendly glass on that first floor. If there's a way to extend that work up, particularly with, I mean, you're doing lovely landscaping. We know how it will be interpreted by our feathered friends. And if there's a way to further expand that design element, I don't even care as much about the points as making sure that your residents here and your patrons are not greeted by what follows by a bird unfriendly design. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Reyes, followed by Commissioner Soto.
Yeah, I wanted if you can share more details of the phase one and the affordable housing component.
Again, for the record, Katie Jinky Dale, and I just realized that um, the PowerPoint that got loaded did not have the chart that I was referring to, so I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
So, like I said, phase one will have 139 affordable units. That's because we're rounding up in order to do the Affordable Illinois.
139?
139. Of those, will be at the weighted average of 60% AMI. 8 of them will be at 40%, 39 will be at 50%, 45 at 60, 39 at 70%, and 8 at 80%.
Thank you. Amazing.
Of course, sorry about the slide confusion.
Noah?
Thing early because we got a lot of presentations coming. There are some documents that are last second slides that many presenters here will be referring to that did not get into presentations and uploaded with yesterday being a holiday. There's also some letters you'll hear me refer to that we received yesterday on various projects that did not get into the file. So I'll just apologize that for now, but yesterday's holiday caused some hiccups with uploading.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto, followed by Commissioner Cadakia.
I had a question in terms of the notifications that are sent to the assist agencies. Who is the contact that's listed on that letter?
Paul Purell again for record. It is Brett Carucci with Ani Contracting Chicago. So
And
these are,
there's a direct line to that because a lot of the assist agencies have been commenting that they reach out to the individual in the letters and they don't receive any responses.
okay, I'll take a look when I get back to the office and make sure that we're receiving those emails. And then I'll confirm with you guys on whoever those groups were.
And would you also be, your organization open to meet and greets and more type of engagement with
Yes.
the subcontractor market?
Yeah.
And has that been a practice that you've done in the past?
We have met with other subcontractors. I mean, we ourselves self-perform our construction by being the GC on the project, but everything else is subcontracted out in terms of the trades on the project.
Thank you. And then a question in terms of environmental, is this site, what's the environmental status of the site? Is it contaminated?
So we've done a phase one and a phase two. I don't have the specific details regarding the contamination on the site, but I can definitely get that information over to you as well.
Okay.
During our acquisition process, we have to essentially do a phase one and a phase two just
Yeah.
to ensure.
Because all of that beautiful landscaping that usually, I know you have change in grades, but that's also usually a tactic in order to encapsulate any issues that are on site. So I just wanted clarification on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cadakia?
Well, this is a really amazing project. It's obviously going to be very transformative to the area. I really wanted to, we've had a few comments. I really wanted to just repeat Alderman Laspada's or Commissioner Laspada's comment about the bird-friendly glass. When one other McCormick Place East situation happening, and given its location into the river, is one of the things that really struck me when I was looking at the plans. And then secondly, I just wanted to ask a little bit about the landscaping. I know it's compliant landscaping, but I was going to ask you what your thoughts or plans are for that. There's a lot of water resilient landscaping that's non-natives, Japanese spurge, a lot of use like that. I was interested to hear what you were planning to use for the landscaping. Not sure if I'm looking at the right person. I think you're the landscape
Yeah,
architect,
I'll turn this
right?
over to the landscape architect.
So my name is Matt Strange. I'm with Confluence Landscape Architect. All the planting that we're proposing here is intended to be very drought tolerant, very low maintenance. We would like to use primarily native plantings, like upwards of 90% native plants throughout, and all the streetscape trees in compliance with kind of the Chicago landscape ordinance. But all the plantings throughout the Riverwalk, we want to really be kind of representative of kind of riverine vegetation, things that will attract birds and pollinators and really be kind of indigenous to the area. So we would really like to play that up as much as possible versus a lot of ornamental plantings and non-natives.
Illinois has some really cool looking plants.
They do.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Carney and Commissioner Sicho Lopez are now in attendance. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Brooks?
You spoke about the commercial that is abutting up against the path along the river. Do you have any tenant types in mind? And then if you aren't able to fill that commercial space, what is an alternative plan for activating the commercial and in our information, it says commercial or flex space. What is the plan for activating that space that abuts up against the Riverwalk?
Paul Purewall again for record. So we have been in talks with our retail broker for the site, CBRE, and they've mentioned some experiential options could be viable here. In terms of the commercial and flex space, if it doesn't get leased up, we can pivot to it being an active use in terms of a building amenity that also activates the riverfront in those areas as well.
Any other comments or questions from the commissioners? Nope. Nope. Okay. Alderman Burnett, would you like to comment on this item?
Sure. Thank you very much. And as always, commissioners, thank you all for putting in your long hours. Appreciate you all being here and evaluating these plans. First of all, I want to thank the community organizations, Neighbors of River West, and also North Branch Work for all of their gatherings and evaluations and meetings in regards to this development. They've had several of them. I'd like to commend the developer for meeting with them, but also reaching out to other organizations that are in the area, that are near the area, but not actually in the area. So thank you very much for doing that. I think this is a great development. I just don't like the timeline because I don't know if I'm still be an alderman by the time you finish building these things. I don't plan on it, but anyway, but I think this is great. This is great for the city of Chicago. This is great for the Riverwalk. And I just want to mention another thing. I think you all need to allow for Mr. Butler to see the pre-developments before it come here, so he can give his recommendations, and also have all the architects from development to talk to him. I'm just saying. I couldn't help myself, I'm sorry. But anyway, this is a great development. I appreciate all of the affordable housing that's gonna come to the project. I also appreciate all of the 600 construction union jobs that's gonna come to the project, and also the permanent jobs. I know that the developers in deliberation with one of the unions about the permanent jobs, so I hope those conversations are successful. One of the things that I'm concerned about, I know Paul and we've worked together on several things, and just a note, in the Fulton Market, they haven't finished a project yet, have you? No, they just have proposals in the Fulton Market. Alderman, I want to mention that. They haven't built anything in the Fulton Market. But I just want to say, I want to make sure, I would like for you all to consider joint venturing with a minority contractor. Okay, I know you all self-perform and you're a general contractor and you do subs. I'd like to see if you would joint venture with someone. Okay, so if you can take that under consideration, I appreciate it. I know you all are always good for hiring minority contractors and also making sure that people from the community get jobs, which I appreciate. But we'd like to take it another step. Okay. Thank you all. I support this 100%. All the community meetings that we had, majority of the folks supported it. Also, look forward to, like everyone else, I am concerned about the traffic, right? But I always acquiesce to the Department of Transportation, who tells me that they think it's gonna be okay. The new bridge is gonna be a wider bridge. It won't, it would be, I think, 2 lanes now instead of 1, so it won't bottleneck. And that's the same thing we're doing with the Division Street bridges. And both of those, streets are gonna move a lot smoother when that happens. And hopefully, being in this area and being so close to downtown, but also having a lot of commercial space, we won't need as many cars, for these developments. And so I don't know, and I'm surprised that, Alderman, LaSpada didn't ask you all about bike parking, in your building. Did you show bike parking? Oh, you did? You saw it, LaSpada?
Yeah.
Oh, it was on there, okay.
Sorry.
So it's satisfied. All right, good deal. So with that, the green space is beautiful. I think this is gonna be a great amenity to the city. It's gonna complement, what you're doing with the Greyhound site and also what's going on with the casino. A lot of folks sleep on the casino site because that's not just gonna be a casino. There's gonna be housing and, other buildings over there also. So with that, I support this. I ask for this body to support it also. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. Do the commissioners have any additional questions for the staff, the applicant, or the alderman? Okay, not seeing, one last one, yes, Commissioner Soto?
You mentioned that, for the MBE participation, it's at, 48%. Is that solely to one company, or what's the breakout in, for professional services during this phase?
Paul Purell with the Ani Group. Right now, we only have a handful of consultants, and yes, that is the architect, which is the bulk of the work for the soft costs that are associated with the master plan at this time.
So the architects?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other follow-up questions or comments? Okay, not seeing any more hands go up. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Waterway Residential Business Plan Development Number 1399, submitted by Ani 700 West Chicago LLC for the property generally located at 700 West Chicago Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you, Commissioner Reyes, and second by Commissioner Escareno. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Thank you. Commissioner Boatright? Thank you. Commissioner Brooks? Thank you. I have a recusal for Commissioner Brumfield. Commissioner Carney? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda? Stepped out. Commissioner Escareno? Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner Cadaquia? Thank you. Commissioner LaSpata?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Sicho Lopez? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
A lot of people today. The next item today is listed as D3. A proposed institutional plan development submitted by the applicant, Chicago Transit Authority, CTA, for the proposed generally located, for the property generally located at 335-375 North Pulaski Road. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from PMD 9 into an institutional plan development with a max FAR of 0.47. The applicant proposes to construct a 56-foot tall, 3-story building of approximately 140,000 square feet. The buildings will contain general office space, classrooms, and training spaces, and a control center. The facility will include 188 surface parking spaces, 18 bicycle parking spaces, and 2 loading spaces. This is item 22283, and it's in the 37th Ward. Raquel Vega will provide the context overview and present the plan, the proposed plan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Raquel Vega with the Department of Planning and Development. The proposed development is generally located at 375 North Pulaski Road in the West Garfield Park community area in the 37th Ward, represented by Alderwoman Emma Mitz. The applicant, the Chicago Transit Authority, and their development team appear here today for the purposes of establishing an institutional plan development at the subject site. This request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development application pursuant of 17-8-05-04 due to the fact that the project will be a campus-style institutional use on a net site area of 2 acres or more. The applicant proposes to rezone parcels owned by the Cook County Land Bank and the CTA from Planned Development District, Planned Manufacturing District Number 9, or PMD 9, to an institutional plan development to allow for the construction of a 3-story, 56-foot tall building for a CTA Training and Control Center. The proposal includes 3 distinct programming components: the control center, the classroom, training, and office space, a high bay training area. And on the exterior, the proposal will allow for a flexible bus training area with 6 bus bays and 180 surface parking spaces with 18 parking spaces for bicycles. Here are some data points from the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, or CMAP, about the West Garfield Park community area. Here we can see the site within the boundaries of the Northwest Industrial Corridor, or PMD 9, and the surrounding urban context. It is located along Pulaski Road, just north of Lake Street. The site is served by the Pulaski Green Line Station within a short distance of the Garfield Park. The project will improve vacant land adjacent to the CTA property, currently used as outdoor storage. The proposed PD would be bounded by the west by Pulaski, on the north by the Union Pacific Tracks, and on the east by an alley behind the properties on Avers Avenue. The southern boundary cuts across the CTA property, up Harding, and westward towards Pulaski, around existing commercial properties. Now the CTA, represented by Daspin Almond, will go over the details of the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Raquel. For the record, my name is Bridget O'Keefe. I'm an attorney with Daspin and Almond. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, the Chicago Transit Authority. We have a CTA team here made up of representatives of the Chicago Transit Authority, the architect, Lamar Johnson Collaborative, and our traffic consultant. And we're going to provide an overview of the proposed CTA Training and Control Center, which will consolidate its system-wide operations into the subject location. The plan development was originally filed in October of 2023 and introduced to the City Council in November. Since that time, we've been working with the various stakeholders on the project to get feedback and input on the design. We have obtained the departmental approvals from MOPD, Fire, Stormwater, and CDOT. We've greatly appreciated the assistance of Alderman Mitz, who is here today with the community process. She first held her first community meeting in March of 2023 to introduce the project to the neighborhood, and then we returned a year later in March of 24 to present an overview of the final project. We've had a number of changes based on feedback we've received from various stakeholders. This has involved fence heights along the public ways in Pulaski Avenue, enhancement of landscaping and trees, and enhancement to the Carroll Street curb cuts. I'd like to turn it over to Shannon Riddle, who's the senior principal with Lamar Johnson Collaborative, to provide more detailed overview of the project. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Shannon Riddle with the Lamar Johnson Collaborative. On this slide, you can see the PD boundary with the project surrounded mostly by manufacturing and residential with some commercial along Pulaski. The ordinance authorized the street and alley vacation and dedication shown on this plan, and it was approved by the City Council in May of 2024. This slide shows a diagram of the new facility indicating 3 separate functions combined into one site. This is an important project for the CTA as it moves the control center to a brand new facility from its current location in the West Loop and combines several functions from other sites into training and high bay portions of this new facility. Shown in orange, you can see the CTA Control Center, which is the heart of the CTA operations. It is a 24/7, 365 facility that has 3 shifts of workers monitoring the entire CTA system to ensure safety of those riding public transportation in our world-class city. This state-of-the-art center will directly connect with the Office of Emergency Management and Communications. The 7,000 square foot 2-story command theater will be the heart of the CTA operations with approximately 80 employees on site over 3 shifts. The new facility will be able to provide dynamic views into the system to assist in safe and efficient operations. Shown in pink on the slide, you will see the new training center, which will merge multiple facilities that are used for new employees, training and continuing education for existing employees and CTA contractors. The facility will be a welcoming point for new employees to CTA, greeting them to their new careers. For existing employees, the center will provide ongoing training and opportunities. By merging all training into one location, people can witness the career pathways outside of their current track, either for themselves or others. Shown in blue, you can see the high bay building, which provides hands-on training to bus and train operators, mechanics, and for every part of CTA's system, from fall protection training, confined space training, train simulators, truck safety, and more. Outside of the high bay is a paved yard, which will be used for bus operator training, CDL training, maneuverability course, forklift training, and other training. Next slide. This shows the building in context of the site with the Union Pacific and Metro Trail train tracks to the north, Pulaski Road on the west, and Lake Street with the elevated tracks of the CTA Green Line to the south and the surrounding buildings. This project is a planned manufacturing district, PMD9. The estimated project timeline is 4 years with construction planned to start in spring of 2025. There may be advanced work on the site before that, and CTA plans to be operational at the end of 2027. The main guest entrance to the building is off a small plaza in the southwest corner of our site, indicated with an arrow. There are accessible parking spaces for guests across from the main entrance. The Divvy Bike Share is also located adjacent to the main entrance. The main guest parking is in the southeast portion of the site and can be accessed by car from either Pulaski Road or Harding Avenue, and there is a pedestrian walkway along the south facade of the building. Employee parking is located on the north side of the site and is accessed through a secure gate, which has a gatehouse that will be manned throughout the day. 2 employee entrances are located at the north of the site adjacent to the parking lot, 1 for the training and high bay facility and 1 for the control center on the right side of the plan. Both are indicated with arrows. This image shows the main pedestrian jewel box entrance to the building along the Pulaski facade and the playful use of precast panels along Pulaski Road. This is the existing view of the site, what is there today. This shows a similar view from the previous slide with the entry along Pulaski, showing the playful use of precast panels, the curtain wall and aluminum canopy at the high bay facility, which is the pedestrian walkway from the existing guest parking lot into the main building. This shows a view directly across Pulaski Road. And this rendering is of the building looking south along Pulaski. You can see the variations of panels of the training facility with the same panelization of the control center, which is tucked around in a different color to indicate different building types. The employee entrance is also shown in this image. This slide shows all of the programmatic floor plans. The first floor showing the entrances, the one on the lower left is for guests, and the two arrows on the top are for the training and control center and for the high bay facility. You can also see that the training and control center have 3 floors. Next slide. These two elevations show most public facades. You can see the play of size and scale of the precast panels along the west and the more subdued rhythm of the high bay facility and the training facility. The main entrance is indicated with the curtain wall jewel box on the lower left corner of the slide. These two elevations show the areas of the building that are beyond the secured gate and the precast facades with form layer in a more subdued color scheme. These are diagrammatic sections of the building showing the control center and the training facility are 3 stories, and the blue is the high bay facility, which is 1 story. This is a section through the facade, which indicates a section through the facade at the training facility. You can see the precast panels are a variety of sizes, colors, and textures to indicate movement, while the curtain wall and window sections are set into those precast panels. These images show precedents of mission-critical projects integrating curtain walls into precast panels and a rhythm of panelization showing movement across facades. This image shows color precedents of the exterior facade taken from the color of the steel at both the elevated train and from the steel yard where this building will be located. The variety of deep oranges of movement of the tracks is represented in the color and play and texture of the building facade. This next set of slides discuss the impact of the proposed development on traffic conditions, existing transit options, and depict pedestrian, vehicular, and truck movements on the site. Please note that the site has excellent access to transit with the location of the Lake Pulaski Green Line stop a half block away and the 53 Pulaski bus stop in front of the site on Pulaski Road. Because CTA employees and contractors coming from around the region will be attending training at the facility, and because the control center is staffed 24 hours a day, there will also be adequate parking provided on the site for those who will drive. KLOA, the project's expert traffic and parking consultant, prepared a report which examines the parking and traffic impacts on the project. As part of the review, KLOA made the following recommendations and findings: that consideration should be given by adding time to the stoplights at Lake and Pulaski, depending on the time of the day of the week, and with the recommended adjustments, the development is not adding significant traffic volume. My voice, not just because my voice is ending, I'm going to turn it over to Eli Lecter from LJC to talk about the site. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Eli Lecter with LJC. The slide we're seeing on screen right now depicts the CDOT approved site plan. There are ongoing discussions between CDOT, Illinois Department of Transportation, and CTA about potential additional design improvements to the Pulaski and Carroll intersection. It is understood that all parties will have to agree on these improvements, if any, prior to the issuance of a building permit. The project will also coordinate any potential improvements to the Carroll and Pulaski intersection with the Alderman's office as well. The next few slides are going to address transportation, traffic, and parking. This slide depicts the pedestrian access and circulation on site. Pedestrians can access the site both for the main entry from Pulaski, as well as the dedicated walkway along the south face of the building from the main visitor parking lot in the southeast. Employees will access the facility from the 2 main entry points on the north side of the building, and the parking lots on site are located to be away from public view per the codes. This slide shows both car and truck as well as bus circulation on site. Employee and visitor cars will be able to access the site from Pulaski as well as Harding Avenues. As mentioned before, visitors will be able to park in one of the 2 southern parking lots, and employees will park in the northern parking lot, passing through a secured checkpoint mentioned before. The site will be serviced by small trucks for trash pickup as well as deliveries. The 2 diagrams shown on screen right now demonstrate that an SU-30 single unit box truck can access the site from Pulaski Avenue and circulate on site without any issues. The vehicle shown is the main vehicle that we expect to be servicing this site on a regular basis. And this plan on screen depicts the vehicle use areas as well as the associated planting areas. The main flexible outdoor training area is screened from residential lots to the east. And we have expanded the planting areas as well as the trees in that location. All parking areas meet or exceed the Chicago Landscape Ordinance, and additional trees have been planted on site, especially along the western property line as previously mentioned. An ornamental site, fence will surround the entire site as well. This project is a regulated development based on the Chicago Department of Water Management regulations. The project plans to detain stormwater on site in underground vaults depicted here in blue. And the project plans to exceed the ordinance by 50% as shown on the screen. And I'm going to hand it back off to Shannon Riddle.
Again, Shannon Riddle with Lamar Johnson Collaborative. This slide shows the City of Chicago Sustainable Development Policy and the path to 100 points that the project will comply with. I'm now going to turn it over to Bill Polachek with the CTA.
Hello, everyone. For the record, my name is Bill Polachek. I am the General Manager of Capital Construction at the Chicago Transit Authority. I will be speaking to the project diversity participation goals for the project. So our current contract with the developer has a 28% participation for qualified disadvantaged business enterprises, which which are made up of minority and women-owned business enterprises. On top of that, we have workforce goal initiatives of 10% career opportunity goals for federal WIOA and Section 3 workers, a 10% apprenticeship goal based on hours, and a 35% goal of CTA service area economically disadvantaged worker goal.
Again, for the record, Raquel Vega from DPD. So the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the creation of the institutional plan development will be appropriate for the following reasons. The process has ensured adequate public review from major development proposals and has been reviewed by Fire, Stormwater, and MOPD with conditional approval from CDOT. The proposal encourages unified planning and development through the consolidation of programming and services into one site. The development improves a mostly vacant site with new public building, landscaping, and promotes economically beneficial development patterns which are compatible with the existing neighborhood character. And it's consistent with the Northwest Plan Development District, Plan Manufacturing District. The proposed uses include major and minor utility services, wireless communication tower, and other accessory uses. The maximum allowable FAR 0.47 with a maximum height of 56 feet and standard setbacks, including landscape requirements, are part of this project. Therefore, the plan development process allows for the flexibility in the use, bulk, and development standards to promote excellence and creativity in design and high-quality urban design. The proposed site is located within 500 feet of the Pulaski Green Line Station and is adjacent to the number 57 Pulaski bus route. The CTA will also provide pedestrian crossings improvements in addition to relocating bus stops to promote more efficient traffic patterns. The proposal provides sufficient parking with 188 spaces in addition to 18 bicycle parking spaces and is sponsoring a Divvy bike station. Therefore, the plan development promotes transit use in addition to pedestrian and bicycle use while minimizing adverse visual impact of any off-street parking. The building is located at major intersections. The building located at intersections should have prominent design and lighting programs. Most sides and areas of the building are visible to the public and are treated with materials and finishes and architectural details that are high quality and appropriate for use in the primary street-facing facades. And finally, the parking should be located behind the buildings or at the side of the buildings, and which is the case in this situation. The north parking lot is located between the building and the railroad embankment with handicap parking close to the main entry and off the main road on Harding Avenue. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding the project and the plan and additional plans identified here. So based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that the application to establish an institutional plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council's Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Raquel. I believe Commissioner Barclay would like to make a statement as CTA chairman on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the Chicago Transit Authority, we have the opportunity to transform neighborhoods through transit access and investments. In the 37th Ward on Chicago's west side, we're getting ready to begin construction of a new consolidated training facility and control center. Our hope is that this $240 million project will be a monumental benefit, not just to the CTA, but to the west side, West Garfield Park community as well. At CTA, our mission is to deliver quality, affordable transit services that link people, jobs, and communities. Central to our ability to deliver on our mission every day is having a trained workforce and our ability to monitor the entire system. This new building will house both the CTA's control center and training office, both critical components to our day-to-day operations. We're working to start construction early next year with the plans to have our new training facility and control center operational by early 2028. During construction, it is anticipated that more than 200 jobs will be provided, including roughly 25 new hires. The project has a 28% DBE participation requirement, which will be met by minority or women-owned firms. Additionally, there are goals to encourage apprentice workforce opportunities and local labor participation. The new control center will modernize CTA's technology for dispatching, operating, and monitoring the bus and rail networks. This state-of-the-art facility will directly connect with the Office of Emergency Management and Communications. The new facility will be able to provide dynamic views into the system to assist in safe and efficient operation. The new training center will merge multiple facilities that are used for new employee training and continuing education for existing employees. The facility will be a welcoming point for new employees to CTA, greeting them in their new careers. For existing employees, the center will provide ongoing training opportunities to advance their careers. By merging all training, people can witness other career pathways outside of their current work track, either for themselves or others. When completed, the facility is anticipated to have about 130 permanent employees, adding to the nearly 800 CTA employees already assigned to the Chicago West Shops complex, located just to the south of the new facility. This means that we will have 1,000 CTA employees who are part of the West Garfield Park community 4 years from now. And I look forward to seeing the long-term investments this brings to the area in the years to come. We're appreciative of the great work of Alderman Mitts in helping to facilitate this monumental and historic project. we would like to solicit your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barclay, and we do have your recusal for this item. Would Alderman Mitz like to make a statement on this?
Yes, I would, Commissioner. Let me just say this has been an exciting project as we are looking to revitalize our community. And as you can see, the old and what the new is going to look like, it would make you excited. So, and working with CTA and coming out to community meetings, gathering information from the community, they feel excited to be able to have a training facility right there for the community, opportunities, and being able to get into the world of transit. So I'm looking forward to this project getting started. I'm hoping favorable on this body to be able to support the move for taking out the old in a disinvested area, long time overdue, right on Pulaski, bringing in all the new amenities to go along with it. Whistles and bells for CTA. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to move on to the commissioners. Do anyone has a comment? Okay, Commissioner Escareno?
Yes, good morning. I'm very excited to see this type of development, and we at the Park District have one of our gems, literally almost kitty corner from where this development is coming. And to Alderwoman Mitz and to the chairman here, I agree. I think this development is not only going to add additional vibrancy to this area, and just for the record, we at the conservatory, at the Garfield Park Conservatory, had 325,000 visitors last year. And so for us, the Green Line and the transportation that allows people to get there, and then now seeing a center that is going to be very close to it, and the way that it's placed within public transportation access. And so just want to give kudos to all that thought about the placement of this facility. And also, I think just as a city, the growth in this area and a lot of the investments that are being made in this area are really going to be helpful and really supportive to the growth of what's already happening in Garfield Park and beyond. A question, and I think and maybe it was answered in your comments, Chairman, is how many people will be trained or what's the number of individuals that are actually being trained through this facility? And does this bring all of your training together into one facility?
So for the record, I'm Bill Polachek from Chicago Transit Authority and Construction. The date, you're asking about the day-to-day, how many people are getting trained?
Right,
Yes.
right.
Okay, it varies. On like I'll say a standard day, it could be anywhere from 40 to 50 people for standard different types of training, to large groups of training. When we do operator trainings or large safety trainings, it could be upwards to 150 or more people on a given day, but it varies.
And just also kudos on the sustainability aspects of this. And I know that you're putting some of the greenery in here for us at the Park District and all that we're doing as a city. I think anywhere we can just continue to incorporate green concepts into the buildings and into construction is really helping us all to build on the sustainability and cooling effects of our city. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Escareno. Anybody else? Commissioner Laspata?
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the project. I will say, whoever was presenting first, when you said playful use of precast concrete panels, I smirked under my breath. I was like, what does playful use of concrete look like? You know what? That's exactly what playful use of precast concrete panels looks like. It looks fantastic. It's really thoughtful design. I love it. I love when we also draw a building and we don't just talk about, hey, you can bike there and there's bike parking. You can. I actually just used the Lake Avenue protected bike lanes to go to the Douglas Park Community Mobility Collaborative last week. Lake Street is a really enjoyable cycling experience. And so you can actually get here from a lot of different modes of transportation. I think that's really remarkable. I had two questions. Number one, I appreciate a variety. I appreciate the number of different investments you are making as part of the Chicago Sustainable Development Policy. The question I had was related to the EV charging stations and EV charger readiness. Are we talking about for buses or for people who are driving there or for both?
Again, this is Shannon Riddle with Lamar Johnson Collaborative. So that was specifically referring to both guest and employee parking. But I don't know if Bill wants to talk about other plans for the actual.
Again, Bill Polachek, Chicago Transit Authority. We do, as far as the training, obviously, we are in the process of electrifying our fleet, or alternate green fuel sources, including electrification. So there's backbone and things put in so that as we get these new types of chargers and different legacy type items, we have the facilities there to train our employees and personnel on how to properly maintain and use them. So from that aspect, we will have things to train. Most of the buses there are just used for teaching people how to drive or service them. So they're going to be maintained and serviced at one of our local bus garages typically.
Fantastic. I had one other question related to bike share sponsorship. Are we doing a new station here? Because I saw that there's one at Pulaski and Lake currently. Is this for an additional divvy station? Right at the
You're asking about the Divvy Bike Station?
Yes, there's 5 points for bike share sponsorship.
We're adding that as part of this project. The station there is existing.
Okay,
Yeah, this is an addition for this initiative. We're adding a Divvy Bike Station close to the entrance of the training facility.
okay. I appreciate that. I'll close, and this is tangential to your project. But a lot of people have a lot of fun dunking on the CTA and your employees these days. And since we're here, I want to share with you something positive, which is yesterday, my daughter and I took the Western and then 76 Diversity buses to the Peggy Notbart Museum yesterday. Getting on the Diversity bus, first thing our driver says to us is, "How's your day going?" How refreshing from a bus driver, number one. But number two, we get off the bus, end of his route, approximately 2:48, if there's a way to get this back to this gentleman. I had forgotten my daughter's diaper bag on the bus. He gets off the bus, comes into the lobby, finds us at the museum to get it back to us. That's someone who's not just a model CTA employee, he's a model Chicagoan, 76 bus, 2:48 drop off of 76 Diversity. I don't know how you give a commendation to your employees, but there's so many of your folks who deserve commendations for the work that you're doing for you all. And if he's someone who's going to be the kind of person trained at this facility, just keep the good work going. Thank you.
On behalf of CTA, thank you for that positive feedback.
You're welcome.
That's great.
Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Commissioner Carney?
Thank you. I just want to go on record commending CTA on this project and recognize Bill Polachek and his team for a outstanding plan and a good project, and appreciate his leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Cicho Lopez, followed by Commissioner Soto.
Thank you. Just want to echo the comments of Alderman La Espada, and I also want to commend Alderperson Mitz for this important achievement and the need for investment in our agencies as well. So this is, I think, refreshing to see, and the investment on facilities like this, training facilities. Want to emphasize, I think, in this body a lot of the need for local hiring, making sure our communities can access these facilities and promote employment in the communities where we operate. So I want to commend the CTA and all of us, I think, as public servants. I think it's refreshing to hear Alderman La Espada's comments about the need for us as public servants to set the example every day. So I want to commend the CTA leadership, Alderman Mitz, of course, for for her leadership in her ward and just on the record in support of this important project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Soto?
Yes, more of a comment. I was the project manager for the Hatchery Chicago, which is also, down the street. And that's a series of entrepreneurs from the community and from beyond. And by generating this project, there's going to be a lot of individuals who need lunch, right? Has there been any conversations about how to increase that connection with the hatchery and how this development can support the hatchery and how the hatchery can support this development?
We have been working through our Government and Community Relations Department, who's not here today, so I apologize, with local groups, including the Garfield Park Chamber of Commerce, to talk about the project and to answer questions. So I believe that is an ongoing conversation and continues. So yes, we have been engaging in addition through Alderman Mitz, also with the local Chamber of Commerce. So yes, we have been engaged.
Okay, and then another comment in terms of the individuals there who are, monitoring and who are, the central eyes for the CTA. Those individuals sit for a really long time. Is that in your programming, is there any exercise area in this building for them to get moving?
Our Training and Workforce Development Group has been trying to implement a exercise room at some of the existing facilities. There is room for something like that. We are in conversations about when we actually build out the facility to accommodate training's needs. That is an element that is on the table, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Not seeing any more hands raised. I do want to go on record saying that it's very refreshing to see the design that was done for this building. Usually for these, big box training facilities, you don't see that. So thank you for going above and beyond on the design. And if there are no more comments, I'll go ask for a motion on this item. Almost ready. Do I have a motion on a proposed institutional plan development submitted by the applicant, CTA, for the property generally located at 335-375 North Pulaski Road, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Motion by Commissioner Piñeiro, second by Commissioner Lasplata. Okay. I will go ahead and do a roll call vote. So we do have a recusal from Commissioner Barclay and also from Commissioner Boatright. So then I'll start with Commissioner Brooks. Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield. Thank you. Commissioner Carney. Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda. Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Escareño. Thank you. Commissioner Flores. Yes. Commissioner Cadaquia. Thank you. Commissioner Lasplata.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto. Commissioner Sicho Lopez. Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman. Thank you. Motion passes. The next item is listed as D5. A proposed residential business plan development submitted by 2328 South Michigan Owner LLC for the property generally located at 2328 South Michigan Avenue. The applicant proposes to rezone the site from DS-5 to a DX-5, then to a residential business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct an 18-story, 170-foot tall building, 256 dwelling units, 10 parking spaces, 3,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and incidental and accessory uses. The project will provide two loading zones and 256 bicycle parking spaces, a 3.1 FAR bonus, and 0.31 FAR bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 8.41. This is item 22414, and this is in the 3rd ward. Fernando Espinosa will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good afternoon. For the record, Fernando Espinosa, City Planner with the Department of Planning and Development. With me today are members of the development team who will be available to answer questions from the commission. The site is a transit served location. It's located at the near south side community area. Based on CMAP information, the near south community area has a demographic data with a total population of 28,795. The median household income is 130,000, approximately 113,000. The race and ethnicity data is approximately 52.6% white, non-Hispanic, 5.4 Hispanic or Latino, 22.1 Black, non-Hispanic, 16% Asian, non-Hispanic, and 4.4 multiple race or other. As previously stated by the chair, the applicant is seeking approval for plan development located within the general boundary of 2328 South Michigan Avenue. Currently, the site is vacant, and it was a former fast food restaurant. I will now turn over the presentation to Rich Clouder, who represents the applicant. Mr. Clouder?
Thank you, Fernando. For the record, Rich Clouder, DLA Piper. You good? Okay. We represent the applicant in this matter, which is an affiliate of Fern Hill, whose principal, Nick Anderson, is seated behind me and to the left. As Fernando noted, let's go to the next slide. Do you want me to drive? This slide shows the subject property, which is located mid-block on the west side of Michigan Avenue between 23rd and 24th Street in the 3rd Ward. Next slide. The site is very well served by transit, as you'll note here, including the Cermak CTA rail stations, the Metra line, and the Metra and many other bus lines. The next slide, please, does show the surrounding zoning districts, which are primarily downtown zone sites. Scattered among them are a few planned developments, including the one encompassing McCormick Place. Next slide. This slide shows the vacant site in a perspective from the southwest and northeast. Next slide. And here is a similar aerial with the proposed building massing hatched in. Next slide. And this slide shows the pedestrian context. The site is currently vacant and is a former Burger King drive-through restaurant. Next slide. And here's that same context in elevation. Next slide, please. The next series of slides show the existing context with the proposed improved future condition. This first slide is a view from the southeast looking northwest. As you'll see, the taller portion of the building is not visible from Michigan Avenue at this location. Next slide. Same view except from further south along Michigan Avenue. Next slide. And here is a head-on view from across the street to the east. Next slide. And another one from the northeast looking southwest. Next slide. As you move further south and further away from the site, you start to see the taller portion. It should be noted that this portion in particular was carefully studied by the Department of Planning and Development's Historic Preservation Team and the Landmarks Commission. Next slide, please. This is a similar view from across the street, but slightly shifted. And finally, the next slide shows the site located in the Motor Row Landmark District. And as a result, of that location. The plans were carefully reviewed with Historic Preservation staff and the Landmarks Commission, and the Landmarks Commission approved the project on June 14th, just last week. The project is also located within the boundaries of the Near South Community Plan, which was adopted approximately 20 years ago. Next slide. Finally, the site, because it's served so well by transit, is taking advantage, first time I'm aware of the floor area bonus that's allowed under the Connected Communities Ordinance that allows projects to swap out parking for affordable housing. And as a result, the yield here is the establishment of an additional 5% of on-site affordable housing, or a total of 25% on an overall basis. Next slide. Before I turn it over to Jake Waller from ESA, the project team did work closely with Alderman Dowell and the Near South Planning Board on this project, resulting in the design evolution shown on this page. I'll turn it now over to Jake, who will give you a little bit more detail on the project details. Jake?
Jake Waller, Econoff Saunders Architects, for the project architects for this project. Thank you, Rich. I just want to talk a little bit about the district before we talk about the design. As many of you know, the district roughly extends from Cermak down to the Stevenson. It was, in its heyday, the sort of epicenter of automobile sales between 1900 and 1930. The kind of golden age of this new invention, the automobile. Different automobile manufacturers were fighting for frontage along Michigan Avenue. And so you see a lot of varied styles, entrances, materials. One significant feature of these buildings is that they incorporate parts of what we would now call Chicago style fenestrations and detailing. So the design solution for this project was really about taking a 175-foot long frontage and not doing something that's monolithic, being respectful and complementary to the widths and scales of the existing building. So it's both a building about being in context without mimicking, and also being respectful of the existing building stock in terms of heights, massings, et cetera. The massing that you saw on a previous slide is really about that. It's establishing a frontage that is complementary along Michigan Avenue, understanding that we need to add density across the city, but in particular this neighborhood. So setting back a rear tower that is not in conflict with the sightlines of being on Michigan Avenue in the district itself. Next slide. So the building is U-shaped at this first floor level. We've got a 3,000 square foot retail premises fronting Michigan Avenue. The feature here that is most relevant is this large courtyard that separates the low 7-story building with the taller 170-foot 18-story building in the rear. Back of house space, bike room, lobby, residential lobby connect the two massings at the south. Next. Typical floor plates here at the residential levels, 20 units along that front building, 9 to 10 larger units along that rear tower building. Next. A rooftop amenity on the lower building at what is the 7th floor for that building. The frontage of the Michigan Avenue massing is really 6 stories. The 7th story is a setback penthouse, dog run, mechanicals, amenities. And then the tower's got its own amenity space, a large outdoor terrace facing the skyline and the lake. Next. Elevation here, the material palette is reflective of the district. Instead of one material across 175 feet of frontage, we've really selected 3 or 4 different materials that are seen in tone in the district today, but aren't exact matches for those historic materials. So you're seeing here terracotta toned masonry on the left, white glazed brick in the center there, and then a tan toned material on the massing to the right. Next. The tower in the rear, we want it to be as neutral as possible. We don't want this to be a contributing building that is in any way trying to act as historic or contributing to the essence of Motor Row. So the materials here are very neutral, aluminum curtain wall system, metal slab edge covers, spandrel panels. Here's that separation in height. Again, this height, we work very closely with Historic Preservation Division about this 170-foot height. It really provides for a zero sight line of that tower building when seen directly across Michigan Avenue to the east. Just another view from, I think, the south, the same geometry in play here. You can see that penthouse on the lower building, again, set back, further contributing to the sense of lowness on that fronting building along Michigan. A few axonometric sections here that sort of show this unique arrangement with a 47 to 50-foot courtyard separation between the two masses in the middle there. A few more vignettes of the sections between the front and sort of inner courtyard face of the low building. A variety of materials here, again, a tan complementary brick tone. On a portion of it, the center mass is a lower brick expression in white glazed brick, very contextual to the district, and then some black metal tones. Next. Here's all three together along the Michigan Avenue frontage. There are a few buildings in the district that use this hunter or moss green window tone with the terracotta tone masonry. It's a really unique, very Chicago expression, utilizing that on the far south end of this low building. Again, the curtain wall system, very neutral, passive in its sort of design elements, a mix of insulated slab edge covers, vision glass, and spandrel. Another view from the elevated height. Next. This is an infill building, mid-block, so it has no curb cuts along Michigan Avenue. It does have an 18-foot wide existing alley at the rear that can be accessed from Wabash or from 23rd. Again, 10 parking spots along the rear of the building, all on grade, 2 loading berths along the alley there as well. KLOA has done a traffic study that was approved and a TDM study that was approved by CDOT. Louis obviously here for questions from anybody. Actually two things here. We want and we'll provide unbundled parking from rents in the building. So those can be rented separately or licensed separately. And then renters will be notified that the building has lower parking levels, sort of self-selecting for tenants in the building who choose to use the very proximate CTA or a bicycle system. Next. 5 replacement right-of-way trees, and then again, just a really unique planted landscape courtyard between the 2 massings in the center here that will see some midday exposures because it's in the north-south direction. Oh, we talked about this, a variety of material types. We think these work well together and are sort of internally complementary, but also complementary of other building stock properties in the district. Next. And we will comply with the sustainability policy. I think whether this is the current version or the new one to be adopted. A mix of plumbing reduction, energy use reduction, basic bird glass protections, et cetera. We will have a 100-year storm detention on site. That's an underground vault in the landscape courtyard between the buildings. Pretty efficient location for that, as we don't have a ramp or any other sort of subgrade parking structures. Next. Richard.
We referred to this earlier, but we do have a very robust affordable housing program here. I did mention that we're taking advantage of the floor area bonus allowed under the new Connected Communities Ordinance to yield a 25% on-site affordable circumstance, which I think is a testament to the creativity of DPD and the developer both to land on that solution. Next slide, if I could. More detail on the distribution of the affordable units across the building by bedroom size and so forth. It's proportional to the market rate units as required by the Affordable Requirements Ordinance. And then finally, the last slide, actually, that was a late addition, so I think you can go past that one. And then we do have a number of community benefits here. They're summarized here. Also, I think it's well worth pointing out that we have done a number of different bits of outreach already. In order to reactivate the site, we're making a $1.66 million contribution to the Neighborhood Opportunity Bonus Fund. And we are also doing considerable outreach to contractors and intend to partner with a minority contractor on this project. So I will hand it now back to Fernando, who I think is going to wrap up with DPD's recommendations. And we are here for questions should you have any.
Again, for the record, Fernando Espinoza with the Department of Planning and Development. Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the proposals submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed plan development would be appropriate for the following reasons. The plan development and proposal ensures adequate public review of major developments. This development was reviewed by Mayor's Office for People with Disability, Chicago Fire Department, DPD, and Department of Housing. It also encourages unified planning and development. The proposal will not influence the effect of development and is compatible with the uses, density, and height of the surrounding area. It also promotes economic beneficial development patterns that are comparable with the character of the existing neighborhood. Please refer to the department's staff report for further details of the proposal. Based on the foregoing, it is a recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development and the zoning administrator that the application for this plan development be approved, and the recommendation to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passed as recommended. This concludes the department's presentation. Staff and development team are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. We do have one speaker signed up to speak on this item, Mr. Butler Adams.
Yes, again, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I don't have much to say about this project. I think it's very nice. I like the progression of the earlier renderings to this project because it's become very harmonious with the architecture of the area and of that particular block. The fact that you have the tower also set back from the street doesn't allow it to impose visually on the historic district itself. And I also think that it's a good advantage for the site area because right now, again, you have that closed Burger King on site, and this project is going to bring in a lot more tax revenue than that Burger King ever did. Also, you're only like a block and a half from the Green Line stop at Cermak, which I believe was reopened in 2015, so it's been 9 years now. And as of 2022, the ridership had been up, but it's still down from 2019. So adding additional density in this area not only helps property tax revenue, but also fair recovery revenue. So there are a lot of vacant lots in this area, as you all saw from the overhead overview. So I hope to see a lot more projects of this caliber and density and height around that CTA stop. And I'm watching you all Fern Hill because this is the same developers who are doing that Old Town Tower proposal. So there's a lot going on in the city right now. So I'm just saying good luck to you all, and I certainly hope you all approve this project. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff for the applicant? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Good morning, or good afternoon, I guess at this point. I've lost track of time. I just wanted to highlight that, as was stated, the Connected Communities Ordinance allowed us to add more affordability to this project. This is actually the first time. This is the first project that has used this particular provision of the Connected Communities Ordinance, and I just wanted to thank the team for working with us on this, and we're really excited for that.
Thank you. Commissioner, sorry, Gavakia. I'm still learning it. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, afternoon, whatever it may be. Lovely looking facade here. I was really interested by your use of the live work lofts, and I have a few questions about that. So one of them is the 16 live work lofts, are they included in the ARO count is one of the questions. And then the next is, have you used them before? Like, what's your plan for this to make sure that they're occupied and activated? Another question is does that account for all of the commercial space on the first floor? I'm assuming this is a first floor situation. So if you could talk to sort of the program for the live work lofts, I'd be really interested to hear about that.
For the record, Nick Anderson with Fern Hill. Pull up the site plan. So when we decided to go for the Connected Communities Ordinance for the parking swap bonus, the site plan was a typical structured parking garage for the first floor. So when we eliminated that in lieu of units, it opened up the concept of a ground floor courtyard. So to activate an internal courtyard, we thought just an interesting concept would be live work units, where the front of these units could be used for artists, small business, type operations. In addition to this, along Michigan Avenue, the frontage there is traditional retail. So there's still 150 feet length and 30 feet depth of retail space. So hopefully all of those components, the live work and the Michigan Avenue retail, are kind of working harmoniously.
Are those live works part of the ARO set of units?
Yeah, so those 16 units, 25% of the live work units are affordable as well.
I think Noah wants to add to that.
Nick, I may ask you if you can respond to one other piece of Commissioner Kakakia's question, but I want to clarify. So the zoning ordinance requires a specific amount of square footage should be detailed or designated for the living quarters, and a certain percentage should be designated for the commercial use. And the applicant's been made aware they'll have to do that at the time of permit, so I want to put that on the record. If not, they would have to swap out and change those to full residential units if they can't meet the compliance for those obligations. I think, but Commissioner Kadaki also asked you, what happens if you can't fill them? I mean, is the answer just you go back to residential units?
If we can't fill them as live work, I think if you gave them away for free, someone would take them. I think it's just a matter of, on the affordable side, there clearly would be a lot of demand for an artist live work unit. The rest of the 75% of those units that are market rate, at some point we would just start reducing the rents until someone saw the value in it. And yeah, so a big piece of this, like Rich said, we're the first project we think to take advantage of the parking swap bonus under the Connected Communities Ordinance. So a little bit of this is also a test to see if there's a market for this type of a concept.
Absolutely. And actually, the fact that they're not fronting Michigan Avenue sort of changes the whole nature of the conversation, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Cicho Lopez?
Thank you. In the breakdowns of the affordable housing units, I think that there is I don't believe there's any three-bedroom units. I mean, I think that is being kind of a trend in terms of like family size units. Just sort of, just in terms of, the rationale and how we can, I think there's a huge deficit in terms of affordable housing units for families in particular. So just wanted just to check in terms of the rationale and maybe can show the breakdown. Yeah, there is it, the three-bedroom. I know that you have 24 two-bedroom, one bed and studios, but just want to kind of discuss the rationale or what is the analysis around the three bedrooms.
Again, Nick Anderson, for the record. So under the Connected Communities Ordinance, to qualify for the parking swap bonus, we have to maximize our MLA for the site, and then add from there. So just the math in terms of the unit count of the site, we need to build more smaller units in proximity to public transit. So that's kind of was the focus here. So, but certainly understand your need for more family housing.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
I just had well, first I want to say that I think that the design has definitely improved, as you see across the project schedule. And, the facades look like they are really going to incorporate into the neighborhood in a really great way. But I did have a question about the project timeline. I mean, it's exciting with the connected communities and other things, initiatives that are being met with the project. So what is the timeline and the expectation?
Again, Nick Anderson. For construction timeline, so next phase following entitlement approvals is financing. This site is located in the downtown zoning district's only opportunity zone federally. So that's the specific strategy for here. That requires that investment in this project is held for a minimum of 10 years. So it's a long-term hold, but that's our next stop is financing this through the opportunity zone program. And construction is as soon as possible, right? Yeah.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Nope. Not seeing any more hands. Okay. I don't believe Alderman Dowell is here, but somebody from her staff is here to make a statement.
No, person is here but did not want to speak, but we do have a letter on file from Alderman Dow. She
Okay.
apologized, she couldn't be here today.
Okay, thank you, Noah, for clarifying. Any last minute comments or questions before I ask for a motion? No, okay. Do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by 2328 South Michigan Owner LLC for the property generally located at 2328 South Michigan Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Boatright. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Piñeiro. Roll call vote. I think, yeah, Commissioner Barclay has stepped out. Commissioner Boatright? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Brooks? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Carney? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño? Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner Cadaquia? Thank you. Commissioner Laspata?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? It's okay, thank you. Commissioner Sicho Lopez? Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes. Ways to go. I just want to check in with our court reporter. Do we need a break or we still go okay? After the next one, perfect. The next item today is listed as D6. A proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Rhina 2501 MLK LLC for the property generally located at 2501 South Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. The property is zone M1-3 and is within the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to construct a one-story restaurant with a drive-through lane. This is item 784, and it's in the 4th Ward. Omar will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Omar Smailobegovic with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, Reina 2501 MLK LLC, is here today to request approval of Lakefront Protection Ordinance Application number 784 to construct a one-story restaurant with a drive-through at 2501 South Martin Luther King Drive. The project is located within the near South Side community area, which has a population of approximately 28,795 people. The project site at 2501 South Martin Luther King Drive is just south of the Stevenson Expressway and McCormick Place. This site is served by multiple CTA bus lines, including routes number 3 and 21. The closest transit station is the 27th Street Metro Station, approximately 1/3 of a mile to the southeast of the site. The site is in proximity to several neighborhood anchors, including McCormick Place, Insight Hospital, an Advocate Outpatient Clinic, and several neighborhood parks. The site is in a M1-3 limited manufacturing and business park zoning district and is within the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The subject property contains 9,235 square feet of net site area and is bounded by East 25th Street to the north, a 6-story self-storage facility to the east, an alley and restaurant with a drive-through lane to the south, and South Martin Luther King Drive to the east. The site is currently vacant of any structures. Now I'd like to pass the presentation off to Nick Vatikas with Sam Banks Law to go over the details of the proposed project.
Thank you. For the record, Nick Fatikas, Ftikas, on behalf of the applicant. And as Omar stated, yes, we are proposing to develop the currently vacant parcel shown on, I think the best picture is caption C, next to the left of the 7-story storage facility. It's a 9,230 square foot site, again, currently vacant. Go to the next slide. The slide showing now is a rendering of the proposed one-story restaurant. We did work with the Department of Planning and Development through a special use application to permit the drive-through, and some additional details were drawn out during our review process with the South Loop Planning Committee or Development Committee on renderings, which I'll get to next. The next, I'm sorry, is the timeline for the approvals. Where we started back in January of 23 with our zoning intake again for the special use required specifically for the drive-through component. The restaurant itself is an allowed use within the M13 district, and that M13 district would remain in place. And then just kind of going through the steps, the blue is up until or through the zoning review process for special use, and the pink is the pending process. So again, currently vacant land, and the proposed layout of the restaurant organized or oriented toward the corner. We did work with, again, planning and development to leave sufficient spacing on both 25th Street and South Martin Luther King Drive to allow for additional pedestrian access. So there's some opportunities for outdoor kind of cafe, sidewalk cafe, both on our property and then immediately on the sidewalk. We are proposing a dual order system in order to handle 10 cars, 10 drive-through cars of queuing at one time. And that's why you see kind of the lane split, but then come back to a single service lane for actual order pickup and then leaving the site back onto 25th Street. So single way into the site is from Martin Luther King. Single exit point is onto 25th Street. Here are some just general renderings. We did remove the proposed signage. We know that that has to go through a separate process, but the elevations for the building are glazed glass cement, a mixture of cement, fiberboard, as well as panels, and then also face brick. So we can just kind of take you through the different elevations. We did work with the Near South Planning Board on breaking up the materials so that there was a little bit more aesthetic to the building facade. It's the rear, and then that's the order side. We did, is this where I turn it back over? Okay. So we did also provide, as part of our application, the 14 policies responses. Again, the reason the application is before the Plan Commission today is because it is a lakefront application. Our property is well within the boundary of Lake Michigan, although, as Omar indicated, we are separated from the lake by both Stevenson Expressway, McCormick Place, and even Lakeshore Drive to the east. And I can turn it back over to Omar.
Again, for the record, Omar Smailobegovich with DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that this proposal is in compliance with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance. In particular, the proposed project is in compliance with Policy 14 in that it is consistent with the pattern of existing development in the surrounding neighborhood. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved, subject to compliance with the plans presented to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Lasplata?
Thank you very much. Two quick questions. Number one, really love it as someone who goes to a few things at McCormick Place. Sometimes you just want to get a bagel and coffee beforehand, and it is not easy to get a bagel down there. Which brings me to like my actual question, because I feel like you're going to get a lot of business. I think the drive-through is going to be very popular. Is this a new curb cut on MLK Drive, or?
So there is actually, to the south of us, there's an existing curb cut that would essentially go to an alley. We wanted to provide distance between our entrance drive-through or driveway and the driveway to the McDonald's immediately to, and I'm screwing up my dimensions, to the south. So we wanted to put some additional spacing so that cars weren't literally exiting and entering properties next to each other. So it's a new curb cut, but it's essentially relocating an existing depressed curb to our point of ingress.
Got it. And I really appreciate that the egress is on a separate street, so we're limiting conflicts on MLK Drive, in part because that is a really useful bike lane as
Absolutely.
well. And we feel like we have enough space interior to the parcel to avoid cars queuing up onto the street.
That's specifically why why the project architect designed the dual order board. It allows us to put, the zoning board of appeals has kind of a running rule that they want to see at least 4 queuing spaces. We're at 10. By providing that second order board, it splits the traffic on site off of Martin Luther King and then kind of puts them back into the single lane for service before they leave the site.
Got it. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments or questions? Nope. Okay. We do have a letter of no objection from Alderman Robinson, so I just wanted to mention that. So if there are no more comments or questions, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Rhina 2501 MLK LLC for the property generally located at 2501 South Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you, Commissioner Lasplata. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Escareno. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright, Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Thank you, Commissioner Brumfield. Thank you, Commissioner Carney. Thank you, Commissioner Castañeda. Thank you, Commissioner Escareno. Thank you, Commissioner Flores. Yes. Commissioner Cadaquia. Thank you, Commissioner La Spata. Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Thank you, Commissioner Piñeiro.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Soto. Commissioner Sicho Lopez. Thank you, and Commissioner Tillman. Thank you, motion passes. 10 minutes, okay. We'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll be right back.
Get started. If everyone could take their seats, please.
Yeah. Microphone? Yeah. It's been more than 10 minutes, I think. Okay, we're gonna keep moving. The next item today is listed as D7. A proposed industrial plan development submitted by the applicant, West Pullman Development Partners LLC, for the property generally located at 1001-1235 West 119th Street in 1000-1234 West 120th Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from Planned Manufacturing District Number 10 to an industrial plan development to allow redevelopment of the site with a 413,400 square foot speculative light industrial facility. The facility would include 173 surface parking spaces and 119 loading spaces, 97 loading docks, and 2 at-grade loading doors. Item number 22399, and this is in the 21st Ward. Erica Selke will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Erica Selke. I'm the lead planner for the Far South Region with Department of Planning and Development. As mentioned, this is an application for a plan development to develop a warehouse and distribution facility in the West Pullman community area. So West Pullman is located about 17 miles south of Chicago Loop, south and west. Situated near Lake Calumet and the city's southern border. The racial makeup of the community is approximately 90% Black and almost 7% Hispanic or Latino. West Pullman residents have a higher degree of having a high school diploma or college compared to the citywide average. So with that, I will turn it over to the project attorney, who will walk you through the remainder of the slides. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mariah DeGrino with the law firm of DLA Piper. I and my partner, Rich Clowater, represent the applicant in the matter, West Pullman Development Partners, LLC. The subject property is located at the southwest corner of 119th and Morgan. And before I move on, I should introduce the team here. Leon Walker with West Pullman Development Partners is here to my immediate left. To his left is Rob Rose, also with West Pullman Development Partners. The project architect, Merrick Pula, is to my right with Ware Malcolm. And to his right is Leah George with Arco Murray, the project manager. Our traffic consultant, KLOA, Luwe Abuna, is to the left of Mr. Rose. As I mentioned, the subject property is located at the southwest corner of 119th and Morgan. It's shown in the red outline. The property is currently zoned Planned Manufacturing District Number 10. The boundaries of PMD 10 are shown in yellow on the slide. The property, commonly known as the Ingersoll site, was historically used for manufacturing and industrial purposes dating back to before World War II. Industrial uses continued in the post-war period, but eventually ended and the property was abandoned. The property is currently vacant. The city owns the western portion of the site. The applicant has acquired the remaining portions of the site through portions of the property through tax purchases. The photos shown are showing some context. The Kroc Center is located across the street on the other side of 119th Street, as is the fire station shown in the photos here. Christ Universal Temple is located to the west. A manufacturing facility owned by MyFab, which manufactures plumbing equipment, is located immediately to the west of the property. And then you're also seeing the historic West Pullman Elementary School in the photos. The land use context here, predominantly industrial uses surround the property, transitioning to business, commercial, and institutional uses, and then to residential uses in the broader area. The site is well suited for industrial with access to Halsted Street to the east and I-57 to the west. You see this bear out in the zoning map as well. The property is located in PMD 10, which transitions to commercial and business zoning districts and then residential in the broader area. The applicant proposes to develop the site with a 413,400 square foot light industrial facility. The building is divisible for up to 3 to 4 tenants. Approximately 160 parking spaces are located on the north side of the facility, including 20% as EV-ready stalls. Loading docks are located on the south side of the building along 120th Street. 120th Street is not broadly used by the community. The ComEd solar facility is located on the opposite side of 120th Street. The site area is approximately 24 acres. The floor area of the facility shown is approximately 0.40. As noted before, the parking will be located along 119th Street with the loading areas confined to the rear of the building on 120th, where it's a little bit quieter away from the public. A substantial number of trees will be located throughout the site. You can see the landscaped areas shown in green along the perimeter of the site as well. Morgan Street on the east side of the site is in pretty deteriorated condition, as you may have noticed from the photos earlier in the presentation. The applicant is committing to install the Parkway Street and curb there, Parkway sidewalk and curb on that location in cooperation with the city to address the deteriorated condition of Morgan. The project will comply with the stormwater management ordinance. This slide is showing you, orienting you to some of the entrances. You have the employee entrances to the office spaces on the north side of the building with office spaces anchoring each corner of the building. Loading areas again to the back of the building away from the general public. The next several slides will show you the building elevations. You can see the tenant storefront space in the darker gray areas. Building facade materials consist of concrete panels with reveals. The tenant entrances will feature high performance glazing with aluminum mullions. This is a view of the north elevation from 119th Street. You can see the tenant storefronts on either corner of the building. And then another one in the center of the building. This is showing you the south elevation, again, the rear of the building with the loading docks along the rear. This rendered image is showing you the tenant entrance. This view is taken from the corner of 119th and Morgan. So again, you can see the tenant storefront entrances. KLOA performed a traffic study which was reviewed and approved by CDOT. The study concluded that area streets and intersections have sufficient reserve capacity to accommodate the project. Truck circulation is located on the south side of the building, so all truck traffic will enter the site and exit the site from 120th Street and will access the greater street network through signalized intersections. Again, the PD meets the general intent and requirements of the planned development by buffering parking through landscape setbacks and detention areas, as you can see along 119th Street, locating operations towards the rear of the site across from the ComEd solar field, again with access from 120th Street via signalized intersections. And then, as noted here, streets and sidewalks will be reconstructed or repaired to CDOT standards. The project will achieve 100 points on the city's sustainable development policy menu through a variety of strategies. The applicant is currently targeting LEED Silver and will achieve the remaining points through additional menu items such as on-site renewable energy, landscape solutions, EV charger readiness, and 80% construction waste diversion. The project will provide at least 26% MBE and 6% WBE contract participation, and is expected to produce 150 to 200 permanent jobs, depending on the building users. The applicant has worked extensively with the city, Alderman Mosley, and the community to evaluate the project. Construction is expected to begin later this year, beginning with site remediation, and will conclude in fall of 2026. At this point, I will turn the presentation back to Erica Selke to go through the recommendations. We appreciate your time today and respectfully request your recommendation.
Again, Erica Selke with DPD. The proposed project minimizes conflict with existing traffic patterns in the vicinity, minimizes and mitigates traffic congestion associated with the proposed development, provides adequate bicycle and vehicle parking while minimizing the adverse visual impact of any off-street parking area, and substantial landscaping of the open areas on the site are provided. We believe the project meets the purpose and criteria set forth in the Chicago zoning ordinance, and its adoption would not have any adverse impact on the public's health, safety, or welfare. Therefore, the Department of Planning and Development staff recommends that this project be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Commissioner Soto?
So in terms of the timetable for the development, did I understand correctly that there's currently no tenant lined up?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Alderman Mosley, public, and aldermen that are here present. My name is Leon Walker. I'm the CEO of DL3 Realty, and pleased to present this project to you today. This is a spec industrial development that is a project we've been working on for a number of years, since 2018, formally, 2012 aspirationally, and that comes on the heels of this land being vacant for more than 50 years. I grew up in the area and have observed this property being underutilized and actually being an environmental issue for neighboring residents. And we're thrilled really to be able to now realize a dream. This is a PMD 10, so it's one of the first PMDs adopted by the city of Chicago. And because of the complications around land assemblage, environmental actions, and so forth, it's been prevented from moving forward. And we have stuck in there over these years to make sure that this comes to fruition. So to answer the question specifically, we have a number of conversations, a number of brokers. We're actively in the market, but because of the process and timing, you have to move forward, and then the tenant will be secured at some point during construction. Thank you.
So then in terms of like the design process and everything else, if you were able to secure a tenant, what would that timeline look like? Like, are you waiting to secure a tenant before you begin design and break ground?
We are not. You know, the industrial space happens to be a little bit different than, it's kind of more like residential in that way, because there's enough demand for the product. The challenges are usually in getting the location, getting this site assemblage, dealing with any traffic or environmental issues that might be present. And so, no, we're moving forward, and we have the wherewithal to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? No? Okay. I do want to mention that we have 2 letters of support. One is from Alderman Mosley, and the other one is from the Far South Community Development Corporation. So if we don't have any more comments or questions, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this item. Oh. Would you like to speak? I thought we just had a letter. Sorry about that. I know.
No, it is a very, very great pleasure to be here. Thank you for commissioners for your consideration for this project. As Mr. Walker mentioned, this is the city's 10th planned manufacturing district. And so to have an opportunity where folks can revisit the past of being able to walk from their homes to their jobs head of household jobs is something that has been a great call for. I've been just really impressed by the developers here who had the tenacity to take on this project, considering the land issues that were in existence, the passion and the purpose to bring it through, and the perseverance to stick through it. I mean, going back to 2012. And being just really thoughtful about the traffic and how it's going to impact what type of use could be here to best service our community. So with that, this was able to get the support of the 21st Ward and would ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Alderman. So with that, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this item. Do I have a motion on a proposed industrial plan development submitted by the applicant West Pullman Development Partners LLC for the property generally located at 1001-1235 West 119th Street and 1000-1234 West 120th Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Motion by Commissioner Escareno. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Tillman. I'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright? Thank you. Commissioner Brooks? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Carney? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareno? Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. I have a recusal from Commissioner Cadaquia on this item. Commissioner La Espada?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes.
You all for the support. Appreciate it very much.
Yeah, thank you. Looking forward to seeing it built. Severance is right. A lot. Well. We're deferred, but there's still information. We're on 8. Yeah. More to go. The next item today is listed as D8, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by 345 North Aberdeen LLC for the property generally located at 345 North Aberdeen Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from the M2-3 Light Industry District to a DX-7. Prior to establishing the proposed plan development, the rezoning would allow for the construction of a 483-foot tall building with 559 dwelling units, 559 bicycle spaces, ground floor retail uses at great landscape and open space area, and 255 accessory vehicular parking spaces, 10,000 square feet of ground floor retail commercial uses with accessory and incidental uses. A 4.5 FAR bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 11.5. This is item 22360, and this is in the 27th Ward. Fernando Espinosa will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good afternoon. For the record, Fernando Espinosa, Department of Planning and Development, City Planner with the Central Region. With me today are members of the development team who will be available to answer questions that the commissioners and the commission may have after today's presentation. The site is located in the Deer West Side community area and within the boundaries of the Fulton Market Innovation District and within the boundaries of the West Loop Design Guidelines boundary. According to CMAP data, roughly 70,942 residents live within the boundaries of the near West Side Community area. 19% are less than 20 years old. 40% of the residents are between the ages of 21 and 34. The median household income is approximately 110,000. The median age is approximately 31.1. The land uses in the immediate area are 17.8 multi-residential, 16% residential, 58% open space, and 3.2% mixed use. Now we'll turn over the presentation to Mr. Rich Clouder, who represents the applicant. Mr. Clouder?
Thank you again, Fernando. For the record, Rich Clouder from DLA Piper. We represent the applicant in this matter today, which is an affiliate of Sterling Bay. I'm joined today by members of the development team, including Fred Kroll and Brian Bazanis from Sterling Bay, our architect Brett Taylor from Gensler, and our traffic consultant Luea Abuna from KLOA. I think the slide, which I will try to advance. You got it? Great. The first slide here is an aerial view of the site, which is located on the north side of Carroll between Carpenter and Aberdeen in the Fulton Market District. You can go on. Just want to make sure that we've got the slides aligned here. Okay, here we go. This is another aerial from the, I believe this is the aerial, oh, this is the context slide. Sorry, Fernando. This is the context slide, which shows the relationship of the project relative to other projects which have been approved, are under construction, or are already built. What slide are we on now? Sorry, I'm just, let me see if I can I do it? But I'm trying. I'm going to turn the presentation over to Brett Taylor in just a minute, but I did want to just highlight some of the existing conditions of the site. The site is the former home of Kugel Foods, shown on this slide. They have since relocated several years ago, and this slide shows some of the photos of the existing conditions. The existing conditions include extensive depressed curbs, which results in a suboptimal pedestrian experience, which we are attempting to address through the site plan that you will see in just a moment. As shown on the right side of the slide, the condition will be improved significantly. In addition to the improvements to the curb cuts, we will be making significant changes to the retail and pedestrian experience at this location. And then I did want to highlight, before turning it over to Brett, the project timeline and the community engagement process. On every project that we do in the 27th Ward and within the Fulton Market District, we work closely with Alderman Burnett and the local neighborhood organizations, including West Central Association and Neighbors of West Loop, and have been working with them on this process since inception. This resulted in a number of changes, which Brett will highlight in just a moment, to the building itself, which resulted in reductions in the building height and making modifications to certain of the building elevations. And then lastly, again, before turning it over to Brett, we are mindful that this site is located in the West Loop and is subject, therefore, to the West Loop Design Guidelines and the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan, with which the project is compliant in all respects. So let me now, if I could, turn the presentation over to Brett Taylor from Gensler, who will go over the project details and the proposal's conformance with those adopted guidelines and plan. And maybe you want me to drive, or do you want to drive yourself? You got it? Okay.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Brett Taylor. I'm a principal with Gensler here in Chicago. As Rich said, the project does comply with the West Loop Design Guidelines. Key design drivers are enhancing the street wall, promoting active street fronts and walkability, and the building that sets back and respects its neighboring buildings. We are aware of the proposed 2024 Sustainable policy. In order to comply with that policy, we are proposing pathway 2 compliance, which would be LEED Gold or 3 Green Globes, or an analysis of the à la carte menu to achieve 100 points through various sustainable measures, which are detailed within the new guidelines. The next slide, this is a view on Aberdeen with showing the active storefront and open space, complementing the proposed open space to our neighbors to the west. This view is from Carroll and Carpenter, showing the residential lobby and ground floor amenities providing the active street front along Carpenter. This view is from Carroll as the building comes to ground. Sorry, Fred. Visually defining the residential entry. This is an enhanced view of the residential entry on Carroll. The residential massing is broken up into a series of vertical planes, visually breaking the length of the east-west facades and creating the opportunity for unique residential spaces within. This view looking north shows the building emphasizing the slender articulation of the southern exposure. The podium materials are simple storefront glass, light gray brick, with light gray aluminum window wall and back painted glass at the parking levels as an opaque surface. The building enclosure will be window wall with light gray aluminum mullions and glass. The total building height to the top of the mechanical screen is proposed at 473 feet, 44 stories. The building has 3 levels of parking, 1 amenity level, and 39 residential floors, as highlighted in the elevation. The ground floor does provide 9,275 square feet of open space. As we had said, 1-to-1 bike parking, the space for outdoor retail use complementing the open space to our neighbors to the west, and improvements, as Richard mentioned, to the right-of-way, curbs, sidewalks, and street trees. The amenity terrace has 24,500 square feet of open space to comply with residential standards and also accommodates the residential amenities and dog run. The low-rise residential floor plate consists of 15 units per floor. The high-rise residential consists of 14 units per floor, and the low roof, as you can see on the right, is at 448 feet, and again, the mechanical roof is at 473. A traffic impact study has been completed for the project by KOA here, if there are any other questions. We will comply with the stormwater ordinance for the city of Chicago through underground vaults, infiltration, and green space at green roofs. Now I'm going to turn it back to Rich for AOR. Or I always do that.
Thanks, Brett. Just a couple more slides, and then I'll turn it back over to Fernando to wrap up. The project will have at least 112 affordable units on site. The units will be at a weighted average of 60% per the terms of the Affordable Requirements Ordinance, with the unit mix shown on this slide. Because the project is located north of Lake within Fulton Market, the developer is also required to and has voluntarily initiated the process to collaborate with DOH, excuse me, to evaluate the possibility of achieving an additional 10% of affordability on site, which would result in up to 56 additional units. And obviously, the developer is mindful of the executive order and has an estimated project cost of approximately $300 million, which means that they will attempt to fulfill a 26.6% MBE WBE requirement. And on other projects in this location and others, they have done a very effective job at leveraging the minority contractors and tradespeople. And
finally, the public benefits of this project, we will be contributing over $5 million to the Neighborhoods Opportunity Fund and just under $600,000 towards the Industrial Corridor System Fund. We will be providing for significant on-site improvements, as Brett detailed, to the pedestrian realm and the streetscape. And there are a number of other public benefits associated with this approximately $300 million local investment. And with that, I will turn it over to Fernando to wrap up with DPD recommendations.
Again, for the record, Fernando Espinozo, City Planning with Department of Planning and Development. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted and has concluded that this proposal is appropriate for the site and supports the proposed plat development for the following reasons. This development is in compliance with the plat development standards and guidelines. The proposal is in compliance with the West Loop Design Guidelines and is in general conformance with the Fulton Market Innovation District Guidelines. The proposal is designed to reinforce desirable urban features found with the surrounding area. The project promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrian, cyclist, and motor vehicles. Finally, please refer to the department's staff report for further details of the proposed plan development. Based on the foregoing, it is a recommendation of the zoning administrator that the application for 345 North Aberdeen be approved, and the recommendation to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Land Park, and Building Standards be passed as recommended. This concludes the department's presentation. Staff and the development team are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. We do have one speaker signed up to speak on this item, Mr. Butler Adams.
Yes, again, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. So I'm not necessarily for or against this proposal. I like the height, I like the density. In terms of the architecture, it's kind of lukewarm for me. And just doing some comparisons for this project and a project just across the street. So this project is going to have about 559 units and 255 parking spots. That's roughly a 0.45 ratio. Right across the street, there's a building that's under construction right now, 1114 West Carroll. That project has basically a 0.25 parking ratio. So this one seems to be a little bit high for this area. Also for the project across the street, they have a lot of the parking underground. They have almost a quarter of a block of green space. For this project, you have a small public space on the west side that's pretty much kind of abutting that green space. So I don't see why this project also can't have some underground parking and less parking. If this project had the same parking ratio as the one across the street at 1114 Carroll, you would have 140 parking spots, not 255. So I think that's something that should be looked at. I do think that the base of the building should be contracted a bit to allow for more green space and open space along the west side to kind of mirror that green space being built with that other project. Just kind of go taller. Perhaps have some of that parking wrapped with active space and stuff like that, and perhaps put your swimming pool on top so you can contract that parking base. This particular site is in fact larger than the one across the street. This site is roughly 48,400 square feet, and the site across the street is 44,500 square feet. So to say that you can't do underground parking on this spot would not be true. It hasn't been stated that, but you can do underground parking if there's a will, because if there's a will, there's a way. And I hope that that's looked at. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Good points. I know Commissioner Laspada wants to make a comment or ask a question. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen. I had two questions related to the proposal. I'm going to the slide that was looking at potential sustainable measures, if we can bring that up. Yes, proposed sustainable measures, slide 12 out of 30. So I have to be honest, like a year into serving on the Plan Commission, this is the first time that it hasn't been specifically outlined how a development is going to meet the sustainable development policy of the city of Chicago. And maybe that is because you're deciding between this version, the iteration to come. I'm not sure what the rationale is. It may, Noah referenced that there are slides that were received late that didn't make it into the deck. Maybe that's the case. But I have a certain discomfort in voting when we know we're not going to see this again and not knowing how the policy is going to be met.
So yes, Noah Safranik, Planning and Development. So Alderman, we're going to be moving away from including a slide that just is that chart that's shown in front of you because it's very hard to read and it's not really well, it doesn't provide a good amount of information for you. The developers, many times when they come to Plan Commission, are not to construction document detail yet, so they're not sure what those strategies they can hit, and they resubmitted at the time of permit. So instead, we're going to probably see something more similar to this, but they did leave out the point totals. So they should add the point totals associated with these bullets to ensure to the Plan Commission that they're already achieved the 100 points that are necessary on the checklist.
No,
I hear that and I appreciate that. And believe me, unless you have like a Zoom function on your computer, it's hard to read as well. The benefit of the policy though is that it creates accountability. Like right now, I know intentions and I think these are good intentions, but I don't know where the accountability comes in unless we have that second slide. I will leave it to colleagues to determine whether that's the point that they want to echo. I had one other question and I'm going.
Alderman, real quick, if I can interrupt you for a second, I just want to ensure you the accountability is there. It is accompanied by a PD statement that attests to the fact that they will have to hit the sustainability policy. So while you're not seeing the specific illustration of the chart itself, it is captured in both their commitment in the presentation and the PD statement. And a municipal code that requires them to hit it on plans that are coming in front of the Plan Commission.
I hear it. I will send follow-up thoughts after the fact. I wanted to know one other piece, which is looking at slide 29 out of 30. We're looking at on the overall economic impact. We talk about the MBE and the WBE participation goal, but we're really only talking about 2/3 of the executive order from 2017. We're not talking about, I think it's either 48% or 50%. 50%. Yes, 50% Chicago resident participation. Either it is that there's not an intention to meet that goal or there's an oversight in leaving that out from the slide. Can someone speak to which of those it is?
Yeah, I can respond to that, Alderman or Commissioner. The executive order does deal with the 26 and 6 and the 50% local residency requirement. It's aspirational, but all of our clients do their very best to comply with that requirement. The 50% requirement is not something that we're not looking to comply with. It's just simply something that we didn't state here because what we're really doing here is restating the executive order, with which compliance is expected of every project that goes to Plan Commission. So we could have included the 50%. We intend to comply with the 50%. So I guess I would say, to answer your question, it's an oversight not to have provided it.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
In writing equals accountability, at least in the world that I'm coming from, and the world you come from as well. So like,
Yes.
appreciate the clarification.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
thank you. I would like to ask a question about the comments made by the previous speaker about the increase in parking compared to other developments right next to it, and then also the green space. If you can talk a little bit more about why the minimal green space on this project.
I'm going to defer to Fred Kroll from Sterling Bay on the parking question, and on the open space, I think maybe we'll kick that over to Brett. Go ahead, Fred.
For the record, Fred Kroll with Sterling Bay. The parking count is something that we examined very closely on each of the projects, and the 0.45 is something that we're seeing pretty consistently in the Fulton Market area. Obviously, it's a balancing act in terms of the ultimate number of parking spots, but we believe this really strikes the right balance, not only for the residents, but also for the commercial component that we will be bringing online as part of the project. So I think that's done on a kind of case-by-case basis.
What about the green space?
I don't know if you need the reference slide or not. I think, you know, the green space is something that came up during the review. I think when we're designing these projects and understanding that our neighbors to the west have designed a massive open space, continuing an open space does not promote pedestrian traffic, doesn't actually promote as safety. What you need is activity to promote a way to feel safe when you're walking down a street. So if you already have an open space on one side, we're not creating a park across a street.
Is
So
there a context
so the-
slide that we can point to?
the very intention of of providing such a amount of retail is so that you have an activity that can support the park to the west or the open space. So if we created another open space with no activity, we do not feel that people will just go to open spaces just for no reason. Like, you need an activity, you need something that promotes that, you need it for safety. These are things that you actually find through safety and security when you do these analysis through other projects, when you look at open space and what safety is. We feel very strongly about active street walls. It's actually part of the West Loop design guidelines to promote street walls and define those street edges. So that is part of the actual master planning of the West Loop design guidelines. So it's not about keeping open space and not defining corners. Those are principles of the West Loop design guidelines.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that. I do think that there's ways of activating it. And we do see the lack of green space in this area, so it is the responsibility of every development to do their part. I have mixed feelings about that. Any other questions or comments?
That I just think that we've seen a lot of developments coming in this area, and we have made it a point to indicate that this is an area that is lacking green space. And what I see here is that there is green space in the more private areas, or at least in the elevated parts. So I do think there's an effort that needs to be made by all developers that come before this group. Our expectation is that you're meeting a broader community benefit and really thinking about the community more broadly. And I have to say that that is, it's almost very obvious in this particular project, the very little attention to this matter. And I understand your comment about trying to create, or your response to commercial and trying to make that balance. But you're part of a bigger community. And I think the more developments that are coming before this body, and the attention that must be paid to the impact that you're having on the broader community is something that is very important to this body. So I would encourage you to rethink the approach here. I also think in terms of the amount of parking, I think the goal here is to make this a much more walkable and more, reduce the amount of traffic. So it goes to sustainability, it goes to green initiatives, it goes to healthy communities. And I just think this project is not really highlighting those benefits to the broader community. I would really encourage all of you to think about the broader impact to community and the benefits that this type of development could bring. Others are doing it. And so I just think it's lacking. So thank you.
Commissioner Lasbata?
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to echo and emphasize Commissioner Escareno's points, because you raised the point that if it's just passive grass sitting there on the street, if your goal is activation, we agree with you. There's a lot of folks bringing forward passive spaces, and we have the same kind of dialogue. And that can look like a lot of things. Like, we know we are over the next 5 years going to bring a lot of young families into Fulton Market. We can create accommodations for that kind of household. It doesn't even have to be about the amount of square footage of green space. I'll call attention to, I think last month or 2 months ago, the Costco project that was in front of us that does more with, I feel like, 500 square feet than a lot of people do with an acre. So there's a lot of ways to think about it, and I know that there's going to be a lot of time before this gets developed, just to think critically about how the space, if you do ground floor open space, how it can be as active as you would like to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Yeah. Commissioner Reyes?
Yeah, I agree with all have been said about the green space, but I also want to bring the attention to the affordable housing component, and it passed so fast in the presentation that I can really, I mean, I believe that you guys agree with it, but would you please put the slide again so we can all understand? Because it is important to see that the number of units that you're offering on site and also the distribution that you are presenting. So, yeah. Thank you for that. It went way too
Sure.
fast. I think this is also something important that this project needs to showcase along with the green space, especially in this area of the Fulton Market, where we do need to have affordable housing units for some of the individuals that are they are already working in that area. So I appreciate what is being presented here.
If I could just try to address both concerns. On the affordable, what we've done is it's 20% on site. We're evaluating the prospect of providing more since we're north of Lake, and that's part of the FMID plan. And the units are dispersed in proportion to the way that the market rate units are dispersed among bedroom types. So I think we're going above and beyond there, and I'm sorry that I went way too quickly through that slide. On the open space, I will tell you that having represented Sterling Bay as you know, almost certainly the most active developer in this part of Fulton or in Fulton Market in general, every site is different, and whether it relates to parking ratios or whatever, proximity to transit, virtually every project we do in Fulton Market has proximity to transit. Some of the sites are configured differently. Some of them are need to be understood in a broader context. I think it's fair to say that Sterling Bay has been very committed to providing open space on all their projects. Sometimes they do it more or less. Sometimes they do it one way. Sometimes they do it another based on where they are, what certain site constraints are, and so forth. I will tell you on behalf of Sterling Bay that we will look at very carefully and receive and respond to the comments that you've made here. We take, you know, our responsibilities as a corporate citizen and developer in Fulton Market very seriously. Your comments are not going in one ear and out the next. We will study this and we will see if we can improve upon this plan as we go forward from Plan Commission to hopefully the process of Part 2 and permitting. So very much appreciate your feedback, internalizing your feedback, and we will make sure that both on this project and on those to come, we will do a better job of being more creative about our delivery of open space.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Any other comments or questions? Not seeing any more. Alderman Burnett did have to step out, but he mentioned his support for this project. I don't know if there's an additional letter or no, right?
We do have a letter of support from the WCA, West Central
Okay.
Association.
Thank you for that. So if there are no more comments or questions, I'll go ahead and ask. Yeah, Commissioner Pinedo?
Yeah, and this is for DPD. No, question for you, because thank you, Mr. Clouder, for addressing and really intently listening to the comments of the body. Is there a way that as the project continues along the approval process, like the comments from this body can be passed on so that when it's considered in the next step, that it can be taken into consideration, the fact that the development group, at least through the representative, have stated that their intent is to look at some of the comments that have been made here?
Absolutely. The next step for this team would be the Committee on Zoning on Tuesday, so they could amend their presentation accordingly and make those comments on the record there. And they can also follow up through us, and we can send it through the chair with updates as they go.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation.
Great, thank you. So I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this item. Do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by 345 North Aberdeen LLC for the property generally located at 345 North Aberdeen Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you, Commissioner Boatright. Do I have a second? Commissioner Piñeiro? And I will go ahead and ask, or do a roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright, can you confirm? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Brooks? Thank you. I do have a recusal from Commissioner Brumfield on this item. Commissioner Carney? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Escareño? Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner Cadaquia? Thank you. Commissioner Laspata? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes. The next item today is listed as D10. This is a courtesy presentation of a proposed site plan approval and minor change request for Waterway Residential Business Plan Development. Is that right? Oh, yes. Yeah, you're right. My mistake. Going back. We have so many items today. So the next item is D9. A proposed amendment to business plan development 1450 submitted by 1937 Retail Holding Series LLC for the property generally located at 3631-3657 North Central Avenue. The applicant proposes to amend business plan development 1450 to add adult use cannabis dispensary, cannabis craft grow, including accessory cannabis dispensary and cannabis processor and cannabis infuser as permitted uses. No bulk or density changes are proposed to the existing building or the previously approved plan development. This is item 22425, and it's in the 30th Ward. Louis will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Louis Clayton with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, 1937 Retail Holdings LLC, proposes to amend Business Plan Development 1450 to add adult use cannabis dispensary, cannabis craft grow, including accessory cannabis dispensary, and cannabis processor and cannabis infuser as permitted uses. Only indoor improvements are proposed and the building exterior and site will remain unchanged. No bulk or density changes are proposed to the previously approved plan development. The site is located at 3631 to 3657 North Central Avenue in the Portage Park community area. The 37,000 square foot site is located at the southeast corner of North Central Avenue and West Waveland Avenue along the 85 Central bus line and 1 block north of the 152 Addison Street bus line. This survey shows that no schools or learning centers are located within 500 feet of the site per city and state statutes. The properties to the east of the site are predominantly RS2, and the properties to the south and west of the site are B3-1 and B2-2. PD 130 to the southwest includes the Community First Medical Center facility. The site is improved with a 4-story self-storage facility with ground floor commercial space. Surrounding land uses include commercial and office along Central Avenue and Addison Street, and single-family residential to the north and east. This aerial view looking northeast shows the site, the 4-story self-storage facility, and surrounding buildings. This is the site and building at street level. The proposed dispensary will occupy the highlighted tenant space in red. The other ground floor spaces are vacant, and the self-storage facility occupies the upper floors. I'll now turn the presentation over to Sonia Antolek, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Thank you, Louis. Madam Chair and members of the commission, I'm Sonia Antelek, counsel for the applicant, once again applying for a technical amendment to an already approved PD. 1937 is one of the premier social equity cannabis operators in the state of Illinois. It is woman and minority owned. Currently, it has one operational dispensary in Tilton, Illinois. It has 3 dispensaries coming online in the next 90 days in the Chicagoland area and 3 more in the pipeline for operations after that. Our CEO, Ambrose Jackson, has over 10 years of experience in healthcare management and operations. Jim Riley is the Chief Development Officer who has over 10 years building out projects for major retailers like Home Depot, Lurie Children's, and others, and has 5 years in specific cannabis industry buildouts. Alex Al-Sabah, who is not here today, is our Chief Strategy Officer who has 20 years specifically in the cannabis industry. The 1937 group also has what is called the 1937 Foundation. As social equity applicants, 1937 was required to come up with and implement a community action plan. And 1937 was so passionate about the community action portion of the work that it could do and the influence it could have that it created a foundation specifically for serving victims of crimes by providing holistic and healing services. Speaking to community benefits and how a dispensary in the 30th Ward and at this site will benefit the community, there's a myriad of different ways. One of the first and most important is safety and convenience. Data shows, and historically, a cannabis dispensary actually has a direct decrease on crime in the vicinity around the dispensary. This is due to the fact that cannabis dispensaries use high-tech security surveillance that is operating 24 hours a day. There are also 3 state agencies that that regulate a dispensary and that are coming on site every 10 to 14 days. Also, because 1937 specifically works with the local police department of wherever it does have a cannabis dispensary, it already has met with the commander, one of her lieutenants, her CAPS team, and a total of 5 other community members from that district as well. When it comes to community partnerships, 1937 is also committed to being good neighbors and partners. It has already met with not just the alderperson, but has already met with the Chamber of Commerce. It has had multiple meetings within the community and has already begun to meet stakeholders in the community so that it can, 1, directly hire from the community, and 2, directly work with those other small and independent business organizations to cross-promote. When it comes to local hiring, 1937 has a track record of successfully doing so with its Tilton, Illinois operations and dispensary. Also, it has hired 3 managers who are women at that operational dispensary. And when it comes to being an economic anchor, as Louis already mentioned, the other storefronts in this particular PD are vacant. And the data also shows that a dispensary becomes an economic anchor where they open up because it draws so much business, because persons who are going into a dispensary are spending less than 10 minutes a dispensary. There is ample opportunity to then frequent other businesses in that area. When it comes to the project timeline and the community outreach, the application for this technical amendment was filed in April. 1937 has gone through the ward-specific community zoning committee and process, has met with the community as a whole at a public meeting. I also want to throw in that, again, 1937 has already met with the commander and local police officers. And assuming that all steps go according to plan, going through the special use permit process. Construction would start in the coming months, and with an aggressive timeline, a grand opening would be held at the end of this year. I'm now going to turn it over to Jim Riley, Chief Development Officer.
Hi, everybody. Yes, I'm Jim Riley, Chief Development Officer for the 1937 Group, and happy to be here with you today. Just to cover some of the overviews of the project here, this is the site plan, and right now there are 18 parking spaces along the south side of the facility. The average time for it takes the customer to park, to make the purchase in the store and exit the vehicle, as Sonia said, is about 10 minutes, and there's also street parking available. So we're very excited about that. This is the location of the dispensary in the building. It's in the lower right-hand corner. It's 4,080 square feet. And this is the floor plan right now that we're working through. Our number one priority is safety is first for our customers and our employees. So we've incorporated a number of different strategies here to be able to implement that. We have an entrance for the customers that goes into a welcome area where they have the intake, and then they would provide their ID and then go into the dispensary. The vault, we actually exceed the requirements of IDFPR and ISP for security measures and the security system with the construction of the vault, and also the security cameras and the high resolution security system that we employ. The cost of the build out is about $480,000, and we're looking to do something really unique with this facility and with this concept.
Looking one more time to the public benefits here. 1937, a cannabis dispensary would have to hire 22 direct hires. And again, the focus would be on local hiring first and foremost. That doesn't include security vendors, and that doesn't include other vendors that would come in for maintenance or for cleaning the facility as well. The applicant does have a demonstrated commitment to not just meeting, but also exceeding the MWBE ordinance requirements. It does so by, it actually does so in almost everything that it does, because 1937 and the applicant is a small independent operator. Most people coming from the Chicagoland area and from communities just like the 30th Ward and the Portage Park community, it actually exceeds and focuses on minority and women hiring in everything that it does, and bringing minorities and women into the legal cannabis industry, since it now has a foothold in the industry as well. And when it comes to how specifically 1937 would meet those 26,650 requirements for MWE Enterprises, it already has a letter for soliciting those bids. It has already gone through the city's website for who specifically is certified through the city. And again, it is something that the applicant does in everything that it does. Respectfully, we're requesting your approval today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sonia. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal would not have any adverse impacts on the public's health, safety, or welfare. The proposed amendment promotes economically beneficial development patterns, and the proposed amendment is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application to amend business plan development number 1450 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. We do have one speaker signed up to speak on this item, Mr. Jason Garcia. and he is for the proposal.
Good afternoon. Jason Garcia, lifelong 30th Ward resident. Well, not anymore, but I am excited for this dispensary to come into the neighborhood. When my stepmother was still here, she was right over there down the street at Resurrection during her battle with cancer. And one of the saving grace that she had to allow her to pass peacefully was cannabis edibles. I love the area, like the Belmont Central area as well, where, we need something exciting. And I think this would be a great injection into the community, get some more, economic activity, as well as some access to medicine over there. And my father's still over there, and that man needs some of his medicine as well. So I encourage a positive vote over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I don't believe Alderman Cruz is here, but Justin Heath from her staff is here to make a statement.
Thank you, Commissioners. We do stand in support, the Alderwoman stands in support of this dispensary. We'd also like to congratulate 1937 on their extensive outreach into our community. They had a pretty extensive meeting with our community zoning committee, which is made up of a lot of wonderful community members, including some real estate development experts. They then had a wonderful community meeting, which was almost universally supportive, with the two objectors having both of their objections directly met by 1937. I'd also like to mention that the building was built just in time for the pandemic to hit. And so ever since the building was put in, the ground floor has sat vacant. We truly believe, I will speak on the behalf of the zoning committee as well as the Alderwoman, we believe this will help spur new business along the central corridor, as well as assist the small businesses right there in the area. There is a wonderful pizza location directly across the street, as well as a small mom and pop grocery store, both of which were engaged by 1937, both of which stand in support, and both of which should gain additional business with your approval. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff, the applicant, or Justin? Commissioner Brooks?
I have two questions. One, in the presentation, you speak about high-paying jobs. Can you define in dollar amounts what that means?
The minimum hourly wage is $17 for a role within the dispensary.
And then my other question is around the design, and my package is on slide 9. There are a number of precedents throughout the city where dispensary facades are opaque. Currently, the facade here is translucent. Can you talk about what the facade design will look like once you're in operations on this ground floor?
Yes, absolutely. The glazing would be protected with a security film that would have a certain layer of opaqueness to block direct vision. That would be a security film that would actually be bonded directly to the storefront as well. So that would actually be a safety measure in addition, but it is also an IDFPR requirement.
And would that be 100% of your retail space that would have the film on it, or is there an opportunity to create some translucency or some element of visibility along the facade, so then 50% of this building ground floor won't completely be opaque?
We could take a look at that when we go through the design as well, but internally, everything would be visible.
No, and you wanted to add something?
Yeah, can I just clarify? Noah Safranik, Planning and Development. So in this particular instance, Commissioner, the only use that happens through a plan development that has additional review happens to be cannabis. Cannabis has very specific rules and regulations on how transparent the glass can be and how much product can be exposed. So they will have to go through the zoning board of appeals process and their state licensing after they get this use established here today. And then all of those items will be reviewed and commented on and addressed at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Otherwise, if it were not to be cannabis and there was some other use like the retail or restaurant, we'd keep all the opacity as much as possible and as transparent as possible.
When Jim says that we can consider it, we really have to look where spatially, square foot, what would be blocked or not, because there is an IDFPR rule specifically around that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Sure.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Soto?
In terms of the timeline, if you still have to go before ZBA and you have to continue with your design and then also go to permitting, the feasibility of, having it done by the end of the year seems a little daunting. So do you have your general contractor already on board?
While the timeline sounds very daunting, this again is our fourth project, so to speak, that would be going on right now. One is already operational and 3 more in the timeline. So very well versed in that as well. I'm going to let Jim speak to the specific portion about general contractor and any other specifics on timeline too.
Yes, our goal is to actually self-execute. We do have a division as being general contractor for that, but we are willing and we've already done extensive design work on this, and we're actually finalizing the interior design and all of the millwork. So we're actually progressing at risk right now to be able to front load that project, but it depends on how fast there's a number of things that we can't speak to, specifically how fast we can get through the self-certification process, how fast plans are approximately 5 weeks, but we plan on front loading the schedule here as well very quickly. As a matter of fact, we'll be kicking off the millwork contractor to start doing the millwork details for all of the interior store fixtures, which are completely custom. That process is actually going to happen next week. So we're doing everything we can to meet that date, but there are things out of our control that it could slip just like any other project.
Yeah, because when you're including community participation in terms of MBE and WBE, it often falls to the wayside when it's an accelerated project schedule. So just bear that in mind, that if you truly want to be inclusive, that you're going to put the time and effort into really doing the outreach with them.
Yes, absolutely. That is our 100% goal.
Any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
Okay, so then I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Business Plan Development 1450 submitted by 1937 Retail Holdings Series LLC for the property generally located at 3631-3657 North Central Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you, Commissioner Lasplata. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Boatright. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright, can you confirm? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Brooks? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Carney? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Escareño? Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner Cadaquia? Thank you. Commissioner Lasplata?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes. Okay, now we are doing item D10. A courtesy presentation on a proposed site plan approval and minor change request for Waterway Residential Business Plan Development 1315 pursuant to Statement 15 of the approved plan development ordinances submitted by Related Midwest for the property generally located at the southwest corner of Diversey Parkway and Damon Avenue. The applicant proposes to retain an existing public street, resulting in subsequent changes to the site circulation and parking to make sub-area adjustments which do not result in an increase of any development rights and to preserve multiple residential buildings formerly slated for demolition. This is in the 32nd Ward. Tom Bellino will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Tom Bellino. I'm a North Region Planner with DPD. The applicant, Related Midwest, is here today to provide a courtesy presentation regarding site plan changes to Plan Development 1315, also known as Lathrop Homes, which is located at the intersection of Diversey, Damon, and Clybourne Avenues. But today's presentation is focused on the area south of Diversey. The applicant requested and received site plan change approval from our zoning administrator to rehabilitate more historic buildings than previously planned, thus reducing the number of new construction buildings, make minor changes to sub-area boundaries, as well as make changes to the street and parking layouts. So the site is located in the North Region and it is within the Lincoln Park community area in the northwest corner of that community area, which is characterized by mixed density residential, large-scale commercial, and light manufacturing uses. I'd like to now turn things over to Sarah Wick from Related Midwest to provide more information. We're also joined by CHA staff who can answer any questions related to CHA.
My name is Sarah Wick. I'm a Senior Vice President with Related Midwest. I'm joined here with Ann McKenzie of the Chicago Housing Authority. I represent Lathrop Community Partners. We're a partnership between Related Midwest and Bickerdike Redevelopment Corporation. Lathrop was originally built in 1938. It was built under the Public Works Administration and was one of the first public housing demonstration projects in the country. In 2012, we listed it on the National Register of Historic Districts. Lathrop Community Partners was selected as the master developer in 2010. And we closed on the first phase of redevelopment in 2017, which included 414 mixed income units. We closed on a subsequent smaller phase in 2022 that included 74 mixed income units. Here you can see some of the photos of the areas we've completed. The vast majority of the redevelopment was finished on the North Campus, what we call the North Campus, which is north of Diversey Avenue. In these first two phases, we completed preservation of 17 historic buildings. We also created one new construction building that allowed us to meet our deeper accessibility requirements. As part of the first two phases, we completed significant improvements to open areas at the site, including redevelopment of a public park, preservation of the Jens Jensen Great Lawn, and large improvements along the riverfront. So the site approval we're seeking today, or from DPD, concerns the area located to the south of Diversey. Here you see an existing site plan that includes two buildings that have already been completed as part of Phase 1A and B. I'll just show you, they're located here in these darker red colors. Those are not a part of the next redevelopment phase. And then additionally, there is a senior tower that is located also in a darker red that is also not included in this redevelopment plan. So we have a number of buildings that remain on the southern campus. Of these buildings, there are 11 existing buildings. One of them is a powerhouse that's located at the southern campus. 3 of these buildings will be demolished, as we'll show in just a second, but the buildings that will be demolished are shown here in gray. This slide is can show you the existing condition of the buildings that we plan to address. This is a site plan or land use context plan that also gives you a sense of, so 1A is the phase we completed in 2017, 1B, the smaller phase we completed in 2021, or we finished in 2023, and then 1C is the remaining area south of Diversey. And I guess maybe I'll just, Diversey runs along here. Damon Avenue to the east of the site. So the Lathrop project has a number of community stakeholders. We've been working with them since 2010 when we were selected as the master developer. We meet on a monthly basis. Our development partner, Bickerdike Redevelopment Corporation, also has a dedicated staff person that promotes community engagement throughout the existing Lathrop resident community. Through these ongoing engagements, we determined it was necessary for us to reevaluate the plan that was approved in 2016. In general, our goals in the revised or updated plan is that we wanted to expedite addressing vacant buildings on the South Campus. We wanted to preserve more of the buildings, namely the row homes, and lastly, create dedicated community room space. We presented an initial version of this plan to residents in October of 2022. That plan was tweaked after working with historic governing bodies and with DPD. During this entire time, we kept all of our stakeholders abreast of the process. This past spring, we held a resident and community meeting, and then we've also hosted a consulting parties meeting as part of the Section 106 process. So here you can see the site plan that was approved in 2016. And then the proposed site plan for what we are planning to pursue in this next phase of development. What's important, so the middle one, this middle version of the plan, we are preserving more buildings. So our original plan only showed us preserving 4 historic buildings, and now we are showing a preservation of 9. We are keeping the existing roadway of Levitt and Hoyne. This is the roadway that runs in this sort of loop, horseshoe, as the residents at Lathrop refer to. But we are planning to keep the connection between Damon and Hoyne, which was a part of the original approved site plan in 2016. Here. And then the third site, the third plan shows where we have the ability to account for future development parcels. This would occur after we complete the phase, which we're calling phase 1-3, that's shown in the middle here. We commissioned a traffic study that's been made available to CDOT and DPD. Based on the recommendations from this study, we incorporated a number of traffic calming measures. KLOA is here and can answer any questions. Our floor plans in the historic walk-up buildings consist of a range of unit types. In large part, we worked on these floor plans based on the experience we had in the first 2 phases. I will also point out that each of our buildings includes a mix of incomes. So no one income group is in any one building. The same is true then for the unit layouts of the new construction building. So we have a range of unit types, and a range of income types will reside in the building. So this slide provides photographs of completed buildings on the North Campus. These are being used here to give you a sense of how the historic preservation will look when we finish the 1C historic buildings. I'm also including, we have 1 new construction building on the South Campus that will complete as part of this phase. Again, it allows us to meet all of our handicap accessibility requirements. The building shown here is a new construction building that was built in 1A. It is the elevations included on this slide is the building we are pursuing in 1C. These buildings are intended to be sister buildings, so have a similar look and design. So the reason I've included the existing new construction building is to just give you a sense of exactly how the new construction building will appear and look. The project is meeting all of the city's sustainable design policy, scoring of 100. Sorry, but yes. Let's see here. And then we are also meeting the requirements of the city's stormwater management ordinance. We're also, this is a mixed income community. 309 units will be built as part of Phase 1C. Over 70% of those units will be affordable. And then in terms of community benefits, 218 of the total units will be affordable. The buildings are being rehabbed in accordance with the Department of Interior standards for historic preservation. And we're continuing the improvements along the river edge that we started and completed in Phase 1A. Additionally, Related and Bickerdike are committed to promoting minority and women-owned business involvement in both design and construction. On the completed phases of development, Phases 1A and 1B, we achieved a 44% participation percentage in minority and women-owned business contracts. And then we made 54 hires from the community. We also, during that process, provided training and mentorship for emerging businesses. And in this phase, we're projecting a total of 1,700 construction jobs. I've also included some additional slides that evidence our commitment and track record to diversity and inclusion. This is not just at Lathrop. This is a part of our DNA at Related. Some key notes is that we've made $351 million in contracts that have been awarded to underrepresented businesses. We've hired 530 community residents across 29 projects. We've mentored 43 small emerging businesses. And I'll also point out that we just broke ground on our second high-rise this week that's being built by a Black-owned firm. And I have one other slide that evidences our equity and diversity and inclusion. And with that, I think I turn it back to Tom. Thank you.
Again, for the record, Tom Bellino from DPD. As this site plan change has already been approved, there is no staff recommendation or a vote by the commission needed, but I invite the commissioners to ask questions to the project and CHA staff.
Thank you, Tom. I do have one comment. Going back to the slide on the sustainability matrix, I think there's a typo on the total amount of points. I just want to make sure that's corrected. For the potential points, it should not be 350, correct? Yeah.
Hi, for the record, I'm Will Tippins with Related Midwest. As it relates to this slide, the total points that are available, really the rehab, the powerhouse, and the S102 is what we're paying attention to. The rehab buildings are required to have 50 points.
Right.
And then S102 is the new construction, 100 points. What we're doing is identifying there how those points we're identifying at this point, how we're getting there. I think you're right. If I do the math, that
Should be
350,
150, right?
the 350 is, I think, the total points of the total matrix that's available.
If
and
you
that-
would do all of them, which is
Exactly.
possible.
So it's,
Okay.
it's, you're right. It's
Okay, just to
not
get that corrected.
pay attention to the 3 columns.
Yes,
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Laspata, followed by Commissioner Soto, and then Commissioner Reyes.
Thank you so much. It's just very sincerely a real honor and a privilege to be here with you all today, in part because Lathrop Homes has been tangentially a part of my life for the last 20 years, first personally, then for a season professionally. You know, to have been there, I think it was just about 4 years ago that we were doing the ribbon cutting on Phase 1A, and having this deep, sometimes feeling unrealistic hope that we wouldn't be waiting a lifetime to get to the Phase 1C that we're looking at right now. It's a real joy, and it reflects a lot of listening. The fact that you listened to your residents and a lot of our neighbors around historic preservation, the fact that we do have this really beautiful new community space that's going to be a part of, I think I saw S102. So I have an immense pride and gratitude for what's in front of us today. I guess I only have one substantial question, which is when we look at the streetscape, looking at the new connection across Damon, the streets from like the curb cut for Costco to your curb cut coming out, there's almost enough space for a crosswalk. Is there going to be a crosswalk across Damon there for our residents?
Noah wants to answer that.
I'll let Will go first.
Oh.
Okay. Again, Will Tippins with Related Midwest. So the answer is yes, and I think as you all know, you recently approved the Costco redevelopment across the street. We have been coordinating with Costco with the signal that they're installing at that location. And so the site plans, the intersection will line up. It is a full intersection and it will have crosswalks as across between the two sides of the street.
That's brilliant. I guess one more quick question. What is a chicane? What, or chicane, however?
So you obviously don't follow Formula One. No, a chicane is a slight curve in the roadway path so that cars are required to slow down in order to make that small curve in the path.
Ah, we have something like that on Milwaukee Avenue in Logan Square, don't we? Commissioner?
bikes?
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Soto?
So we see tons of developers here, obviously, right? And it's usually, unfortunately, pulling teeth in terms of minority participation, women business participation, local hiring, et cetera. You want to, share some words of wisdom of how Related Midwest has been so successful in that? And does that also reflect in the professional service sector as well?
It's a great question, and I have to give a lot of credit to our construction team at Related Midwest, led by Don Bernacki and Yanette Garcia, who spend a lot of their time and days networking and also mentoring and creating partnerships with many of the emerging contractor community. They've been doing it since 2016. We had a project in Alderman Burnett's ward where we had no requirements for any participation. And during that process, we still made an effort to have engagement on the minority and women-owned business side. And through that effort, we learned how to mentor the emerging businesses. And since that time, we've had a number of successful businesses who have gone on to work on high rises. So began as, installing a playground and now go on to provide many other sorts of trades at the site. So I think it's by intention. On the professional services side, we do the exact same thing. I realized today that I don't have the exact numbers for Lathrop on what our professional services are, but we have an equity, diversity, inclusion directive at Related. And so for every project, we, outside of the requirements that other agencies may provide or require, we have our own internal directive.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yeah, it's not really a question. It's more like a comment in the same terms as given before. Incredibly impressed by the minority participation, and I know it's Related's model, and we have heard this before, and we all can see it, and I appreciate it. But also, I think it needs to be highlighted the fact that you also do a real good community engagement. And from my own experience, from the very short period of time that I was part of this, I noticed, and I continue to follow in Facebook the work that is being done. So I think it's amazing that how we have, not only that we are impacting the physical transformation of the buildings and the environment, the setting, but also we are touching people's lives, either by providing the decent, safe, beautiful apartments, but also the engagement among the neighbors that we see in the police department and all of that, because it still continues to happen from 2018 that I recall. But most importantly, the minority participation in terms of the workforce. I think that is very commendable. and it can be done. The same way that we see now that developers are doing 20% on site, also here, the minority participation can be done. We just need to push the envelope a little bit. So I commend for the work that you all are doing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? No, okay. I believe Alderman Wagensback is here to speak on this item.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And although there isn't a vote today, I'm happy to be here to voice my support for the next phase of renovations for Lathrop Homes. And over the past decade, I've gotten to know many of the neighbors, both current and former residents of Lathrop, and really developed a great appreciation for what they have gone through over many years. And as Alderman Laspada said, it's been a real journey of listening and working together to get to a good plan. I think preserving more of the existing buildings on the National Register is something that is a victory for the residents and the entire community for historic preservation and for sustainable development of affordable housing on this site. And there's been many points in time where I think we've disagreed on some of the approach that has been taken here since I became an alderman back in 2007. But related CHA, DPD, all of the staff that work for them have really taken into account the community input that we've heard over the last decade plus and incorporated it into this plan. And again, throughout the process for us, we were looking to preserve as many of the existing buildings as we could and return that stock of public and affordable housing. And I think that that is definitely what this plan does. So today it's a big step forward, and I just want to commend all the staff. Tom has been very helpful. Sarah went through quite a few of the things that we've worked on. And I just think that, moving forward today is a positive for the entire community there, a positive for affordable housing, and I think a positive note to take those next steps on. And I want to thank the commission for hearing out this plan for the next phase. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Alderman. Any follow-up questions or comments from the commissioners? No? Okay. So since this item was a courtesy presentation only, we are not voting. So we will move on to the next item. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item today is listed as D11, a proposed plan development submitted by 1840 North Marcy LLC for the property generally located at 1840 North Marcy Street. The applicant requests a rezoning of the subject property from the M2-3 Light Industry District to the B3-3 Community Shopping District. Then a residential business plan development allowing the construction of a 195-foot mixed-use building with 308 residential units and a 275-foot mixed-use building with 307 residential units, together with ground floor commercial uses, 275 total accessory parking spaces, 615 bike parking, and accessory and incidental uses. The proposed project is within the North Branch Corridor Overlay District, and a floor area bonus of 3.5 is proposed, making the maximum overall FAR of the plan development a total of 6.5. This is item 22225, and this is in the 32nd Ward. Max Lyon will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Max Lyon. I'm Central Region Planner for the Department of Planning and Development. And today I'm joined by representatives of a proposed plan development at 1840 North Marcy Street. The multi-phase proposal would construct a 275-foot tall mixed-use residential building and a 190-foot tall mixed-use residential building, together containing ground floor retail space and 615 dwelling units. The applicant will be using the North Branch Corridor bonus to increase the allowable floor area ratio from 3.0 to 6.5. The subject site is located in the Lincoln Park community area of the 32nd Ward. As of 2020, CMAP community data listed a population for this neighborhood at over 70,000 people, and more than 40% of the residents are below the age of 34. The average household income for the area was approximately $123,000 annually. Because of its location, the proposal is subject to the North Branch Framework Plan adopted by the Planning Commission in 2017. The North Branch Framework Plan prioritizes maintaining the industrial corridor as an economic engine and a job center for the city, while allowing it to modernize and enhance transportation access and the area's environments. The North Branch Framework Plan outlines 3 primary goals centered around maintaining the corridor as an economic engine, creating better access to all modes of transportation, and enhancing the unique natural and built environments. Priorities such as density, height, mixes of uses, pedestrian safety, and high-quality open space are encouraged in the plan. The project lies within the north sub-area of the North Branch Corridor zoning overlay. This particular portion of the corridor encourages the redevelopment of former industrial areas and in order to allow a distribution of floor area and more open spaces. This also allows for rezoning of B and C zoning districts and allows floor area bonuses up to 3.5 on top of the permitted FAR. The development under the North Branch Framework Plan encourages height and density in favor of distributing floor area to allow for these open spaces. This is in contrast to the primarily residential neighborhood of Lincoln Park to the east, which contains primarily low-rise residential developments that are instead built out to the lot lines of each block. Also prioritized in the plan is stepped massing and activated ground levels as transition spaces between these neighborhoods and the higher densities of the corridor and approved PDs nearby, such as the Lincoln Yards development. The 93,000 square foot site is located between Kingsbury and Marcy Streets, near the former General and Iron sites of the North Branch. Across the river lies the approved Lincoln Yards mega development, shown here in blue. The site is also a transit-served location, being within the minimum radial distances of the CTA Brown and Red lines at the Armitage Station, as well as the Metro Station at Clybourne. Directly around the site are several low-scale commercial and residential buildings, as well as a ComEd substation south across Wisconsin and vacant land to the west. The site currently contains an existing single-story commercial and manufacturing facility with a partially subterranean basement level. This building would be demolished for new construction, all but the basement level. Perimeter site and streetscape construction improvements are also proposed as part of the development. With that, I'll turn over the presentation to the applicant's attorney team and the applicant team for further details.
Thank you, Max. For the record, Rich Clowder from DLA Piper. I represent the applicant in this matter, which is an affiliate of Sterling Bay, representatives of whom are here today in the person of Fred Kroll and Brian Bazanis. We are also joined by our architects from SCB and our traffic consultant from KLOA. We've been working on this project, as you can see from the timeline slide in front of you, for over 3 years. At the project's inception in 2021, the property was located within the boundaries of the 2nd Ward. 2 years into that process, and after much work with the Department of Planning and Development and the former alderman, the property was remapped into the 32nd Ward. Throughout the process, we have met with North Branch Works and the Lincoln Park Chamber of Commerce, both of whom have provided letters of support and are enthusiastic about the project. Representatives of each of those organizations are here today, and I believe you will hear from them during the public comment period of the presentation. We also convened a well-attended and very positive community-wide meeting on the site last October. Attendees at the community meeting commended the project's on-site affordable housing and the opportunity it would provide to allow for a diverse population to move to or to remain in Lincoln Park. However, there were still some concerns at that time about height and that the project had too much parking and would cause traffic concerns. We met with and attempted to meet with the local alderman on several occasions. In response to those concerns, the developer made a number of changes, including reducing the building's height, parking count, and amount of retail, as shown on this slide. Of note, the heights were brought down to a maximum of 275 feet, which is the same height as the 2033 North Kingsbury project that this Plan Commission approved in May, and which sits less than 2 blocks away from the subject property. And it is significantly lower than the maximum 595 feet that is approved for the Lincoln Yards Plan developments to the north and west of the subject property. The site was historically the headquarters of C.H. Robinson. While there, C.H. Robinson operated from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and had approximately 1,000 employees commuting in and out of the site at all times and generating significant traffic, especially at peak hours. As our traffic consultant can elaborate on, if necessary and upon request, the proposed redevelopment of the site with residential use will be a significant decline in traffic generation when compared to the previous use. We'll have more to say about that during the course of the presentation, but I'd now like to turn the presentation over to Chris Pemberton from SCB to go through the plans in more detail.
Good afternoon, Chris Pemberton. I'm with SCB, and we're the architects for the project. The slide that we just had up a second ago showed some of the industrial history and the importance of those properties, their reliance on the river. As we look at the design, some of our inspiration really came from looking at the area, the intersection of the city grid of Chicago, the river winding its way through, and some of the effects that light plays on the surface of the water, and thinking about that, that industrial history. So that's been the inspiration for some of the architectural vocabulary that I'll present. Which one's? This next slide is an important one. This looks at how we approach the urban aspects of this project. It's a very long, slender site. It is inset from the river, but it's about 700 feet long. So one of the things that we considered was, that's an awful long distance for an unbroken block. How could we do something to mitigate that, to make it safer for people to walk through the site, not just the residents of the project, but also people who live nearby? In the middle at the top, you can see the creation of an open space. This is consistent with the framework plan and what Rich we just went through on a couple of slides ago. That open space is significant because, again, it gives some relief to that long block that we have. And it starts to inform how we place the building blocks onto the property. Additionally, I mentioned that there's a split through the middle, sort of breaking it into 2 halves. You can then see on the bottom row that the buildings are then elevated and offset from one another so that they're not looking right into one another. And it sort of helps for the shadows and light cast around the site and the overall experience. Putting that into context, you can see as we look towards the west, the Lincoln Yards development and some of the height and density of those buildings. If we turn the camera and we start to look more to the north, you can see our project again represented in the pink color. But even to the south of us, there are a couple of projects that are proposed of greater height. We really worked very hard to reduce the height through the input that we had from the community meetings. Pulling the camera back a little bit, you can see this is a residential building. We introduced stacks of balconies to the form, which tell you that people live here. And we've tried to break down the individual buildings, the scale of them as well, so that they don't appear to be too long in form. Also, you can see that the existing buildings are primarily of brick material, and that is the basis of our base and the material that we use for the first 50 feet of the buildings. And then we, as you can see in the renderings, we revert to a lighter material above. Looking here, you can see the location, its proximity to the river. And then here we start to see the views of the street. This is Marcy Street looking south, but you see this open space that we have and the relief that it gives. If any of you have been along there today, it's a very narrow sidewalk, and this really will make a much more pleasant environment. This is a view looking east across the site. This is the street that we've introduced. This not only is for pedestrians and for cyclists, it's also allowing us to access the basement parking that we have. As noted in here, about 40% of our parking is below grade, which allows us to have active use coming down to lower levels. This is the view looking north up Marcy Street. There's a small open space, a little bit of relief here again, which will help people to move around our site. And then this view here illustrates the scale and the usage of that open space that's created. It also, you can see that there are apartments coming right down to the level just above the ground floor, which means we'll have eyes and people and residential character around that park. The site plan here shows the two buildings. There was a lot of work done again with the community to try and get that space to be, the open space to be continuous, not broken up by streets, which is illustrated here. The purple blocks are the retail usage, and then the orange are functions for the residential program. Rising up through the plans, you can see the north and south blocks. Gray is parking, yellow represents the residential. As we rise up, we can see on the north building, there's a large open space on top of the garage. Residential plans, there's a small, on the south building, a green lookout space that looks down the river. And then finally, the elevations are included that show the articulation as a residential property through the use of balconies and the scale of the building articulation. This is a view to from Marcy Street. It's a little difficult to render the one on the left because it's curving. Looking at the shorter ends of the building here, this is Clifton and Wisconsin Street elevations, and then some vignettes that are included in the package to illustrate the approach to the things like the balcony elements and the base of the building and entry canopies. This slide is showing us the movements in blue for pedestrians, in purple for cyclists, and also the primary access points for parking and resident entry points. Very hard to see on here, but if you look carefully towards the Marcy Street, we've widened the sidewalk. It's, as I said before, it's narrow. We've introduced the open space, which really gives some relief, but the sidewalk is widened to be 12 feet. So we had to pull the buildings back in order to do that. That improves the safety and the circulation along that street. There's been traffic studies that have been done. These have been approved by CDOT, and KLOA is here to answer any questions, should there be any on that exhibit. And then in terms of sustainability, I've been here today and heard some of the discussion on this. This is based on the current ordinance right now. We do know that it's going to change. We will provide strategies to obtain at least 100 points. And the slide shows the approach under the current ordinance. We know that that will change, and there will be different ways to meet the 100 points, which we will do. We will also comply with the city stormwater management ordinance as well. With that, I'm going to hand back to Rich. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. This slide here shows that with 650, again, for the record, Rich Clowder, DLA Piper, with 615 total units, assuming approval by the city council of a pending low affordability community ordinance, Sterling Bay's goal is to provide 20% or 124 affordable units on site at the AMI mix shown on this table. This is significant given the dearth of affordable housing in the Lincoln Park community area shown previously. I should also mention that of those 124 affordable units, 48 units will be available to households whose incomes are at or below 50% of AMI, and 24 units will be available to households whose incomes are at or below 40% of AMI. The PD statements include an alternative if for whatever reason, the community or ordinance is not approved. That said, as discussed at the May Plan Commission meeting and underscored at that time by Commissioner LaSpada, we are confident that the city council will agree that this census tract is lacking in affordable housing and will approve that ordinance, which would enable the 20% plan to proceed. The next slide shows the significant economic and community benefits associated with the project. Sterling Bay is a Chicago-based developer that is committed to continuing to invest in this city, their home, even in this challenging economic climate and when many companies are disinclined to even consider investing in Chicago. Approximately 3,200 construction jobs are expected, and Sterling Bay has a longstanding track record of meeting and exceeding the 26% and 6% MBE, WBE goals, respectively, in the executive order on other projects throughout the city, including here. The project also includes sizable financial contributions to the city's North Branch and Industrial Corridor funds, with a $3.6 million contribution to the North Branch and a $1.1 million contribution to the Industrial Corridor Fund. As a reminder, 70% of the bonus is to be used by the city for cost to plan, design, and construct public improvements in furtherance of the goals in the North Branch Framework Land Use Plan, including but not limited to transit, open space, pedestrian, streetscape, and infrastructure improvements. The project will provide significant open space and streetscape improvements in an area with no existing streetscape to speak of. The plan was developed in reliance upon and consistent with and in furtherance of the North Branch Framework Plan adopted by this Plan Commission. In closing, we'd like to thank DPD and both the previous and current aldermen for their work with us over the last 3 years. I'd also like to ensure, and Noah, perhaps you can confirm, that we can enter a letter into the record by Urban Environmentalists Illinois and other correspondence that the department may have received. The letter by Urban Environmentalists is signed by at least 241 and counting residents, including from the 2nd, 32nd, and 43rd wards, expressing support for the project. They are a volunteer organization, and they were neither commissioned, paid, or solicited by Sterling Bay. And we thank them for their efforts in spotlighting the need for economic development and affordable housing in this area of the city. That organization represents an all too often silent majority of Chicagoans who believe that we are all better off when we facilitate investment, job creation, and housing opportunities, rather than defer to the will of people of influence who stand in the way of progress and equitable development. With that, I'd like to turn the presentation back over to Max to conclude.
Thank you, Rich. Again, Max Lyon, Department of Planning and Development. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed this project and the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that this proposal is appropriate for the following reasons. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are consistent and compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood and with the development trends of the industrial corridor that it's in. It's consistent with the density, design, and use types encouraged by plans adopted by the Plan Commission or the City Council, such as the North Branch Framework Plan. And it ensures a level of amenities appropriate to the nature and scale of the project by improving previously industrial land with publicly accessible open space and various private amenity terraces. Additionally, the proposal has received a letter of support from the North Branch Works and the Lincoln Park Chamber of Commerce. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development and the zoning administrator that this application for amendment to plan, or no, not amendment, for this application to plan development, for a plan development be approved, and the recommendation to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passage recommended. Thank you.
We do have quite a few speakers signed up to speak on this item. I'll read the first 5 if you can get ready to speak. Mr. Chuck Griffin, who's against the proposal, followed by Mr. Butler Adams, who's for the proposal. Margie Mukin, who's against the proposal. Andre Knoll the second, who's for the proposal, and Irma Tranter, who's against the proposal.
Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak today. I'm a nearby resident and also serve on the Ranch Triangle Community Group Board. I want to get on record that there is severe community opposition to this project due to its height and density. This area for which this project is proposed is in the buffer zone between Lincoln Yards to the west and the R4 zone community to the east. When Lincoln Yards was being approved, this designated area of scaled down zoning was not supposed to be any higher than 8 stories, as it was meeting the neighborhood to the east of 3 to 4 stories. This will be precedent setting if approved. I joined in opposition to this project with the presiding Alderman Scott Wagaspack and the presiding community groups, Ranch Triangle and Sheffield Neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Next, we have Mr. Adams.
Yes, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I am in favor of this proposal, and I'm glad to see that Sterling Bay can do underground parking on certain sites. You're doing it here. I think I saw 40%. So for this project, I think it's good density and good height. It is within the North Branch Framework Plan, which got approved about 5 or 6 years ago, and I was in support of that as well, here for that. It's part of the basically North Sub area, which calls for dynamic zone and calls for mixed-use development. I'm also glad to see that the mayor and the plan commission pushing back on those who are against this project, because it's always the same demographic in this area of the city who are against projects. 10 years ago for Children's Hospital was the same argument. It's too tall, it's too dense, it's gonna be too much traffic to the area. That project's now done and nobody has died. It's fine. It's gonna work just fine. Just a few blocks away from here, you do have the Lincoln Yards project approved, and that's gonna work out fine as well. I think one thing that would help to facilitate more transit in the area and to get people around is to maybe bring back the Clybourne bus, which I think was taken away back in like 1997. So if you bring that back, that would maybe help facilitate better transportation in the area. And people complaining about traffic, I can only imagine how it was when you had the amusement park further north on Clybourne activated and working, Riverview. I've seen complaints in the paper about you're going to create this wall of high-rises along the river. Fine. As someone who works on the Chicago River, talking about buildings, that would give me something else to talk about. I think this is a good project. I would like to see it move forward, and I hope that the city continues to push forward on this project and others when aldermen are against it. I understand that we have neighborhood groups and stuff like that, but I don't think neighborhood groups or aldermen should just have veto power on projects that are good for the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Next, we have Margie Mookin. Not here, okay. What about Mr. Knoll? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Andre Noel. I am a business development director for Continental Painting, an MBE firm headquartered in the South Loop. We have partnered with Sterling Bay on the development at 300 North Michigan and at 1229 West Concord. And they are strong. They have demonstrated they are strong builders with a strong track record of success. I'm here today to voice my strong support for Sterling Bay proposed plan development at 1840 North Marshall that is under consideration by the Chicago Planning Commission. I believe I'm a Chicagoan my whole life. The proposal contains 2 buildings with 615 residential units and a ½ acre of public accessibility. It also promotes and creates 124 affordable housing in the Lincoln Park area, which is unheard of. There is nothing affordable in Lincoln Park area. It will create 3,200 construction jobs, along with 60 full-time employment jobs, and will also create approximately $5 million in revenue by way of fees that the developer will be paying to the city, enabling infrastructure improvements to the north side in the Lincoln Park area. The proposal will provide a substantial economic and community benefit to Chicago and the taxpayers, and I feel this type of project development should be supported by the city of Chicago. This is a unique opportunity for the men and women on this commission to usher in a new era of economic diversity and job creation, shining a positive light on the city of Chicago and across the country. The development is critical to the future of economic growth. We should be showing Chicago as having cranes in the air instead of guns in the air. Importantly, the development will also continue Sterling Bay's long-standing commitment to fostering additional equity and job opportunities for minority-owned operated firms like ours, showing that smaller MBE, DBE, and WBE firms can work and will continue to partner with larger firms to provide DEI opportunities. Please make the right decision in the future of Chicago and vote yes to Sterling Bay proposed planning development at 1840 North. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noel. Next, Ms. Tranter.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Irma Tranter. I'm the president of Ranch Triangle Association, the neighborhood in which this development is being proposed. Ranch Triangle Association opposes the Sterling Bay proposal for two-tower development of 15 and 25 stories at the Marcy location. But I want to be very clear, Ranch Triangle absolutely supports residential, especially affordable housing at that location along Marcy Street. But we believe the two high-rises are out of scale, are too dense for this location. The current highest residential building that we have there is the adapted 6-story condominium at Clybourne in Wisconsin. Other recent construction is an 8-story on Lincoln Yards. The Life Sciences building was recently constructed. And then the C.H. Robinson was constructed at a 4-story on Webster, about a half-mile north. So we have residential, 3-story, 4-story to the east, the Lincoln Park community. We have a 6-story, an 8-story, and a 4-story. And in this location, which was determined to be the buffer zone between the community and Lincoln Yards, we are going not from buffer, we are going from low rise to high rise in a buffer zone, which in Ranch's analysis is just too dense and too high for that location. The development is, we recognize that the Lincoln Park community is historic. Again, it's a neighborhood of 3 and 4 stories. We really do want to see residential development at Marcy. We want to have affordable housing at Marcy. We do not support 15 stories and 25 stories at that location. Recognize, please, that Marcy is a 2-lane roadway. It's 21 feet wide from curb to curb, 21 feet, 2 lanes. It cannot and does not even support a bike lane. And the existing structures will not, you can't knock down everything to build a wider roadway. So we must live with Marcy. Marcy is just too narrow for the density and scope of this particular development.
Can you wrap up, Ms. Tranter, please?
Okay. just to reiterate, Ranch Triangle, the Neighborhood Association, opposes this particular height and density of the Sterling Bay proposal. We would like to see Sterling Bay come back to one that really blends in with the neighborhood and certainly includes all the affordability in housing that this does propose, but at a lower density and one that can be sustained on a narrow street on which this is being proposed. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 5 speakers signed up to speak. Mr. Michael McLean for the proposal, Jessica Caballo against the proposal, Joe Bergen for the proposal, Zach Brown for the proposal, Jay Goltz, who doesn't specify if he's for or against.
Hi, let the record reflect that my name is Michael McLean and I support this proposal. I'm a resident of the 32nd Ward. I'm also a member of Urban Environmentalists Illinois, and I'm actually our ward captain for the 32nd Ward. Thanks. We're a grassroots organization that supports dense, sustainable, and affordable housing across the city. I'm here to voice full support for the proposal. It's going to have 615 new homes, 124 that are going to be affordable. And earlier, you heard that we've submitted a number of letters into the record. We've emailed 286 letters of support to the committee. As many of you know, the city of Chicago and Cook County face an enormous financial burden in the coming decades from unfunded pension liabilities. This burden ultimately falls on the shoulders of everyday Chicagoans. As a homeowner myself, I've personally had my property taxes increase 25% in just 3 years since owning my home. I'm certain that the Alder people here today have heard numerous complaints from local businesses and renters who have experienced rent hikes related to these tax increases. Developments like 1840 North Marcy provide relief for existing homeowners and renters by increasing the tax base in the city and the county. This spreads out the revenue requirements across a bigger base of people. Using the Center for Neighborhood Technologies ETOD calculator, I've estimated that this will bring in a total of $19.5 million in tax revenue for the city, the county, and the state over the next 10 years. This is nearly $20 million that will not have to be collected from existing Chicago homeowners. At the first meeting for this development in October, I heard from the Ranch Triangle Association members that they did not like this proposal because it's, quote, too tall and there will be, quote, too much traffic. In my view, it would be economic self-destruction to constrain the size of the development and the investment into the community and deny affordable housing to new neighbors in this community simply because it's too tall or we think there might be more traffic. Much of the traffic that neighbors are concerned about is generated by other types of developments like the Costco on Clybourne that was just approved by City Council last week. As the North Branch corridor fills in with dense housing, it's critical that the city plan ahead with sustainable transportation options for these new neighbors. The city should start planning today to expand dedicated rail transit in the area, which was recommended in the original framework plan. Upcoming changes to the Federal Transit Administration grants will favor rail and bus rapid transit in corridors that are zoned for dense housing. In the meantime, while we await dedicated rail service, I urge Commissioner Carney to transform Clybourne Avenue into an active transportation corridor. CDOT and CTA should restore the CTA 41 bus and build protected bike lanes on Clybourne. I'm going to leave you with a quote from the Chipotle that is a block north of here. There's a painted mural that says, "Make no little plans." And I think that that's what Chicago should do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Jessica Caballo.
Hello, I'm Jessica Cavallo, and I represent Clybourne Lofts, and it's 57 units. We're a residential building that is directly across the street on Marcy from this proposed development. I've barely been notified or contacted other than one community meeting on this. And honestly, you're saying you have community support, but every single person I've talked to in my building does not support this because we see the infrastructure every single day. In fact, I walk my daughter to the daycare that's 150 feet from this building, that proposed building. And I can show you what I encounter every day. Here's a truck blocking the sidewalk. So I had to enter the street with my 3-year-old and have cars coming at me because Marcy is 21 feet across. So what happens is cars zoom past us on either side. It's pretty horrifying. I one time walking out of the daycare with my daughter, who, this was about a year ago, a man was juggling his toddler and a baby in a car seat. Cars are zooming down Marcy and his toddler takes off because 3-year-olds do that. And he had to very gently put his car seat, bucket seat down, race out and grab his toddler before a car hit this little girl. The size and scale is very scary of this. It's going to increase more traffic. Traffic happens in a city, but the infrastructure isn't there for people to bike to this place, for people to walk safely around here. In fact, Marcy, on a regular basis, if we get a little bit of rain, floods quite heavily. So we're not against this unit. We're not against development and residential. In fact, I want to share our neighborhood and community with more people. I love that there's affordable housing here. I like that there's some green space. I'm all for more. I like that the parking has been reduced. Great transit in our area. It is very stressed. The transit, the brown line is completely backed up. The red line has no handicapped accessibility at Clybourne. So this area is stressed already, and it's at a breaking point. We need to improve infrastructure before we build these kind of high rises. Again, we are for development. Let's try something. Let's try mid-rises. See what this neighborhood can handle, because right now I'm seeing it's not much. And I am so concerned we are going right to something that's 18, 20 and above without really looking at the bigger picture, the comprehensive neighborhood transit issues and infrastructure issues. We're adding little bits of green space here. But is that really enough for a neighborhood that's filled with households, filled with a demographic that's having more kids? And this is a household neighborhood. Again, I love it. I plan to spend my life here, but it's really hard to consider that if our parks are stressed, if there's flooding. Sure, there's a wastewater management plan for this unit, but what about the rest of the neighborhood that's flooding? What about down on North Avenue that's constantly backed up? So while I definitely appreciate more development, I love affordable housing and want more. I also just don't see this being effective at building a community and making a livable neighborhood. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Joe Bergen and Zach Brown.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Bergen, and I'm the Director of Community Development for the Lincoln Park Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Chamber, I'm here to support the proposed development by Sterling Bay at 1840 North Marcy. We believe this project will help reinvigorate the Clybourne Avenue Commercial District by attracting more people to Lincoln Park to live, shop, and support local businesses. The addition of 615 new apartments will provide much-needed density to this corridor, increasing foot traffic and creating a larger pool of residents to spend dollars locally. The strategic location of the residential project near the commercial district is poised to stimulate economic growth. We anticipate increased foot traffic, the attraction of new businesses, and a boost in economic activity that will benefit our local businesses. We hope this project will help fund a feasibility study for the reinstatement of the Clybourne CTA bus line. And we believe that this project will contribute significantly to the economic vitality of Lincoln Park. Thank you for your consideration of this proposal.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
Yes, hi, my name is Zach Brown. I live at 1732 West Henderson Street in the 32nd Ward, the same ward as this development. And I'm a first-time homeowner. My wife and I bought a house last year. I'd always rented before that. I had an apartment in the Loop in 2011, had an apartment in River North. We were very excited to buy a house. In fact, we bought a house because we wanted to start a family. And the good news is my wife is pregnant. She's due in October. We're having a boy. We've even picked out the name, but it's a secret. And so I'm not at liberty to disclose the name yet. But, you know, I guess what I wanted to say is one big decision we had was, did we want to buy a house in the city or in the suburbs? My wife is born and raised in Skokie, could have moved to Skokie, we could have moved to Naperville, we even have friends in St. Charles, Illinois, and it's great. But we wanted to be in the city because we like people and commerce and vitality and energy. And that's what you get from having a lot of people and having density. That's why we have great sporting events and theaters and restaurants. And it's been awesome living in the city. We walk our dog to and from Wrigley Field like once a week. We both take the Brown line in and out of the Loop for work every day. And give me 1 second. You know, I guess that type of lifestyle, it is a personal preference. Like, we enjoy it, but I would get if there's someone who didn't want to live in a city and said, you know, I want to drive everywhere. I want all the buildings to be short. But if that's the case, like, why I live in Chicago? St. Charles is lovely. It's an amazing place. I think there's people who want the benefits of density and living in a city, but then still want their neighborhood to be this like quaint local enclave that's more like suburban type feel. And I can sympathize with that, but it doesn't work both ways. A city needs large buildings like this to thrive and to grow and to stay alive. You know, the population of Chicago is lower today than it was the day I was born. And I think that's not great for our economy. That's not great for our city. So, you know, I support this development. I support denser housing. I've been in this room a couple times over the last year to support developments all across the city, including a couple that are just walking distance from my house. And so here today, because I support denser housing in my neighborhood, in my ward, and really all throughout our great city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Golds?
I'll be brief because I'm hungry. I own the parking lot across the street, and and I didn't say for or against because I'm keeping an open mind. I really don't understand though. The street's 21 feet wide and you can't even leave between 4 and 6 now. And it's truly, it's the problem back there. And I'm just wondering what they're going to do about that and how they figure they're going to mitigate that. Cause it's a problem. It's a 21, the Clybourne's 60 feet wide. Marcy's 21 feet wide. It just doesn't seem like it can handle the density there, but I'm looking for an answer for that. So that's all I got.
Thank you. We'll address that later. Mr. James Anderson, followed by Mr. Aaron Feldman, Steve Simmons. Can't read this one. Danny Villalobos, Kelly Pierce.
My name is James, middle initial R, last name Anderson, and I'm here this afternoon to speak in support of the apartment buildings proposed for 1840 North Marcy Street. I do not live in the ward, Madam Chairman, but I respectfully ask you and the commission to consider this from the perspective of the benefit to the city as a whole. Chicago is a city that is 3/4 full when comparing our current population to the peak. More people would live here, but housing is either unavailable or too expensive. The only way to address this is to add housing. This location is an excellent one for 615 apartments. The use is currently a vacant one-story industrial building, which is doing our city no good. We need people and we need taxpayers. I attended the community meeting on October 16th of last year, where some neighborhood residents raised concerns about motor vehicle traffic. The developer's latest revision, reducing parking to 275 places, will bring less automobile traffic to the neighborhood. Though, Madam Chairman, I do find it ironic that people who drive their hippopotamus-sized SUV 2 blocks to CVS blame traffic congestion on other people. I would argue that this proposal's location is likely to attract a fair number of tenants who do not own cars, or if they do not drive very much. In the bigger picture, if we cannot accommodate people in buildings such as these, we displace putative residents into the hinterlands, which is an environmental disaster. Also, the residents of these apartments will be the customers of neighborhood businesses. How can you not want that? We must stop thinking of Chicago as a fading city where all we can do is manage the inevitable decline as best we can. We must adopt a growing city mindset and build for the future. Madam Chairman, I urge you and the other honorable members of the Plan Commission to recommend approval of the proposal for 615 apartments at 1840 North Marcy Street. The future of our city depends on development such as this.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Feldman?
Hi, my name is Aaron Feldman. I'm a former resident of the 32nd Ward, and I'm a current resident of the 47th Ward, just a block away from the boundary line. I'm here to advocate on behalf of the development at 1840 Marcy. I support the development because I share a vision for Lincoln Yards. For too long, that section of Chicago has been an economic dead zone relative to the more vibrant Bucktown, Wicker Park, and Lincoln Park neighborhoods nearby. This development can be the first step in developing that area and weaving these communities together. In an interview with Cranes, Alderman Wagisback, you said that you don't want to build Lincoln Yards on this side of the river. However, if the whole point of Lincoln Yards is to connect Bucktown, Wicker, and Lincoln Park, we can't have an attitude of you can build on that side of the river, but not over here. We need to build on both sides to weave these communities together. Building more housing will help Chicago remain affordable for all Chicagoans. More and more residents are fleeing Illinois due to rising home and rent prices. They're fleeing for places that don't make sense, like Arizona, where they're about to run out of water because those places have allowed residents to build. We need to follow their model and allow building here in Chicago to keep Chicagoans here, keep Chicago affordable, and keep our tax base strong. Building more housing is also aligned with President Biden's vision for his administration and Mayor Johnson's Cut the Tape initiative. And I also admire Sterling Bay's commitment to the affordable units as well, so that Chicago can remain diverse. The developer here has already shown compromise to the community concerns. The towers used to be 27 and 16 stories. They're now proposing 25 and 15. They've cut back on the height and the number of units already. There have been concerns here about traffic, saying that the development would lead to more congestion. However, if this is a concern, we should build less parking and not more of it, since this is an ETOD development. I also welcome a study about the Clybourne bus as well. The property is a 12-minute walk from the Armitage Brown line, which people can use, and is close to several bus stops. We can address concerns like traffic and work together, but we shouldn't use those as excuses to delay the project entirely. So let's work to address those concerns instead of use them to delay the project. I hope that Alderman Wagisback, that you come around to this development. But if he doesn't, I also encourage members of the Planning Division and City Hall to still approve of the project. And Mayor Johnson said something to this effect this morning as well. For too long in the city, we've allowed individuals to unilaterally stall projects, often at the expense of the common good. And this isn't how we should plan cities, and we shouldn't be afraid to challenge aldermanic prerogative, which often results in segregation. The Department of Housing and Urban Development in Washington has rightly called Chicago out for this racially exclusive practice as well. And I hope to see all alders see the benefits of this property and can work together to bring something bold to the Lincoln Yards area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Mr. Simmons?
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the Plan Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the proposed project at 1840 North Marcy Street. My name is Steve Simmons. I'm the Director of Business and Economic Development at North Branch Works. We are a neighborhood economic development organization that supports small industrial and manufacturing businesses. 1840 North Marcy is located within our service area. We appreciate Sterling Bay meeting with us and committing to work with us and other stakeholders on improving public transportation in the neighborhood. We have reviewed the project and determined that it complies with the North Branch Framework Plan, the guiding document for development along the North Branch. While we support the project, we also agree with some of the points that Alderman Waxback has raised. We appreciate the developer meeting with neighborhood groups in the area, listening to feedback and making adjustments to the project. We are pleased that 124 affordable housing units will be provided on site, and the number of parking spaces has been reduced to 275. We support the project for the following reasons: the commitment of Sterling Bay to work on improving public transportation in the area, the projected creation of 3,200 construction jobs and 60 permanent jobs, and the estimated 4.2 million in real estate taxes that'll be generated upon completion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Danny Villalobos?
Good afternoon. My name is Danny Villalobos.
I'm a Chicago resident that cares deeply about the direction of our urban development and community planning approach citywide. While not a resident of the neighborhood where this project is being built, take into account that the decisions made within this chamber have a wide-reaching implication on all Chicago neighborhoods as it affects us collectively. Which brings me here today to express my support for Sterling Bay's proposed development at 1840 North Marcy. We need better alignment of our city planning through a coherent planning strategy to create a consistent approach for how developers should replicate and build citywide, so that we could foster more even development that enables more inclusive, integrated communities. I appreciate the effort, creativity, and tone this project is setting for how other developers should build in our city. That is, for growth that enhances our quality of life. I would hope developers in my own neighborhood take the same forward-thinking approach, which I find in this proposal. It embodies the fact that Chicago has to grow, growing up, not out. To reverberate the development priorities of mixed use, transit accessibility, inclusivity, and affordability citywide, the Planning Commission should approve this project without further delays to set the standard and precedent for how projects should be done citywide. From providing over 600 units, 124 of which being affordable, 3,200 construction jobs, enhanced local aesthetics, pedestrian friendliness, transit connectivity, and more green space, this project embodies the type of by right worthy development and direction and signal we should be sending to developers that wish to develop and develop more within our city. I ask you to turn the page on this and unanimously approve Sterling Bay's proposal for not only the sake of this project, but for the sake and quality of future projects as well, so that we could get projects with the same positive impact for people, the planet, and businesses up and running citywide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Next, we have Kelly Pierce.
Okay, cool, thanks. Hi, my name is Kelly Pierce, and I'm a longtime Lakeview resident. And my partner, Jim Dabbert, bought our current home where we now live in 1980 for $52,000. Obviously, it is worth many times more than that now. But it goes to show that he was a teacher of English as a second language when he bought the property. Now, Lakeview, Lincoln Park is no longer affordable to people with those kinds of wages. It is out of reach. And in fact, it is increasing out of reach for the non-rich. This property, this proposal with 615 units brings great needed density, brings great needed residential units. So more people can live in places of opportunity. More people can live in places where there is retail and places of opportunity. That's why I support the proposal. Otherwise, Chicago is going to turn into another San Francisco, another Seattle, and another Boulder, Colorado. Great places to live, which are extremely unaffordable for most people and is priced completely out of the middle class. Thank you very much, and I very much support this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. The last two speakers that I have are Matthew Keene, and then the last one, first name Sud. I can't make out the last name.
Thank you. I'll do my best to keep this brief. I had this whole thing written out, and after listening to some of these comments, there's just a few things I want to mention. I assume this will be moving forward after today, and this will be moving forward without the support of the alderman that is overseeing the ward that this development's taking place in. So we are on the precipice of some exciting history in City Hall, because we may be having a vote to override a prerogative. I just want to say that there's, the North Branch framework, there's been this plan laid out that provides guidance for development in the area. And if you look at zoning across the city, something like that is so rare. Block by block, there are arbitrary decisions made about how tall something can be, how many units can be in a certain spot, There's single-family zoning that is a block from transit. There's multifamily zoning that's a mile from transit. All of it is arbitrary BS. And actual professionals that know what they're doing, we, worked with them and made this plan. And this development is fully in alignment with this plan. Now, there's a lot of talk about a buffer zone, which I did not. I looked all over the North Branch framework. There is nothing about a buffer zone. It is a made-up term, made up by rich homeowners in Lincoln Park because they don't want buildings to be tall around them, or they don't want things to be a certain height. So if you want your mid-rise buildings, if you actually would read the North Branch plan, you would see that the idea behind building tall is that there's more space for green space. So you're adding density while allowing for green space around the river. So if you want your mid-rises, sure. The Riverwalk's going to look terrible. It's going to be all concrete, and it will not be as good of a place to live as it will be if we, continue to carry out this plan. And the last thing I do want to mention too is just I have a lot of concerns about aldermanic prerogative in the context of this project, not just because of Alderman Wagasbach's opposition to it, but because he is responsible for overseeing the entire implementation of Lincoln Yards. And you can't separate these two. It's the same developer. This will, ultimately help move Lincoln Yards along if we, develop this area. And he has called it a monstrosity. I believe he has called it, I had it on my phone here. So not only is it a monstrosity, but it is the fruit of a poison tree. We give aldermen a lot of power over overseeing these developments, and that's who we have in charge overseeing the implementation of Lincoln Yards right now. I have a lot of concerns about, just development in this area in general being derailed by the aldermen. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keen. Sud? Last speaker to speak? No? Okay. That is it for speakers. We'll move on to any comments or questions from the commissioners. Okay, then we'll start with the alderman.
Thank you, Chairwoman. First of all, I want to thank the DPD staff for the excellent work that they've done for their part of this development. We've had a lot of back and forth over the last several months from the time that we first had this brought into the 32nd Ward. We had our first public meeting for this project, as was mentioned, in October of last year. That was after close to 2 years of behind-the-scenes work being done before a public meeting was held. But I was grateful for Sterling Bay to host that meeting with us in the community. And I see there's a lot of people here today that have brought up comments about what this project should or should not be. And I think despite a lot of the recent rhetoric and a lot of the misinformed commentary, this is the kind of project that really needed community input and feedback that was summarily ignored. I've given you all a copy of the letter that I put together, so I won't read the whole thing. But when I'm listening to a little bit of what was said here, we do support affordable housing on this project. We did ask for a compromise project that would reduce the height, reduce the density, and most importantly, reduce the, or as important as the affordable housing and the other issues, reduce the amount of vehicles on site. If we're going to call something like this a TOD, if we're going to push for a TOD type development, then make it a TOD development. 275 cars is 275 cars stacked into this very small parcel. On the affordable side of this, it was interesting to hear that we're only going to do ARO if we approve the low affordability ordinance, or assuming that there's successful passage of that LAO. And I think what a lot of people have a misconception about is that this was
automatically going to be affordable housing. It wasn't. In fact, the affordable housing was never going to be built on site until after the community meeting. So for people to sit out there and say that we should push push this project because of the affordable housing side is misinformation. When we do a low affordability ordinance, it reduces the affordability or the assessment on these parcels by 40%. It then, after the 30-year designation for the affordable, loses the affordability and goes back to market rate. Now that's 30 years down the line, but this low affordability ordinance cannot be put out there as if we're held hostage to make sure that we pass this, and then we'll do the affordable housing. The affordable housing should have been part and parcel of this package from day one without any argument, and it wasn't. Now, if we look at some of the other issues here, we know what Lincoln Park looks like. It is a mixed-use neighborhood. I think a lot of the people that showed up at the community meeting and a lot of people that have contacted us do want a project there with several hundred units. There was no argument about that. What the argument went back to was, what are we looking at in terms of a TOD again with vehicles? What are we doing for traffic in that area? And, you know, we've had this conversation over and over again about the North Branch Framework Plan. What are we doing for infrastructure in that area? And I certainly would like to see something happen on Lincoln Yards. Nobody's saying that shouldn't now. Nobody wants to see it sit as a fallow set of properties that for 5 years now have not been developed with the exception of one property. And I don't think that is the fault of the full fault of the developer. Obviously, we had issues that created situation there that led to the fallow property. But to first go ahead and build this without having any of the promised transportation infrastructure that was promised several years ago when this plan commission passed the Lincoln Yards development, when they passed the frameworks for this, there was supposed to be transportation infrastructure, a transitway, enhanced and expanded CTA bus service, bridge improvements or new construction, and we haven't seen that. And yet what we're doing here is saying, hey, let's go full speed ahead on another project that basically ignores those issues by not having anything in place beforehand. And if you talk to the CTA and you ask them, where are the expanded bus lines going to be? Where are the expanded service going to be? It's zero, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolutely zero. The CTA can barely run our buses and trains as it is. And we've seen that as a fellow alderman over there. We've seen that in the transportation committee. We can barely get our lines running as it is. They have put forth no effort to put a bus on Clybourne, and there won't be for decades to come. So you can read through what I've written here. I know that this kind of puts you in a difficult position because you want to see development happen. You want to see the affordable units, which we shouldn't be held hostage on, to say that we're not going to do it unless we get the low affordability ordinance passed. That should have been number one, walking in the door without us having to argue over whether it was going to happen or not. So I think looking at the context and character of this surrounding neighborhood, working with the Ranch Triangle people, working with some of the other neighborhood groups to the north that will also see this type of density with multiple high rises on different sites throughout this area with no transportation infrastructure improvements is going to make it very difficult for, I think, anybody in this area to move around. And again, I think it sends just a clear signal that there is no concern about the character and context of these neighborhoods and how it will get built out. And I don't remember hearing from anybody in any public meeting. I don't remember hearing anybody from Lincoln Park saying that they didn't want affordable. They do want it. They didn't want to be told that we're not going to do it unless you sign off on this project. So I think the top-down approach to development that we're seeing here, giving us, a process that we thought would require a lot more public engagement, as we saw in the last plan, is the only way to build. That's not the way we look at it. We have made sure that development continues in our ward
with multiple mid-rises. This would be one of the densest properties that we have seen in a long time, and we were in favor of it with the reduced height and with the reduced traffic congestion that came with the 275 parking spaces that was admittedly reduced down from several hundred. So I think what we're asking for is, obviously, I'm not in favor of the project as it sits. If it passes today, you know, that is the prerogative of the Plan Commission. It is not an aldermanic prerogative. And then we'll, you know, move on from there to see what we can do to mitigate some of the approach that has happened here. But I just want to relate to you that those are my concerns. They're the concerns of the community. You can read through the letter, which is much more detail, and I appreciate all the work that you're putting into this today. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Alderman. I do think we have someone from CDOT that would like to make a statement on the item.
Kevin McGinnis with CDOT. Just, Kevin McGinnis, CDOT. In regards to the traffic study, we did review the traffic study. So, you know, we look at what the, you know, level of service the traffic is for the existing streets, intersections around the development. And we concurred with the traffic study prepared that the existing street network would have sufficient capacity for traffic. So there were no major infrastructure improvements planned for the development, and we agreed with that. So I just wanted to state that.
So, I mean, going back to some of the comments, what about the 21-foot wide street? How is that comparable to the size of the development? I think that's a very valid question.
So a 21-foot wide street is sufficient for two-way traffic. It doesn't allow for any on-street parking at all. It could be potentially, you know, it would be probably a lower speed street just because how narrow it is. But again, based on the, you know, the traffic study, Marcy in combination with Kingsbury, there would be, you know, multiple entrances and ingress and egress for the development.
Okay, and then also, I guess, follow up in terms of a bus route on Clybourne or any of the other comments made by speakers. Is there a plan for that, or there is no immediate plan?
For Clybourne, no. From CDOT's standpoint, no, there's not a planned bus route at this time. I think it's been discussed maybe conceptually. Maybe on Kingsbury conceptually, also a discussion about bus route, but there's some limiting factors there with the old General Iron site being kind of occupying the street. There's still some long-term plans that have been discussed for other streets.
Okay. I'll open it up to the commissioners for any questions. Commissioner Piñeiro, followed by Commissioner Soto.
Madam Chair, I would like to hear, I mean, honestly, the discussion.
Can you speak
around-
to the?
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you for the. If KLOA, the transit consultant can help us get our arms around, there's been a lot of discussion around Marcy, the width of Marcy, the traffic that would be created. If you can give us a little bit deeper context around what was there before, what the impact of this new development is going to do, and context around what are we facing here as it relates to density and transit.
No problem. I appreciate the question. Again, my name is Louay Abuna. I'm a principal with KLOA. As Mr. McGinnis indicated, I mean, in the traffic study that we conducted, we looked at the immediate intersections and in the study area to kind of get an understanding how the traffic movements are in the area, not only vehicular, but as well as pedestrians and bicyclists.
If
And-
I can interrupt just to move to the slide that will show that. Thank you.
Right. So, and what we try to do in the traffic study is kind of identify the areas where, you know, where some of the problem intersections are, where some of the congestion is occurring. And, you know, there are, you know, typically you can see that at the six-legged intersections when there is competing traffic movements and not enough, green time kind of to accommodate the traffic for these intersections. Specifically for this development, we believe that this is going to be a transit-served location. It's got good access to public transportation relative to the CTA train stations, proximity to the bike lanes on Clybourne, on Cortlandt. So there's going to be a lot of people that would opt to use alternative modes of transportation versus using their vehicular for transportation. There's a lot of working from home right now. So that's going to help reduce the amount of traffic that development would generate. That doesn't mean that some people will not own a car, but a lot of them will not necessarily use it on a regular basis. It'd be more for like weekends or occasional trips during the week. The development is going to also do several things in terms to help promote alternative modes of transportation. The sidewalks along the side are all going to be widened. The crosswalks at the adjacent intersections are all going to be improved to current standards or refreshed. So again, to provide that environment for pedestrians to feel safer and encourage people to be able to walk around and access businesses in the area or access other modes of transportation. As far as the width of the street, as Mr. McGinnis indicated, 21 feet is adequate for two-way traffic without parking. That's not unheard of in terms of that kind of a street width. And if anything, it kind of helps calm the traffic down because, with the street narrower, with two cars passing each other, it gives that, visually it will, help slow down the traffic and create a calmer condition for pedestrians and other users of the streets. Welcome.
Commissioner Soto?
Thank you. So with the back and forth that I was hearing from all the speakers, I was reading CMAP's report on Lincoln Park and how Lincoln Park has 100% high transit availability. That's higher than the city of Chicago, the general city of Chicago, which is 99.3%. And the vast majority of residents of Lincoln Park are working, downtown. I have 3 sons. I would have loved to be able to walk to their daycare. I would have loved to raise them in a community that has this walkability, that has this accessibility for, transit for me to travel to work. Lincoln Park historically also had a high percentage of Latino population who were pushed out through gentrification. Density is not an issue. The width of that street is not an issue. If cars are zipping around there, put in a speed bump like they do in the Black and brown community all over Chicago. That's the solution that they use in our communities. So why not put a speed bump in Lincoln Park? I want to thank the young people in this audience for coming today with facts. Not coming here with emotion, but coming here with facts, because it shows that you did your homework. And those are the comments that I have for today.
Thank you, Commissioner Soto. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Burnfield, followed by Commissioner Boatright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it would be helpful if you actually went back to slide 23, I think it is, that shows the site plan and talk a little bit more about circulation. I think, there's been a lot of comments, of course, with, basically the transportation and the access to public transportation around the site. But it would be helpful, I think, for the commissioners to hear a little bit more about circulation as it relates to in and around the site and some of the access points to some of the buildings.
Again, I'm Chris Pemberton with SCB. I don't know if with the mouse, if I can indicate here, you see the mouse when I do that on the screen? Okay.
if we start with the colorization of the plan, we have retail at each end, and then the salmon and orange colors are the residential components, just to make everyone clear of the programming. You'll see that, again, I mentioned this was a very long block, and there are a number of ways to walk through here as a pedestrian. So we have widened the sidewalk up here. It's 12 feet wide, and then we have this open space that's in here. This is about 30,000 feet, so it's a good size. But there are a variety of ways. You can, from this corner here, this is Wisconsin, you can come down, you can wrap around the building here to get down to Kingsbury, make your way down to the Riverwalk. You can do that on the same side here, but this is also where our principal entrance to the south building is. So that's the main place residents will come to and from the building here. They can also go across to access the lobby here as well. So those are the two principal residential entrance points. Yeah. Yes, I mean, one of the comments through the development over the past couple of years is to take some of those functions for the servicing of the buildings and move them down to Kingsbury as well. You can see that here. You can see that the primary entrance for loading is off of Kingsbury for the south building, and then the parking entrance comes off of our little throughway that we've introduced in the middle of the site. So those are primary sort of pedestrian routes. There's a sort of multitude of ways. But this will be a lovely walk across here as we talk about the fact that this is only 21 feet wide. This is a 12-foot wide sidewalk as well. Does that help to answer the question?
Yeah, and I was hoping that, you know, it would be more informational for the rest of the plan commission to hear some of these things. You know, in looking at this, you know, yes, you have a very tight site. It is narrow in nature, but it's also relatively porous, the way that you've actually designed it. And also, as it relates to just access, not only from pedestrian standpoint, you do have multiple relief valves for cars to get in and out. And I think that's also important for everyone in this room to understand this beyond the plan commission, that, you know, this is not creating a series, at least does not appear to create a series of choke points from a vehicular standpoint, but there are multiple ways that you can get in and out of the site, out of the development. And also, you know, I think that mid-street, or I should say, you know, that I won't call it a cut through, but that also serves as a relief valve as well. Is that correct for cars?
That's correct. And you know, it did center around that slide that we presented that showed the creation of the open space as the first move on the site. And then we looked at breaking that the long street with the cut through that you just mentioned. So those were the primary sort of guiding principles of how we laid out the site plan. And it was all about multiple ways to walk across the site and to have access to what will become the Riverwalk so nearby.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just seeing this really helps. I know Commissioner Laspata wanted to speak and I skipped him before. So if I can just go back to him.
Thank you very much. I would like to refer back to a few slides. Can we go to slide number 7, please? So I believe it was the transportation slide. We keep talking about this from a TOD perspective. And that, like, as someone who does travel through this area, I do not experience it in that way. Like, I know what it is to like shop at the Trader Joe's around the corner here. And if you're trying to like carry your like, words are escaping me, grocery bags all the way to that Armitage Brown Line station, or even up to the bus and across, it is a longer walk than the radius implies, in my perspective. Now, and that's as someone who I try to take a wide berth of what I consider transit oriented. Similarly, like with the cycling, and I know that this is going to pass, and I believe it will get built, and so hopefully this is, at the end of the day, constructive feedback. But for KLOA, I would encourage, particularly when we have larger sites, to take a broader look at the transportation impacts, because I know we talked about the adjacent intersections here, but if I think about what Clybourne, what Cortland feel like around rush hour, those are not positive experiences as a cyclist, definitely, and I have to assume so as a driver. Can folks speak to why we didn't take a broader look at the transportation and the infrastructure here?
Again, Louis Abuna with KLOA. In terms of our traffic study boundaries, we did go up to Cortlandt and Clybourne, so that was included in our analysis, and we went all the way down to North Avenue and Kingsbury, and then, you know, the Clybourne corridor.
And like, based on that, we didn't think that Cortland needed infrastructure upgrades?
In what sense?
Well, we talked about this as cycling being a mode to go to and from this development. As someone who cycles, rides my bike on Cortland and Clybourne frequently, I don't view those as safe or comfortable experiences. I'm happy to join you for a ride sometime, but that has not been my experience.
Well, again, I mean, incrementally for this specific development, you know, that's not going to be not going to create such an impact that, you know, something like that will be necessitated. And we believe that what's out there today, as far as the bike lanes on Clybourne and on Cortland, will be sufficient to accommodate what this development would generate from in terms of that kind of mode of transportation. So incrementally from this development, we don't believe that there is a need to improve that infrastructure, that what's there now would be sufficient.
I understand from the incremental perspective. In the future, I might speak more cumulatively about our traffic impacts and the infrastructure to accommodate that, but I appreciate the perspective.
No problem.
The next slide I would like to refer to is slide 15. So this is a point that I wanted to raise up because I was not in office at the time that the planned development and redevelopment agreement for Lincoln Yards was passing. But what I do see in green is a lot of development capacity that feels like it's already out there. I appreciate, for example, that the orange buildings there are under development. I'm curious, for example, why are we looking at the new properties on Marcy when it looks like there's two green buildings just across the river of similar size and density that aren't being developed? I guess the question I'm getting at is why pursue this project when there's so much development capacity currently unrealized at Lincoln Yards?
For the record, Fred Kroll with Sterling Bay. Simply, we have different ownership at this site here at 1840 than we do across the river. And it's this ownership that would like to move forward and is able to move forward at this location at this time.
But I feel like someone said earlier that this is a project affiliated with Sterling Bay. Did I?
That's correct. That's correct. We have different partners.
Okay. So the last slide that I wanted to refer to was slide 37. And we don't have to get deep into this, but again, we're looking at, when we talk about the benefits, we talk about 26% MBE, 6% WBE. We're not talking about the 50% Chicago resident work goal. And like, the first time I can understand it as an oversight, the second time for another Sterling Bay project, it starts to feel like a pattern. So I just want to flag that again. I know this is moving forward. I just want to flag that this is an expectation of the Plan Commission.
Once again, Fred Kroll for the applicant. Thank you for the comment, Commissioner. It is absolutely an oversight. As part of going to Plan Commission, we did provide an affidavit to the Department of Planning and Development indicating our intention is to meet the 26 and 6 goal as well as the 50% resident hiring.
I appreciate it. I hope to be serving on the Plan Commission for at least 3 more years. I hope that more of your projects come in front of us. I would hope for that to be included in presentations.
We've definitely made a note of it after today, definitely.
I appreciate that. So I want to speak to where I'm coming from, because when we get to the roll call, it's just going to be like a standard roll call. And today is going to be project that I'm going to be voting no on, and I feel like it's due an explanation on that. So I want to explain first why, the reasons that aren't relevant to me and the reasons that are. I'm not voting no on the project out of any level of deference towards Alderman Wagasback. I did have an opportunity to have a good conversation with him on the project, to receive his feedback, his understanding of the process, but I'm not voting no out of some deference or sense of obligation towards him. I know that this has been written about as a referendum on aldermanic prerogative. I'm also not voting no out of some fealty towards aldermanic prerogative. I think it is unwise for this city now and in the past and in the future for one individual to have unilateral power over the housing and economic development opportunities for entire communities. That is unwise. We've seen what that leads to in Chicago. Certainly, we're being investigated rightly for that. It has not been beyond me, if you look at my zoning votes in the past, to vote against the prerogative and preferences of some of my colleagues when I feel like their preferences are grounded in unsound land use and planning decisions. So that's not why I'm voting no today as well. I'm voting no because if what we're really talking about is coherent and contextual and equitable development, to me, what we're looking at doesn't meet that standard by my professional assessment. And I'll speak to a few points from the audience, and I will take, let's say, 2 minutes, and then I'll be done. So when we talk about the North Branch Framework Plan as the grounding for this, I was actually here to give public testimony on that in 2017. I disagreed then with the values that underpinned that plan, and I disagree with them now, respectfully. I feel like it has borne out what we have seen, which is creating pressures for displacement on industry that are succeeding at that. I would love to see there be a genuine space for manufacturing, genuine commercial uses in the broader North Branch, and I hope to see that in the future. I also had speakers talk about a need for zoning not to feel arbitrary, but for me, there is a certain arbitrariness in this. I would encourage those who spoke to this point in public comment to actually go to the Chicago zoning map, to look at the surrounding zoning, to look at the surrounding land use, and to think about whether there is a cohesiveness, a contextualness to what is being proposed here today. I take Alderman Wagasback at his word when he says that he is not opposed to development here, he is not opposed to density here, but that there can be a reasonableness and a thoughtfulness to the site. And to those who spoke today about the need for density in Chicago and development in Chicago, I wholeheartedly agree with them. And I am grateful for the ways that they show up and show out at zoning meetings in my community. And I would counsel that you can have both. You are allowed to ask for and support development and also ask for that development to feel coherent and contextual and equitable to the community in which it's being cited. All of that being said, when I got into government, there were two things that I never wanted to be. I never wanted to feel like I was being a rubber stamp, and I never wanted to feel like I was the kind of person who took a timely bathroom break when there was a tough vote coming up, which is why I'm here to vote and to vote my conscience. And I thank you for hearing me out on that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Boatright?
Yeah, we talk a lot about density on the site, and, you know, the North Branch Framework offers a density bonus along with a cap on total FAR. And so I would love it if someone from the DPD team, Max or Noah, can reiterate that portion of the presentation, just given all the comments around the density tied to the project.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. Again, Max Line with DPD. So the North Branch Framework Plan, it doesn't have any regulations or any specific guidelines that dictate a height. The only things that it really talks about is uses, design, and density. For this particular area, the North Branch Framework Plan and the North Branch Corridor Overlay, which is part of the zoning ordinance, they dictate a base 3.0 FAR and then 3.5 bonus maximum FAR. That's about as specific as either plan or ordinance get in terms of an actual density number. Again, no height restrictions because it's a planned development. And yeah, I believe, does that answer?
It does.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's more of a comment than a question. The second thing, I mean, this has been a long time coming, and so I just wanted to take a minute just to give credit to my staff for their work on this project, given the multiple planning goals involving the site and the North Branch corridor, and also the development team, to be honest, for bringing the project to DPD early in the process. This is 3 years, which is a pretty long lead time, but it was time well spent given the outcomes. I also want to compliment the thoughtful presentation, which does a great job illustrating the planning principles that are relevant to today's Plan Commission discussion. In many ways, this is a case study in how plan development designations help ensure new projects fit within the immediate surroundings and how the North Branch projects can address challenges and opportunities found throughout this important corridor. The reason the Plan Commission adopted the North Branch Plan 7 years ago was to provide a framework for new construction. And that's what we're seeing in this project today, especially the on-site affordability, the limited parking, the open space, the bonus and conversion fees, and the overall size and scale of this particular project. This is just one project, but it is an intentional step forward for the plan, the site, Lincoln Park, and the entire city of Chicago. So I just want to again, thank my staff, my team for their diligence, their hard work, their ongoing communication between the development team and with the aldermen to really be responsive to some of the concerns that have been raised over the several years of planning.
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe we still have one more comment from Commissioner Brumfield.
My apologies, not trying to stretch this out any longer because we've been talking about this very important project for some time here. I would just say in the future, what will really be helpful, not just so much for the Plan Commission, but also for the general public, KLOA, I know you are an outstanding firm. This is why you're here pretty much for every project. I would just encourage the developers to really kind of give more voice here for projects like this, to address some of the traffic concerns, some of the circulation concerns, just as many of us are asking about requirements in affordable housing. It would be good to get a little bit more information that goes deeper to understand where there are true traffic conflicts and also what it means in terms of peak hours for a residential development like this, where we understand what it means during rush hour and what it doesn't mean during rush hour. Because I think that the more we're informed, the more the general public is informed, some of these issues may kind of tamp down in terms of what the real conflicts may be from traffic circulation during peak hours and non-peak hours. So just a general comment, and I think it would just be helpful for us in the future to get a little bit more deeper dive on that. We know you have it, you know you've done the analysis, we know you have it somewhere. Be good to get a little bit more kind of daylight to that in these presentations.
Thank you, Commissioner. And then one last chance for CDOT to address the comments on the 606 extension and any of the comments made about the bike lanes.
Kevin McGinnis with CDOT again. Yeah, just to mention that the 606 extension, kind of within the vicinity, I guess, to this project is in the works right now. It's pretty complicated going under the Kennedy Expressway. So there's some challenges there. And then I just wanted to touch on something regards to the traffic study, the comment about, what about the intersections like outside of the traffic study? CDOT does kind of dictate the scope of the traffic study to the consultants. However, in future projects with TDM studies, projects that will require TDM studies, we'll be able to look at intersections outside of the immediate vicinity. And that's where we can start to look at pedestrian and bike improvements beyond just what can we do for cars at, certain intersections. So I just wanted to mention that we'll be seeing more of those come through, at these meetings.
Okay, Thank you. Any last minute comments, questions from commissioners? Last call. Okay. Okay, so with that, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this item. Do I have a motion on a proposed plan development submitted by 1840 North Marcy LLC for the property generally located at 1840 North Marcy Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you, Commissioner Escareno. Do I have a second? Commissioner Boatright, roll call vote. Left, Commissioner Boatright? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Brooks? Stepped away. Commissioner Brentfield? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareno? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Cadaquia? Thank you. Commissioner La Espada?
No.
No. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, almost there. Another break or no? We just keep going. Yeah, well, this one is not. Yeah, well, this one is. 2012. The next item today is listed as D12. A proposed resolution to adopt the Harlem Avenue Visioning Study. The study sets forth a big picture vision for potential future projects along Harlem Avenue and identifies areas of greatest need, opportunities, and aspirations. The visioning study area consists of a 2-mile stretch of Harlem Avenue spanning from Irving Park Road to Grant Avenue in the Dunning and Montclair community areas. The study considers public right-of-way improvements along the Harlem Avenue corridor to enhance the public realm, improve safety and circulation, provide storefront recommendations, identify new open spaces for gathering and events, create branding options for the corridor and locations with the history of Italian and Italian-American businesses, locate gateway identifiers for the focus areas that welcome visitors to the area, identify opportunity sites for new businesses, and outline an implementation framework to guide a future streetscape project. An informational presentation was provided to the Chicago Plan Commission in April 2024, and a survey and draft of the study were released for public feedback through May 2024. Carmen Martinez will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Hello.
Hi.
For the record, again, my name is Carmen Martinez. I'm with the Department of Planning and Development. I'm the supervising planner for the Northwest region. Thank you all for sticking with us this long. This is an exciting event, and thank you to the public that's watching and live streaming at the moment as well. As the chairwoman mentioned, this project is within the Montclair and Dunning community area within the 29th and 38th ward. The corridor study is 2 miles long on Harlem, bordering Irving Park Road and Grand Avenue. We've had the study in 2023, and since then have had engagement with business owners, residents, and local stakeholders. So our study actually includes 3 deliverables that you have seen in the draft in April that I came to you with. And since then, we have posted our draft implementation plan, our report, as well as our gateway visioning. Our deliverables have stayed in place since April. We focused still on 3 areas that we concentrated on Harlem. Our gateway visioning and branding, as such, have still received positive reports from our survey. And our implementation framework has been reviewed, and there have been no changes made. Our goals for the study, as you see on the screen, again, were to create a vision for the public improvement for the public realm of Harlem Avenue. Creating an identity and a brand for the Harlem Avenue was very important to us, but also thinking about the big picture, how we can create a brand that would be cohesive for the entire stretch of 2 miles. The goal also was to continue to support the existing businesses, as well as continue to attract new businesses to Harlem Avenue, and creating a framework that would not only give long-term infrastructure improvement suggestions, but as well provide tools for existing businesses. Our study team was led by Site Design Group in collaboration with Collabo, McGuire Gillespie, and Goodman Williams. Our partners were IDOT, CDOT, and CTA were very important because a lot of these improvements required a lot of coordination and a lot of ideas that, you know, over the year definitely was a lot of part of our give and take on what was recommended in the end. As I mentioned, we came here in April with a courtesy presentation that gave our vision, our study, provided a month worth of additional engagement and outreach from residents, business owners, and stakeholders. And just to go over again some of the highlights that we had for engagement for this past year, as well as the survey that we put online after our draft. The additional engagement that we received continue to support our ideas, requesting for infrastructure improvements, landscaping, beautification, improvements to public safety in the public realm. There's still a high percentage of, comments regarding the pedestrian safety that residents and business owners have crossing Harlem Avenue. Again, Harlem is a state highway. That has been one of our main concerns, is how do we create a corridor that not only supports the businesses and the additional business we want to bring to Harlem, but how do we increase the pedestrian safety that Harlem Avenue faces today? From the public comments as well as the survey results, we still have a high percentage of support for branding, gateway, identification of the Italian American heritage, as well as continuing to support additional open space for arts and gathering. Again, our engagement process, this project could not have moved as smoothly as it did without our residents, our business owners, and our stakeholders. So with that, I thank them very much for participating and being the heart of this study. We did meet 4 times over the year, having very interactive and exciting workshops, as well as including our adjacent partners, Elmwood Park, which is right across the street from half of our study, and having our working members include IDOT, CTA, and CDOT were very important. Since then, we've had some press releases. Chicago Tribune, Block Club, as well as a lot of social media comments were received, all in support. Additional comments were received of trying to make sure that additional pedestrian safety and congestion were addressed. In review, our guiding principles have remained the same since April, our presentation. Our focus is going to be on public improvements, on the corridor identity, as well as community gathering spaces. A very small map here, but our heart of our study is continuing to take a look at the right-of-way typologies. How do we create pedestrian safety improvements, relocation of CTA bus stops or improvements, as well as improvements for Harlem Avenue as an IDOT route. Our branding is still going to speak to the Italian American heritage, as well as create opportunities for vision for Harlem Avenue, and to address that 2 miles for a branding is definitely challenging to do, and it's also crossing two different community areas. So the brand will highlight the hub and hearts that focus on the history of Italian Americans in this community, as well as opportunities for branding throughout the corridor. The locations for the signage and wayfinding will remain the same. We still feel that the locations that were selected in our vision, as well as in April, provide the most opportunity to highlight the entry and exits of this area, as well as provide locations for gateway and branding. So this is Harlem today. Those of you that are familiar with Harlem Avenue, it's very car-oriented, but there are definitely a lot of businesses that are that have been there and are really the heart of this avenue. So in review, from April to today, our community heart still remains in this location. If you go there today, you will find it very busy, lots of small businesses. Many of these business owners have been here for decades, continuing to have events and activities in this heart of Harlem Avenue. There are already activity, and there's some of these suggestions for locating branding, murals, and identifying this area as a heart is underway now. The hub for the study also continues to be an idea of trying to promote future development and renovation of this intersection, as well as providing opportunities for existing building owners that have vacant buildings that are a great opportunity to redevelop this area, as well as collaborate with neighbors that also own properties that would make great open space locations. So in summary, our heart and hubs, although we highlighted that in our draft and in our study, our infrastructure improvements are for 2 miles of Harlem Avenue. Our scenarios that we have in our report do focus on the heart and hubs, as that is the highest concentration of where our Italian businesses and residents are. But the recommendations for infrastructure improvements are for the entire stretch of Harlem from Irving Park to Grand. I want to thank all those that have participated, that have stayed with us throughout this year, our collaborators, and I would be remiss to not mention that one of our main collaborators, Gino Bartucci, his birthday is today. And I want to thank him for coming and joining us today and sitting throughout our presentation. Commissioner and
Share
Ron
the same
Onesti.
birthday.
Same birthday. So, thank you so much for participating and joining with us. And Alderman Sposato was not able to stay with us today, but he did want me to read something. Apologies, should have had this up. My community and I fully support this project. We appreciate everyone's hard work and look forward to this much-needed development. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. And we do have a few speakers signed up to speak. Mr. Ron Onesti, Mr. Michael Giordano, and Mr. Gino Bartucci.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for allowing us to speak and for meeting today. I would like to say that in light of the birthdays, we should just pass this. Can we call a vote? My name is Ron Onesti, president of the National Italian American Sports Hall of Fame. We are a building, we just purchased this building a couple of years ago, moved from Taylor Street. And we are directly in the center of the geographical center of this initiative. And just like our good friends at the DuSalvo Museum, Perry Ermer, and our good buddy Billy Acasio from the National Puerto Rican Museum, we've gone and used their examples, becoming a national tourist attraction, a national historic location. The National Italian American Sports Hall of Fame is a national organization drawing a lot of tourism. So I would like to definitely commend Ms. Martinez and her staff on engaging our community. They were very thorough with many consultants and many perspectives. There are different ways that we can make this successful. One of the ways was encompassing all ethnic groups that are involved in our neighborhood. Of course, we want this to continue with the Italian American recognition that it's had since the 1980s, as it was branded a West Side Little Italy. But we do have a Jamaican restaurant. We have several Asian American businesses, Latin American businesses, and the such. of course, many Polish businesses as well, that we are all coming together and make this a wonderful tourist area, but also a cultural attraction that is going to be something that is going to perpetuate many, many heritage groups. We have been around since 1977, have given over $6 million in scholarships, and there's a lot more to come. So what they've done, and what Ms. Martinez and her group has done, has created a situation that is really going to add so much to the neighborhood. They've taken traffic in consideration, both foot and automobile traffic in consideration, the different branding opportunities that we have, and it's really going to propel this side of the city, which is located right near O'Hare Airport, right in between the Eisenhower Expressway and the Kennedy Expressway. So many ways to attract new people there and to keep this vibrant community vibrant. So we would like to perpetuate this plan and support this plan tremendously as it pertains to our community. And thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Onesti. Mr. Giordano?
Hi, good afternoon. I will keep this brief. My name is Michael Giordano. I am the Executive Director of the Portage Park Chamber of Commerce. We are the sole service provider for SSA 28-2014, Six Corners. And I just wanted to share a letter on behalf of the Chamber from our Board of Directors. So this letter is written on behalf of the Portage Park Chamber of Commerce and its Board of Directors to express our support for the Harlem Avenue Visioning Study initiated by the City of Chicago's Department of Planning and Development. We feel the implementation of the recommendations from this study will have an exponentially positive impact on this well-established business community, emphasizing the Italian-American culture among the businesses, and many of the local residents will provide the area with a refreshed rebrand through the utilization of new and various community identifiers. However, the recommendations from this study will provide more than just a reinforcement of the Italian-American spirit along Harlem Avenue. The enhancements to the streetscape are something that everyone can benefit from by making the business district more walkable for shoppers and residents alike. This will certainly benefit the businesses. Consequently, this will make the area more attractive to potential new businesses looking to relocate into the area. The addition of public gathering spaces will provide amenities that both the businesses and visitors to the area will benefit from. This creates the possibility of having more smaller festivals, events within the study's footprint. These events will provide the local businesses with an additional opportunity to promote themselves while also increasing the quality of life for individuals and families living in the area. In closing, we encourage the Chicago Plan Commission to grant approval to adopt this plan. And I just see there's a tremendous opportunity. This is a thriving business area that in many ways kind of benefit from a renaissance like we're seeing at Six Corners right now. So we encourage you to adopt this study. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano. Mr. Bertucci?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Gino Bertucci. As I told you the last time, I'm not a speaker, but I do my best. They told everything that they said, I agree. I guess I've been the oldest guy in the community. I started working in that street at 10 years old when I came from Italy, and I only left a few years to do my Army duty in the government of America. I came back and I built a beautiful store in the early 70s. As a matter of fact, Mayor Byrne came in to my grand opening, and I was very proud. The community is a very proud community. As a matter of fact, there was about 20 people going to come today. The only thing they didn't come, they have more love for soccer. And today at 2 o'clock, they had a soccer game, and we were posting it on a big screen in the middle of Harlem Avenue. So everybody found excuses, either had to work or see the games. I want to thank Carmen for doing a great job in supporting us. Our crew was wonderful. The Alderman Tosaro is doing a great job. We all love him. The whole neighborhood loves him. The community has gone down a little bit. people move down, move other area in the suburbs. So we really need the city to give us a chance and vote yes to this plan that Ms. Martinez did for us. We need it, and I'm sure with Ron help with the museum, he didn't tell you, I called him to come on Harlem Avenue. Am I right, Ron? He left already. So really, please vote yes. Today is not only my birthday, but it's the longest day of the year, and it's the beginning of summer. So let's celebrate and support us. We need you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bartucci. So any comments from the commissioners? I know we've seen this before, but Commissioner Soto?
I have to give a shout out to my dad, who grew up on Taylor Street in the 1950s and on, and he grew up with the Italians. I also want to claim my 0.03% Italian heritage at this time. And it would greatly appreciate the fact that this is happening on Harlem Avenue. It's a beautiful addition, a beautiful preservation. Great to hear that the Italian Sports Hall of Fame is going over there, because when it left from Taylor Street, we were wondering where it was going. And just thank you for all your hard work. And today's also National Vanilla Milkshake Day. So
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Boatright?
I just want to echo the commissioner in thanking Carmen for her leadership and authentically engaging the community and being so collaborative, because I know this has been a lot of work, and you and the team have done a phenomenal job. And so I just want to commend Carmen and my incredible team at DPD for just their hard work.
Yeah, it seems like everybody's ready for this to get passed. Everybody's happy about all the work. So again, thank you, Carmen and the team. Any other comments, questions before we vote? No? No? Okay. And obviously we have support from Alderman Sposado. Is that the same for Taliaferro? Both of them?
We are both supportive, and Elmwood Park is supportive of this one.
Perfect, thank you. So then, with that, do I have a motion on a proposed resolution to adopt the Harlem Avenue Visioning Study, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Piñeiro. Roll call vote. Let's see who's left. Commissioner Boatright?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner, not Castañeda, Commissioner Escareño? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Galakia? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Happy birthday again. Okay. We are on to the last item on the agenda for today.
Woo-hoo.
Woo. Okay, the last item we have today is listed as E1. An informational presentation from the Department of Planning and Development. The Inglewood Agro-Eco District Land Use Plan identifies future land uses for the general area within a quarter mile of a proposed Inglewood Nature Trail. Initiated in the spring of 2022, the plan is based on 8 guiding principles: community first, strength, health and security, stabilize, pathways to work and wealth, farming as political act, art rooted in local culture, and design for the community. The plan includes unique goals, objectives, and zoning recommendations for 6 land use categories, namely public parks, agricultural sites, neighborhood commercial centers, small and local production, residential, and mixed-use development. A draft of the plan will be released on June 17, I guess it has been released, 2024 for a 30-day public comment period. Kathy will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
This is good. Is this on?
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, and I'm glad it is the longest day. So for the record, Kathy Dickett, Deputy Commissioner of the Bureau of Citywide Planning and the Department of Planning and Development. So I'm here today to make an informational presentation on the Inglewood Agro District Land Use Plan. It will be posted for comment until July 31st. And in this presentation, I'll provide an overview of the sections and highlight those aspects that will be included when we come back in August seeking adoption. This is a 10 to 20-year land use plan for the area proposed around the 1.7-mile Inglewood Nature Trail, which is located between South 58th and 59th Streets and roughly Halsted on the east and Damon on the west. Large green infrastructure developments such as these in Chicago and other cities have had large impacts on the surrounding communities. So in 2022, when CDOT identified the local match required to seek federal funding for this trail, we began and they began phase 1 engineering. DPD initiated a planning process for the area within a quarter mile of the trail. Construction is scheduled to begin in 2026 and last 2 construction seasons. The land use plan builds on 20 years of planning in this community. Started with the 2005 Inglewood Quality of Life Plan, where urban agriculture was first identified as something to do in a cluster around Racine and the trail. Then the New Era Trail was identified, New Era standing for Inglewood Remaking America, on the abandoned 59th line in 2008. And then in 2014, DPD initiated the Green Healthy Neighborhoods Plan, which this commission adopted, which combined those 2 themes, among other things, urban agriculture and the nature trail. As the chair said, it's based on 8 principles: community first, strength, health and security, stabilize, pathways to work and wealth, farming as a political act, art rooted in local culture, and design for the community. Those principles evolved during an 18-month planning process that began in July of 2022 through November of 23. That process was managed by DPD and its consultant team lead, Gensler Architects, who had identified Grow Greater Inglewood as the community partner to design, develop, and lead the engagement process. And they have done that beautifully. CDOT, as they begin phase 2 engineering this spring, have also engaged Grow Greater Inglewood as part of the team to again do that same work, design, develop, and lead engagement. Now we included, there's a lot in this document and I encourage you to read it, but today I'm just going to go over some of the background of the landscape and trails. So we included information on the real estate legacy that, and this is information that we also included in the We Will plan, or the citywide plan, that the Plan Commission adopted in 2023. There have been harmful practices that have impacted the landscape here. So urban renewal, red lighting, housing covenants, block busting, and contract sales have contributed to the current state of the landscape in Inglewood, West Inglewood, and other parts of the city. Today, in Inglewood and West Inglewood, the city owns over 2,200 vacant lots, and there are also tax delinquent vacant lots and buildings. There's also been a decline in population. Then the area immediately around the embankment has a little bit of a different legacy. It was once occupied by many industrial uses. So it was built beginning in 1883, and there were metal factories, coal yards, other types of industrial uses around this rail line. It has left some legacy of environmental contamination. Now, in the 90s, the city of Chicago, led by CDOT, started identifying trails across the city, rail trails, and then along the river. And they began developing those. So in 1990, the Major Taylor was one of the first trails that came in. And then 2013, and it opened in 2007. In 2015, the 606 Bloomingdale opened. And in 2022, CDOT began looking for funding for the Inglewood line. And you can see on this map all the trails that CDOT has identified in a 48-mile network, of which the Inglewood line is one. They also started identifying, CDOT identified local match and other funding for the Inglewood line. Now, each trail that has been developed has its own character. This image captures the evolving character of the Inglewood line, a nature trail with a collection of community-developed and managed urban agricultural sites alongside. The first urban agricultural site in this area was on Wood Street, across from Hermitage Park, and it was developed by Growing Home in 2008 on land that was city-owned. This month, Growing Home received a $5 million grant from the city to create a USDA-certified produce processing facility for their adjacent farming operations. This $20 million project will include a retail store, cafe, teaching and commercial kitchen, community classrooms, and about 24 full-time jobs that will enable them to double their capacity for workforce development program to 160 people. In this area, Growing Home's expanded operations now total over 3.5 acres. There are 3 other active farms along the line, totaling about 2 acres, including the Inglewood Village Plaza. And this Saturday, they are celebrating their 5th year of hosting a farmer's market on this site at Halsted. There are also 3 additional sites identified in the plan, totaling another 2 acres. Now, this is the land use plan. This is what we will be asking for adoption when we come back. So you see the Inglewood line is a horizontal line, the green line with dots in it. And it's not even because the right-of-way is not even. That is a spine. And then actually on the map, the olive green sites are urban agricultural sites, some already underway, some, as I said, a few more identified. But then the other land uses. So you see neighborhood commercial centers that were identified. And those are envisioned mostly at the north-south streets. And are appropriate for business uses, restaurants, markets, food education facilities, retail services, and mixed-use buildings. There are already several local production areas, especially in the middle in purple, that exist. But on the eastern edge, we have identified other for small, different kinds of for-profit agriculture, food processing, and distribution. That area on the east is really bounded by the Norfolk and Southern Intermodal Yard, and the wall is right there, so it's kind of a quiet area. Then 2 large areas north of the trail have been identified for new residential. Oh, I can't make that thing work. Oh, it's not that one. The big one on the, here, this is for new residential. This is the closed Bontemps School, and then this is vacant land here. As well as we looked at other land that is residential but should be zoned residential. We have also included an implementation guide. So we have the land uses identified, and I think I might have missed one. But we've also worked with the zoning bureau to identify appropriate zoning for each of those land uses. Now, this would go to council, but it creates a guide for alders in the community to know what the uses that are there now should be zoned to achieve those land uses that we have worked to identify. I'm just going to go back for a minute. One of the other things I should say is in the middle, so we've identified all these land uses, but in this particular instance right here, this is a 5-acre site. This is land owned by the city. It was once national led, and we will be cleaning that up. And since it is such a large site, we just called it mixed use because that's sort of a project in and of itself, and it'll have to be really worked as once it is cleaned up. So we provided an implementation guide. And so we've also come up with recommendations and concepts for the area. So you see here the basic nodes, and this is part of the way we started out the discussion. So first of all, 59th Street, we should point out, is a truck route. You have the CSX Intermodal Yard on the west, and you have the Norfolk and Southern Intermodal Yard on the east, and then a little bit further east, you have 94. So you do see a lot of truck traffic on 59th Street, and we are recommending to create a corridor plan for 59th Street. Then we also have 3 major north-south streets, and those are identified here with the circles. So Ashland, we see as a, we want to improve accessibility, especially by the CTA bus there. At the Racine, that is the area where the closed school is, so that would be, this is a school, this would be residential. And also This little weird structure here is a siding from the railroad that people have always identified as a potential market or something interesting to do there. And then at Halsted, that is a gateway, and the Inglewood Village Plaza is already there, and to build on that as a major gateway to the site, among other details that we have included. So we have east-west trailheads. They have different kinds of character. As I said already, the east is a very quiet area because it's right up against the Norfolk and Southern Wall, whereas the west area is across from Lindblom High School, Lindblom Park. So it offers a different kind of opportunity. Oh, too many little guides here. So that is that is the plan that is, we'll come back to Plan Commission. Now, through this process, the community also started working on the Inglewood Agro-Eco District Community Repair Compact Framework. This will be an additional document, not for Plan Commission approval, but for the community to continue work on with different departments. So one of the top, as we went through this process during 18 months, one of the top issues that came up in conversation was the making sure that existing residents were able to keep their homes. So there is a lot of vacant land that we do see new residential, but that is a top concern of the community, as well as working on things like mobility and infrastructure, sustained green resilience, jobs, workforce and education, public safety, economic development, and well-being. So where to find information? The plan will be posted on the Plan Commission website, but we have also been created this site when we started the Inglewood Trail, and we have put all of the information about what CDOT is offering and what they have needed for the federal grant. So you will see the Inglewood Repair Compact on the website. You will see what's happening with the construction. Right now, the status of construction is 82.8 million, and CDOT has most of that money. So this will be built and will start in 2026. They are in the phase 2 engineering planning phase right now, and there have been a series of meetings that began this month and will continue probably for the next 18 months, where they're really going to get into the details of all of what the trail will look like. We will post the Agro-Eco District Plan. We will also keep note of zoning implementation and that environmental cleanup. We call it the Troop Street Cluster because that's where it is. We have, the DPD city has 8.85 to start that. Right now, we are working with local fencing contractors and the community on informational signage to put around that 5.5 acres. And then we will start engagement and education opportunities just around that particular project, talking a lot about what the environmental issues are and how to remediate that and what the future might look like. And that is my presentation.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah. Very exciting. And I believe there are people here who want to speak a little about that.
Yes. So we have 3 speakers signed up to speak if they're still here. Anton Seals Jr., Irma Tranter, and John Paul Jones.
Testing. Okay, Anton Seals Jr. I'm not going to read my full statement, given that it is now almost 5 o'clock. And you all are waning from a very long, extended day. But I just want to express that this has been a long 20-year process. I will say that, there are 77 neighborhoods in Chicago, but they're not like us. So next time we come back for approval, don't make us last. Okay, touche. But I do want to just speak to that the work is ongoing. This is an exciting project for the community to be involved in setting the vision and also working with DPD. I think starting as there's been up and downs over the years, but over the last several years, it's been really a great model of how community and a department can work together and work through things. I think that's essential. I think one of the big pieces that we're going to continue to come back to this council and the full city council is the protections for homeowners. So not just about growth, but the people who have already paid the price for the level of divestments, which you saw there, that is really at the crux of why we need reparations in our city, in particular, starting in a community like Inglewood. So I want to thank you all for your time. This information will be back in August, where we will ask for a full vote. What's up, Byron? But yeah, I think it will be really great for the city, and it will be a catalyst for, not only local businesses, but a place that addresses multiple issue areas that we're dealing with in our community. And we want to make sure that this remains and proudly remains a Black historical and heritage space, what our community paid for. And by saying that means that we are a welcoming community as Black people. So that is most important, that we have a distinct culture in the city and that we make Chicago really what it is. So we want to make sure that that stays at the heart of our project. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seals. Do we still have Ms. Tranter or Mr. Jones here? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you. Okay. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? So quiet now. We needed coffee like 3 hours ago.
Is that all?
Thank you.
To Kathy and Kathy's team for, again, I'll echo what I said earlier, to Carmen, just for the authentic engagement with community and just being thoughtful throughout the planning process and presenting today in such a, I mean, this is a lot of work over a long period of time, and just to present in such a concise way, I appreciate it. So thank you.
Yes. Yeah, go right ahead.
I grew up in Gage Park, which is a neighbor of Inglewood, and I want to say the work that Dion Lucas and Beehive, Ujima Hive, Grow Greater Inglewood, they're doing phenomenal work in the community, and they're very much underestimated. I just want to say that Dion Lucas is a force, and we're lucky to have him.
I echo that because we work together, so yes. Any statements from alderpersons or?
Oh, yes, we just met with Alderman Coleman this morning, and she is, likes the
On
plan so
board,
far.
yeah.
And we've been working with Alderman Lopez and Alderman Coleman on the land use plan and at the parcel level. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. So we don't need a vote on this because there's still a comments,
Correct.
period, right? So since this item, it was only informational, no vote is required. So we will go on to kind of close out the session today, and I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Do we have quorum? Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Piñeiro. Do I have a second? Second vote, right? Okay, let's see. Vote right was a yes. Brumfield, still here, yes. Flores, yes. Sorry that this was such a long one for the first one. Commissioner Cadaquia, thank you. Commissioner Murphy, thank you. Piñeiro,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Soto, thank you. And Commissioner Tillman, thank you. We get to go home at 4:57. Thank you. We'll go eat first.